Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to the finale of What If I Was Reincarnated into the Naruto world in the body of Haku Yuki. And without further ado, let the tale begin. Chapter 32 Return. The cleanup of the aftermath dragged on late into the night, which was to be expected, but Namake's Minato still cannot help but let out a short sigh of relief once everything was said and done. Things have reached a conclusion, for now. I had no other choice but to agree to retreat when Minato brought proof that he had been to his village. Kumo had no other choice but to retreat when Konoha had proven that their Hokage could teleport and wipe out their village faster than they could wipe out their forces at the warfront. Kumo had no other choice, because the price to wipe out Konoha once and for all was too steep a price for them to pay, and they were unwilling to make such a gamble. So, Kumo had no choice but to agree to a ceasefire, and IWA also had no other choice but to back out after Kumo pulled out from the conflict. Together, the Hokage, Raikage, and Tsuchikage sat down around the same table and came to an agreement. The paper is worth as much as the three village leaders trust each other, which isn't much, but it will guarantee that there will be some semblance of peace for at least the next couple of years. Minato's feet brought him to the medical tents where the medical team under Tsunade's lead were toiling hard round the clock trying to keep casualties down to a minimum. The presence of the Hokage did raise the morale of the people there as he made his rounds and thanked his fellow shinobis for their hard work, promising them that their efforts were the reason why they finally gained the upper hand in this conflict they never asked for despite how unfavorable the situation was. It wasn't long before he reached that one medical tent that he intended to visit all along, the tent under Rin's supervision where the shinobis with critical injuries are relocated to. "Sensei? Don't let me bother you, I'm just here to see Haku," he reassured his student who was already sporting dark circles around her eyes, proof that she had been working diligently without rest since the start of this war. "His condition has stabilized for now. Although, there were a few moments that we really thought we were going to lose him. I understand that we are at war, but seriously, what made him think that popping 6 soldier pills consecutively was a good idea? Even academy students knew better than to do that." Minato remained silent as his student began to rant about her concerns for his godson, with good reasons too. There are very good reasons why shinobis are discouraged from continuously consuming soldier pills because, like any other form of medicine, consuming them in huge amounts would bring about detrimental results instead. So, he chose to remain silent as they both walked towards where Haku was resting because what Haku evidently did to his body really wasn't the wisest decision he could make. To his knowledge, the boy hasn't woken up ever since he succumbed to his exhaustion when they finally reunited at Kumo. Know that doing so can cause irreversible damage to his chakra quills? Wasn't he taught about the concept of chakra debt? Chakra doesn't just come from nowhere dash. I was thinking of transporting shinobis who can no longer stay and fight back to the village in several batches. Can Haku be moved given his condition? He still needs to be closely monitored, but strictly speaking, the most dangerous and crucial period has passed, Rin informed with a slight sigh while massaging her temples with her free hand. So, yes, he can be moved, but there needs to be at least one medic on standby in case of a relapse of the chakra debt he incurred in his body. Either a medic, or someone with near-perfect chakra control that is also able to accurately deduce the state of his body's chakra level at all times. What about the Hyugas? They are known for their chakra control. Rin's response was to let out another sigh. Chakra control is one thing, chakra compatibility is another. I will skip the technicalities, but like how there are different blood types and some blood types simply don't mix, there are times where chakra compatibility between the medic and the patient gets in the way of a successful treatment. Haku's lucky that my chakra is compatible with his. There are very few medics here with the level of chakra control needed for his treatment and has chakra compatible with his and has both the knowledge and skills needed for his treatment. They had reached Haku by now. The boy is asleep, and it seems that Rin had helped change his bloodied clothes out for cleaner ones while she was administering treatment. They had also recovered many scrolls sealed into his weapons pouch upon further investigation. Minato had no idea whose idea it was, whether it was Haku's or their previous Hokage's, but it wasn't hard to deduce that Haku had apparently pillaged anything he felt was important from the Raikage Tower. He could still remember the surprise he felt when he randomly unsealed one of the scrolls only to find himself staring at Kumo's famed amber purifying pot. Of course, Minato had no plans to reveal to Kumo that Konoha had already pillaged everything important that they could scavenge out of that burning wreckage tower and also stole their precious pot. I would figure out that surprise himself when he returned to his village. Inoki would also be around to receive the present that Konoha had left for him the moment he returned. It's just too bad that he couldn't be there to see it for himself. And in the village? I'm certain that there will be more options available if we get him back to the village, if we can get him back there safely. I will get him back to the village with the Flying Thunder God. Sensei? Rin looked up, surprised at her teacher's decision. I was planning to make a trip there either way. After Dan's death, there is currently no leader in the village. The ANBU commander may be temporarily handling things in his stead as per wartime protocols, and things may appear fine for now, but there is an urgent need to stabilize the situation back home as soon as possible. Since I will be heading back, I might as well bring Haku back with me. Kakashi and Obito can handle things here in my stead until I return. Will it be too much to ask to bring me along? Seeing how the situation had developed, there is a need to update the medical team back home on what kind of supplies they should prioritize sending over to the front lines and what kind of preparations are needed for the troops that will be returning to the village. I can also inform the team back home about Haku's unique condition and how to administer further treatment. That will be for the best, Minato agreed. Get some rest, Rin. I will come back again in about an hour, then we will head back to the village. Minato wasted no time teleporting back to the village after informing the War Council that he will head back to the village for a few short hours. The ANBU commander had been waiting for his return when Minato appeared within his office in a yellow flicker with Rin and Haku in tow. He left Rin to do what she needed to do at the hospital as she brought the unconscious Haku with her. He, on the other hand, listened to what the ANBU commander had to report within the privacy of his office. ANBU Dragon knelt down in front of him and Minato waved his hand, signaling for the hidden ANBU guards within the office to leave them alone, for this conversation is confidential. ANBU Dragon reporting in, Hokage-sama. Rise, Dragon. You may remove your mask. Dragon rose to his full height before removing his mask, revealing the face of a young man behind it. The transformation disguising him dropped the moment the mask was removed, revealing the short, unkempt dark hair of the ANBU commander. His nose is broader than most and his eyelashes well-defined, but his most striking features are the red eyes of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. I've read the report you sent over, but I still want to hear the details from you. How is it? Hokage-sama, Koto Ematsukami had been successfully implanted in both the Gobi and in Han, and is slated to activate the next time Inoki and Han meet. If all goes as planned, the Gobi will go on a rampage within Iwagakure and the Tsuchikage will be forced to kill Han to stop him. Minato nodded in agreement. It's only right that IWA got a taste of their own medicine with what they had tried to do in Konoha while he was away. Not only that, if all goes well and Han is killed and the Gobi dispersed, it would ensure that IWA will be one Jinchuriki short for a few years while the Gobi reforms its body, reducing Iwa's overall strength and dissuading them from starting another conflict in this time period. Even if IWA do successfully recapture the Gobi, training a Jinchuriki is a time-consuming process. It will be a long while before the Gobi Jinchuriki can be weaponized. This will be beneficial to Konoha. And if Inoki is injured or forced into retirement, or better still, killed in the resulting battle, things would be great. Haku had said that Inoki was the reason why Kushina died, and he is currently unable to touch a single hair on Inoki on the account of the ceasefire agreement that was just made. However, with this, he will accept this outcome as the next best arrangement short of assassinating the Tsuchikage himself. In any case, there is no way Inoki will be able to come out unscathed if he has to subdue Han. Minato's mind quickly processed what this would mean for Konoha. Kiri is embroiled in a civil war, Konoha, Kumo, and Suna have to recover from what they lost in this invasion, and with Shirsue's Koto Ematsukami, it is almost guaranteed that Inoki will suffer grievous injuries or be killed. Either way, IWA would need a new Tsuchikage soon. With that, now each of the big five will have to lay low to lick their own wounds, buying the precious time that Konoha needs for a recovery. He can accept this outcome. And your eyes? Implanting the suggestion onto the Gobi and Han wasn't easy. By my estimation, I wouldn't be able to activate Kodo Ematsukami for the next 2 years, Shursui admitted. I'm considering the possibility of implanting Hashirama cells into my body, seeing the success of the procedure performed on Obito-senpai. It's your own choice, I just want you to know that there is always such an option, Minato assured. You have done well, Shursui, good job. Thank you for protecting the village in my absence. He would have to thank Dan too, but he's no longer around to hear it. It's my duty, Hokage-sama, Shursui replied with a respectful dip of his head before raising it once more. About the issue of the breach. Unfortunately, we still don't have concrete proof, so while we have casted the net, it is not yet time to reel it in. Continue to monitor the situation and report to me when there is progress on this matter. Shursui stayed for a little longer to discuss matters that needed his attention before leaving with further instructions. Minato leaned back in his chair and released a tired sigh the moment he's alone once more, his thoughts fleeting back to his daughter and the death of his wife. Naruto would not take the news very well. He himself never even had the time to grieve for Kushina. Then again, that goes for everybody else. Nobody has time to grieve for the people they lost in this war. He heard 2 knocks on the door. Hokage-sama, you called? Come in, Minato answered as he stood up, already dreading what was to follow. His genin teammate entered the office, still clad in combat attire and ready for her next instructions. It's just us here, so just address me by my name, Minato forced a smile upon finding himself face to face with Uchiha Mikoto. I know there are many questions that you are dying to ask, but I have to head back to the front lines in a few hours. I cannot stay in the village for long. Let's just get the work done first and I will answer any questions you have in the remaining time. Glad to see that you are all right, Mikoto replied with an equally uneasy smile before going back to being a professional shinobi. Naruto and Hanabi are fine, and Hanabi seemed to have made improvements in controlling the Nibi's power when Iwa and Kumo besieged the village. However, Hanabi reported that the assailants were aware of the Byakugan's weakness and tried to use that against her, which is worrying because that meant that Konoha still had spies within the village that we had not yet identified. I have already transferred Naruto and Hanabi to Safe House G just to be safe, and we will be switching places every 8 hours. Thank you. As for who those spies may be, ANBU will take care of them, so for now, just focus on Naruto and Hanabi's safety until we return. The front lines. We entered into a ceasefire agreement, although I cannot say for sure for how long it will last. If all goes well, I will be able to pull the entire force back after a month or 2 when we are certain that nobody is up to any mischief. Minato took a brief pause before deciding to just come clean with his longtime friend. Kushina. She didn't make it. The look of shock on Mikoto's face was plain to see. She had even subconsciously activated her Sharingan after hearing the news. Inoki killed her, from what I was told, and... my children and Fugaku too? Itachi and Sasuke are fine, Minato quickly assured her, but... Fugaku sacrificed himself in the line of duty in order to allow our forces to safely retreat. I'm sorry, Mikoto. He took out and handed over a scroll to Mikoto. It's a scroll marked with a black band, a color code that every shinobi of Konoha is familiar with. The only thing that one could find in a black-coded scroll are the remains of their comrades and loved ones. Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo as a result, and he ensured that Fugaku's eyes did not come to harm. Those are sealed in the scroll as well. He told me to tell you that he will be fine, and that he will protect Sasuke too, and that you should take care of yourself. Mikoto visibly struggled to get words out of her mouth as she took the scroll which contained her husband's remains with trembling hands. She cradled the scroll close to her chest, unable to stop her tears. This. Mikoto took a deep breath before wiping her tears away, knowing that this is not the time to grieve nor is this the time to break down. She still has a job to do as a shinobi of Konoha and as the matriarch of the Uchiha clan. She has to hold her clan together in her husband's absence until her eldest returns home. She has to ensure the safety of their village's Jinchuriki until Minato is able to return to properly reassume leadership of the village. This is her duty as Uchiha Mikoto, shinobi of Konoha and matriarch of the Uchiha clan. Thank you. I will be fine. Is there anything else? Unfortunately, yes. I'm sorry to do this, Mikoto, but considering the current situation, I need to reappoint someone to look over the village until I make a permanent return. You are the only one left that I can trust. It will only be for a few days, a week at most. I just need time to lay down arrangements to ensure that I have everything settled on the front lines and that Kumo and IWA are not up to any funny business. ANBU Dragon will assist you during this period. Don't worry, I will hold the fort here until you return. Mikoto managed to squeeze out a smile, knowing that desperate times call for desperate measures. How ironic that this will be how she found herself in the Hokage seat, albeit temporarily. Now, everyone on their Genin team would have been Hokage at least once. That still does little to comfort her now that she has lost her husband forever. She excused herself to take her leave when Minato had no more instructions for her, but paused in her tracks when Minato called after her just when she was about to open the door. I'm sorry. Don't be, she replied. I know you tried your best, and if given the choice to choose again, I know Fugaku would choose to do the same thing again, because he is a shinobi of Konoha. He died an honorable death, even if I prefer if he returned alive instead. You take care too, Minato, don't make Kushina worry over you. As for Naruto, you can break the news to her, if you want to. If not, I will tell her myself when I return from the front lines. She deserves to know, Mikoto agreed. Leave Naruto to me, I will take care of her in your and Kushina's absence. Stay safe, Minato. The door closed shut, the silence never felt louder. Hanabi wasn't sure if she should be happy that he came back alive or she should be mad at him for doing something so stupid. Even so, she cannot help but worry. She had heard the gist of what happened from Rin, and Haku had not woken up ever since she first laid her eyes on him again almost a week ago. The only good news she had heard thus far is that none of her family or friends have died, and that the first batch of the troops on the front lines is expected to arrive back at the village together with the Hokage either tomorrow or the day after. She supposed this ceasefire could be interpreted as Konoha's victory, even if she is still unaware of the specifics of what really happened at the front lines because Rin was being vague about it due to confidentiality, only that her stupid idiot had been involved somehow and had played a key role. Stupid Haku. Hanabi continued to keep a vigil by his bedside while holding his hand in hers, fighting the stifling urge to yawn because she needs to be awake in case his condition relapses again. Rin had told her that Haku is suffering from a severe case of chakra debt, a common symptom observed in shinobis who ingested too many soldier pills in a short period of time. Chakra doesn't come from nowhere, and contrary to the popular misconception, soldier pills do not provide chakra but rather simulate and force the body to produce a huge burst of chakra instantaneously. The most common analogy used to explain this medical condition would be to compare a shinobi's body to a sponge, and the chakra within the shinobi as the water stored in said sponge. A wet sponge would always seem to have water to squeeze out of no matter how you squeezed it, just that the amount of water derived from the sponge would inevitably decrease with each subsequent squeeze. If the shinobi's body is the sponge and his chakra is the water in it, then soldier pills are the squeeze needed to squeeze chakra out of a shinobi's body. This is why the chakra boost provided by a soldier pill is the largest on the first intake, and would decrease on every subsequent intake. In the end, the chakra produced originates from the shinobi's body, and that is why the amount of chakra replenished with each subsequent pill taken will diminish, because there is a limit on how much chakra can be squeezed out of a shinobi's body until they run dry. And by the time the shinobi's body truly ran out of chakra, it would mean their death as well, because no living organisms in this world can survive without having chakra in it. This is why the side effect of overconsuming soldier pills is called chakra debt, because soldier pills do not provide chakra but rather force the body to produce more chakra that it could never produce otherwise. This would cause the shinobi's body to suffer from a sudden chakra withdrawal, as the additional chakra produced will have to be returned, eventually, which is why this is called a debt. Usually, shinobis do not consume more than one soldier pill within 24 hours, and the side effect can be easily slept off with a good rest, but eating 6 of those in quick succession? Now that's just suicide. Chakra is ever present, and every living organism, no matter how big or small, requires chakra to stay alive, as chakra is needed to keep basic bodily functions to continue functioning. After Haku had stupidly squeezed his body dry of chakra, his body had entered a state of chakra debt because there is barely enough chakra left in him to sustain the basic bodily functions required to stay alive. Any chakra that his body is currently producing are all immediately being collected to repay this debt, and in his case the rate that his body is collecting the debt is faster than what his body can currently produce in his weakened state. The only viable treatment in such a situation would be a chakra transfusion from somebody else, to help pay off the chakra debt until Haku's body can produce chakra faster than his body is collecting the incurred debt. This is why shinobis are warned against taking so many soldier pills in quick succession, because the crash that came after can be life-threatening if not handled well, and the huge bursts of chakra that was forced from the body can also place heavy stress on the chakra coils. If left untreated, it can possibly cause irreversible damage to the chakra pathways and strip a shinobi away from their career. It is a wonder that Haku is still alive. Even Rin had chalked this impossibility up to the mysterious ways his ice release works and left it at that. He was lucky that Rin was able to continuously transfer chakra over whenever his body was calling for the return of the chakra debt. If chakra was not transferred over in time, Haku's body would simply shut down, as there was not enough chakra for his body to keep up with the basic functions his body requires to continue to stay alive. Not only that, as Haku's chakra pathways had been through heavy stress from the consummation of so many soldier pills, the person doing the chakra transfer must have near-perfect chakra control in order to not accidentally overload his strained and still recovering chakra coils. The amount of chakra transferred must be adjusted accordingly too, because overloading the patient with too much chakra would be harmful, and it would be better if the patient's body could naturally produce the chakra required to return the debt by itself to reduce the unhealthy dependency of external transfusion. The treatment process sounded easy on paper, but extremely tedious to put into practice. When Rin brought up the issue of chakra compatibility, Hanabi had thought she wouldn't fit the bill. After all, her chakra is fire-natured while Haku's is primarily water and wind-natured, until Rin told her that chakra compatibility had very little to do with one's chakra nature, although it might sometimes be an influencing factor. Thankfully, after Rin quickly ran through a series of checks that Hanabi still couldn't comprehend, it turned out that her chakra is compatible with Haku's. With her impeccable chakra control, her near-unlimited reservoir of chakra, their chakra compatibility, and her Byakugan capable of showing her just how much chakra she can safely inject into Haku's body at any one time, she became the perfect candidate to administer this tedious and delicate treatment process to her stupid idiot. It might be for the best. The hospital's resources are being heavily strained as of this moment, what with the war out there and the casualties incurred during the recent combined invasion of both IWA and Kumo forces that were trying to kidnap her and Naruto. At least this way, she can help the hospital free up some much-needed manpower that could be better directed elsewhere. At least this way, she can do something to help contribute to the war efforts instead of being stuck in a safe house all day long doing nothing. She had honestly lost count on just how many times Haku's body experienced sudden violent withdrawal from the chakra debt, and she had to inject chakra to save his life. Thankfully, the frequency of that happening had lessened over the days. Rin had told her that Haku should be in the clear the moment he wakes up, because if he could wake up it would mean that his body would be capable of functioning beyond the very basic function of keeping himself alive, and thus, it would mean that the chakra debt would have been repaid in full. It's been close to a week, and it really makes her wonder just how huge of a chakra debt Haku's body incurred for him to be in comatose for so long. Trying to stay awake was an uphill battle she was fighting. Trying to keep her eyes open is a battle she is losing on all fronts. Still, she cannot afford to rest just in case Haku's condition relapses in the worst possible time. At the very least, she has to wait until he wakes up, because that would mean that he would be truly out of danger, and then she can finally rest easy. Stupid Haku, making her worry like this. Tried as she might, she was steadily nodding off until she felt the hand that she was holding onto making a slight twitch. She jolted awake, because she was sure that she wasn't imagining things. True enough, Haku was starting to stir. Haku? Haku? She saw how his eyes started to open and how his eyes gradually focused and looked at her. She could tell that he was surprised, even if the surprise only lasted for a short moment. Hannah, bye. You are finally awake, she let out a visible sigh of relief, finally dropping the worry that was weighing her heart for so many days. He's finally out of danger now. Still, she insisted on having a doctor check on him. Rin had gone back to the front lines with the Hokage after quickly teaching her how to treat Haku's chakra debt condition, but not before arranging for a doctor at the hospital to continue to monitor Haku in her absence, just in case an emergency showed itself. Hanabi only truly felt relieved when the doctor finally gave the all-clear, telling her that Haku had truly recovered and that there was nothing to worry about any longer. The first wave should be back sometime tomorrow. From what I was told, we had a ceasefire agreement with Kumo and IWA. The Hokage will also be returning with them. She knew he would want to know what he had missed out while he was asleep, so she filled him in while trying to feed him some warm porridge. He might have woken up, but his body was still recovering and feeble. He's barely able to move his limbs, so she took the liberty to help feed him. She died. I heard, Hanabi acknowledged, knowing that it's just a matter of time before this topic was brought up. Naruto was inconsolable when they first heard this terrible news from Makoto. We weren't told of the specifics, only that Inoki was involved. It was him, Haku affirmed the truth, a downcast look in his eyes. I wasn't able to save her. Not like how I did for you. Her heart contracted a little after hearing the broken tone in his voice, but she didn't know what to say, so she showed her support by gently grabbing onto his hand and giving it a light squeeze. He remained as still as a statue, but she saw how tears started to well in his eyes before silently falling down his face. She would want you to be happy. I know, he replied with a hoarse voice, it still doesn't make it hurt any less. She put down the unfinished bowl of porridge aside and sat herself down beside him on the bed, slowly pulling him into a hug and letting him cry into her shoulder. We will avenge her one day. What use is there when she's already dead? She doesn't know what or how to reply. The only thing that she could do is to pat his back and continue to lend him her shoulder to cry on. Soon, he called out to her in a soft voice. Hanabi? Yes? Don't die before me. She felt her heart clench upon hearing those words, as though it had stopped beating for a second or two before continuing. Okay, I won't. Perhaps it was because they were both exhausted, physically and mentally, but that was how they ended up falling asleep shortly after, with her hugging him as they both somehow fit themselves onto the same bed. She will grow strong, strong enough to not allow herself to be killed. Like this, she will be able to be of help to him, to be able to protect him and not let anyone hurt him ever again. Like this, she will be able to keep his promise to him, that she wouldn't go before him. If this world is cursed, if this world is wrong, then she will help him right it, one step at a time, no matter what price they might have to pay. That was what she promised him. Because he is her Haku, and she is his Hanabi. Chapter 33, When the Storm Ends. When she opened her eyes again, the dark orange hue of the setting sun was starting to shine through the window of the ward that they were in. She tossed and turned about, still a little reluctant to be waking up only to be reminded that she was supposed to be taking care of a patient here. So, she forced herself to sit up while using the back of her hand to rub the sleepiness away from her eyes. She found herself staring into Haku's eyes. It seems that he's already awake and had somehow managed to find a way to sit up despite the fact that he's supposed to be unable to even find the strength to move his limbs thanks to him still recovering from his chakra debt. He could still turn his head though, so that is something. You aren't supposed to be able to move. I still can't move my limbs, but sitting up still isn't a problem, just a little troublesome, he argued. She really had to suppress the urge to throttle him. Haku, I knew you heard what the doctor told you. No trying to move on your own or using chakra until he clears you. The amount of chakra left in your body is barely able to keep you alive right now. Hadn't he made it very clear about the consequences of suffering from a severe case of chakra debt? Mr. I popped 6 soldier pills? Do you want to know how bad your condition was? Let me give you some context. You made history, you know that? First person in the village to suffer from a case of chakra debt as severe as yours. Even Rin had no idea how you came out of everything without suffering any permanent damages to your body, and the only plausible explanation she could think of is your ice release. You really have your bloodline to thank for, she chastised him, making doubly sure that he understands he was extremely lucky that the only consequence he is suffering now is that he is temporarily bedridden and unable to move his body on his own power. Stupid Haku. He wisely kept his mouth shut. Are you hungry? She asked, only for him to reply with a slow shake of his head. Well, neither is she. She wrinkled her nose a little when she realized that it's been days since either of them had properly cleaned themselves. Her included, because her attention was entirely on making sure that Haku was able to tide over his chakra debt condition. The last time she took a bath was probably about 2 days ago. She raised her right arm to smell herself, and goddamn, she really does stink. This really is unacceptable, especially now when she is sure Haku's chakra debt condition will no longer relapse. She turned to look at him, who realized that something wasn't quite right in her gaze. What is it? We really need to take a bath, you and I both. Have you smelled ourselves? Do I look like I am capable of doing anything to rectify this? That's why I'm asking you. Do you want to be Princess carried to the restroom, or do you want to be piggybacked? What? She pointed to the restroom attached within the private ward that they are in. It's times like this that she is glad that the sensitive nature of their status grants them several perks, like being entitled to a private medical ward that comes with its own private restroom installed with a proper bath. She could imagine the figurative gears turning within his mind as he pieced out the unsaid part of her words. She could see from how his eyes had widened slightly in sheer defiance. No. You really need to bathe, Haku. Proper hygiene and all that. I bet that the last time you were properly cleaned was probably before you went off to the front lines. I don't know, get one of the nurses dash. You haven't seen the situation out there. Manpower is short on all fronts, especially in the hospital. Why do you think they let me administer treatment to you instead of having a proper doctor or medic doing it? I'm not selfish enough to trouble the nurses or doctors for something that I can handle myself. Their workload is crazy enough as it is. The first batch of the village's forces will return sometime tomorrow or the day after, and they are all busy preparing for their return. She informed him of the reality of the situation that they are currently in before adding. Besides, it's not like I've never seen your naked body before. I've been seeing it for years with my Byakugan, and there's nothing special about it. I feel so violated. Oh, then what about this? Who else do you think helped to wipe your body and changed you out of your clothes in the 1 week that you were sleeping away? She really wanted to capture the look of shock and disbelief that is on his face right now. Too bad she doesn't have a camera. So, Princess Carrie or piggyback? Is there no room for negotiation? I'm giving you one. Princess Carrie or piggyback, she replied, and perhaps she was enjoying her little vindictive revenge a little too much, seeing that she was barely able to wipe that smirk off her face. Seeing that her stupid idiot had temporarily short-circuited with how his mouth was opening and closing without a sound, she decided that she would make the decision for him. She decided to do a Princess Carrie, just to see him squirm a little in embarrassment. Serves him right for worrying her like that for 1 entire week. Oh, he tried struggling, he tried all right, but he was still recovering from chakra debt and was unable to even move a single limb. So, he resigned himself to his fate and slumped in her arms, allowing her to have her way when he realized that there was no way out of this and that there was truth to her logic. They're in dire need of a good wash before any of them fall sick from the lack of proper hygiene care or whatnot. Her shadow clone picked up 2 towels and a fresh change of clothes for them both before disappearing in a puff of smoke as she entered the restroom with him in her arms. She sat him down on a wooden stool and promptly stripped him naked, and watched as his face started to flush red from embarrassment. Seriously, everyone in the clan had probably seen each other naked at some point in time thanks to the nature of their dojutsu. Accident or not, it really isn't that big of a deal. She decided that she might as well take a bath while washing him at the same time, so she stripped herself naked too, although she did this behind his back so he wasn't able to see anything. Well, he could look if he wanted to if he simply turned his head, but knowing him, he won't, not like she will stop him from taking a peek anyway. Embarrassed? Shy? Feels as if you don't have any dignity left in you at all for having no choice but to have someone else to help wash you, huh? She cannot help but make the verbal jab as she sat on another wooden stool behind him and shampooed his long smooth hair. His entire body had gone rigid like a piece of rock, either too shy or embarrassed at his current predicament to even try moving. Well, if you don't want to relive this humiliating experience ever again, Yuki Haku, maybe the next time you might want to consider not getting into chakra debt by popping 6 soldier pills. Are you getting a kick out of scaring me with how close you are to death's door each and every single time you return from some big fight? Because it sure does seem that way to me, and let me tell you, it really sucks having to worry about the person you care the most for days on end without knowing if they will survive the night. Sorry. She decided against continuing to berate him after hearing the apologetic tone of his voice. He didn't ask for this either, and he had also lost someone dear to him on the front lines while she was forced to stay in the village and wait. Weren't you supposed to be hidden away by the ANBU? There was a change of arrangements after the Hokage made a temporary return with you in tow before teleporting back again to the front lines, Hanabi replied absent-mindedly while helping to scrub his back. Initially, a minimum of at least 2 medic means were needed to monitor you to ensure you didn't accidentally die from a sudden relapse of chakra debt, because even if they have the chakra control needed, they may not necessarily have the chakra reverses needed to keep transferring chakra to you so frequently. It was entirely by luck that I not only have the perfect chakra control needed and have chakra compatible with yours, and also have more than enough chakra to spare, which then means that those poor medics are able to focus their attention on areas and patients that need them. And so you stayed in the hospital with me. Like I said, we are short on manpower on all fronts. We have to work around the limitations we faced, she shrugged, not like he could see anyway with how she was sitting behind him. So, the team protecting Naruto and I split into 2. Naruto is being protected by Makoto under the previous arrangements, switching between safe houses every set period. I stay with you under the supervision of the ANBU team that report directly to Dragon. He's the ANBU commander. By the way, so like this, if anybody tries to snatch me away they would almost certainly locate me first at the hospital, which was already booby-trapped to the village's gates and back. You are acting as a bait to keep them off Naruto's tail. I'm not complaining. I was able to save your sorry ass because I was here with you, transferring chakra over and over again. Matatabi wasn't very happy with it for some reason though. Her hands snaked over to wash his front and she felt his body turning even stiffer at the contact. She cannot help but roll her eyes. Haku, I've seen everything there is to see and touched everything there is to touch while you were sleeping away the entire week and had to help you with everything. Yes, even down there. He let out a frustrated groan at her words, resigning himself to his fate because he wasn't able to move a single limb with his current condition. She continued to wash his body with where she was seated behind him, her arms wrapping around from behind to quickly wash what needed to be washed before rinsing him clean. All right, you are done. Now just give me 5 minutes to clean myself and we are out of here. Washing herself was much easier and faster. Haku determinedly looked straight ahead the entire time, not even turning his head back an inch to look at her where she was washing herself behind him. She doesn't know whether to be amused at his actions or to be annoyed at the fact that even bathing together with the prettiest kunoichi in his generation was unable to incite a reaction out of him. Stupid Haku. She easily dried herself with a quick application of fire-natured chakra to evaporate the water droplets on her skin, a neat trick that Makoto had imparted to her during her stay with the Uchiha matriarch. She quickly got herself dressed in fresh clothes before drying him off with a towel, dressed him, and then proceeded to princess carry him out of the restroom. Haku looked like he simply wanted to crawl into a ditch and die after everything was said and done. If bathing together with the most beautiful kunoichi in the village is really such a humiliating experience for you, maybe this would be enough motivation for you to not do something so stupid the next time, she told him, unable to keep out the slight annoyance in her voice even if she tried. Seriously, not to toot her own horn, but she's confident in her looks and this idiot. Ah, whatever. The things she does for her idiot. She placed him down on a chair so that she could go and change the bed sheets, because it really is due for a change. Maybe she could go and check in with the doctor in charge of Haku in the meantime regarding when he would be able to be discharged. It will do some good to them both if they were able to go back home. And so, she returned to the ward with the doctor in tow, and the doctor ran through a series of checks on Haku once more. After what seemed like forever, the doctor finally gave his verdict and surprisingly, Haku's cleared. He is able to be discharged. The doctor said that Haku's current condition of not being able to mold chakra or move his limbs would probably persist for another day or two, which is entirely normal for shinobis who suffer from a severe case of chakra debt, but other than that he's free to go. Hanabi personally thinks that the reason why Haku was given the green light was because the doctor had no choice but to free up as many beds in the hospital as possible before the first batch of their forces at the front lines return tomorrow. That said, it's probably the right thing to do because Haku is no longer in critical condition. His life is no longer in danger, so there's no need to take up precious resources that could be better used elsewhere. I was told that your weapons pouch was emptied of all the scrolls in it, especially for the ones you apparently stole from Kumo. Your godfather would probably still want a verbal report from you when he returns though, she informed him and held out a bloodied weapon pouch for him to see while she's helping to pack their belongings, which really wasn't much. I've helped you checked and packed whatever was left inside, but I can see that there is a headband that obviously wasn't yours and a weird-looking mask dash. She took out and held out that weird demonic mask as she said that, waving it around to catch his attention. Don't touch that mask, put it down. Huh? What's dash? Put it down, he insisted, looking suitably alarmed, and that indirectly made her alarmed as well. That mask is the last thing she left for me, and it is an object to trigger a secret Uzumaki sealing technique that directly affects your soul. I've seen her temporarily allowing the Shinigami to possess her when she puts it over her face, and I still haven't figured out if there are any weird ways that might accidentally activate this object. She quickly shoved the mask back into his weapon pouch, trying to ignore the tingling sensation that was spreading from her hand and crawled upwards to her scalp. Whatever this mask may be, a technique that could actually affect the soul directly couldn't be anything good. And to think she almost put it over her face in curiosity during a point in time when Haku was still unconscious. Oh God, if she had really done it. Her body let out another involuntary shiver at the thought. That was too close. She really shouldn't be messing with objects she knew nothing about. The Shinigami wouldn't possess me just for touching it, right? Who knows? He replied with a roll of his eyes, and she cannot help but shiver. Haku! Stop scaring me! Have you seen the Shinigami before, Hanabi? Long white hair with a dagger in his mouth dash. Haku! You should see those hands, so devoid of life, like those of a rotting corpse, that sick purplish color dash. Yuki Haku! Last warning. So there is something that you are afraid of after all. Well, it's the Shinigami. She hissed, holding his weapon pouch as far away as possible from her like it's cursed. Then again, it probably is cursed. She carried him on her back in a piggyback and walked out of the ward as soon as she was done packing. Immediately, Anbu Bird reappeared beside her in a flicker. The doctor gave him the all-clear. We will be returning back to the Hyuga compound, she informed him, and when his gaze turned to the awkward passenger on her back, she quickly added, You have your job to do, so I will carry him back myself. Besides, I doubt anybody would be foolish enough to ambush us in our own village again when our forces are about to return any time now. Wait, you were ambushed in the village? Of course, trust Haku to immediately pick out what was wrong in her words. She was hoping to tell him about it at a later time, but apparently things never go according to plan. I will tell you all about it afterwards, she promised as she headed for the exit, which in this case is the nearest open window. She took a chakra-enhanced leap and easily landed on the nearest rooftop and began to rooftop hop her way back. A brief activation of her Byakugan allowed her to spot her ANBU guards discreetly tailing after her from the shadows. If you really wanted to know, IWA and Kumo joined forces to siege the village. They tried to kidnap Naruto and I too, but we beat them back. I managed to enter one-tailed mode and maintained it until the battle was over, by the way. You did that? That was quick. Of course, you are speaking to the Hyuga prodigy here, she gloated before turning back to the topic at hand. Then, Han happened. Like how Yujito suddenly appeared within the village back then, Han appeared in his fully transformed state and breached the walls over there. She gestured in the direction of the breach that happened with a slight jerk of her chin. Repair works are still ongoing as far as she could tell. And then, Kato Dan died. He was really skilled, but ultimately outnumbered. And the Gobi? The ANBU suppressed his transformation and forced him to flee. The IWA and Kumonines had no choice but to retreat after that, but not before the ANBU hunted down as many of them as they could. I saw it all with my Byakugan. Pretty sure the Sharingan was involved in the Gobi suppression. There was even a weird Sharingan pattern reflected in the Gobi's eyes for a short moment. I thought I was seeing things cause it was a 4-tomo pattern. I always thought Sharingan only had 3 tomos. 4-tomo? Yeah. You know anything about it? Haku remained silent for a short while before speaking up. Don't publicize this bit of information, but I've heard rumors of Sharingans having another stage past the normal 3-tomo stage, which grants the user abilities that are otherwise inaccessible. Like how Sensei is able to teleport. Yes. I see, but if this is not common knowledge, then it probably means that not every Uchiha is able to unlock such a stage in their dojutsu. You can try asking Sensei when he returns. This obviously falls under the category of clan secrets, Haku. I'm not that stupid to ask what is obviously a forbidden topic. It's Sensei we are talking about, common sense doesn't really apply to him. True. Oh, did you know that he and Rin were planning to get married the moment this war was over? And he actually forgot to tell us about it? If Makoto hadn't let slip about it, I would still be kept in the dark. Huh, you too? I found out about it when I was at the front lines. Told him that if he forgot to inform us about his wedding, he could forget about receiving any gifts from us. Hanabi let out a snicker at those words. That's so Haku-like. You think any of us would be the Jonin sensei of Obito sensei's kids one day? I dread the arrival of such a day. You or Sai can have the honors. Sai? Seriously? You are going to stick sensei's kid with Sai? That's so inhumane. It's either him or you. Why not you? If he's anything like Sensei, he would successfully annoy me within the first 5 minutes of us meeting each other, and I would have frozen him into a popsicle. If his kid turns out to be anything like Rin, then I might consider being the sensei of his spawn. Come to think about it, some of us would end up being Jonin senseis one day. Feels kind of weird to have some 12-year-old calling you sensei. Being a sensei is probably similar to the D-rank babysitting missions we had, just a lot more tedious. Now I'm actually curious as to what kind of senseis you and Sai would be. I don't even want to think about it. I might actually go rogue if I'm being saddled with clueless Jonins. Come on, it wouldn't be that bad. Then you try being a Jonin sensei. And you seriously think the village is going to risk letting a Jinchuriki be a Jonin sensei? Think logically, Haku, it's going to be either you or Sai. There's always a first to everything. Like how I have to help you bathe, Mr. I popped 6 soldier pills? That shut him up real quick. Chapter 34, Change in Life. True to the doctor's words, I began to regain control of my limbs about 2 days after I woke up and suddenly found myself back in the village once more. At least this way, I'm spared from the agony of being forced to have someone wait on me for every single little thing. From being spoon-fed for every meal, to needing someone to assist me whenever I need to use the restroom, and well, basically everything. There's no such thing as dignity when you are unable to do anything by your own power. Thankfully, it was less humiliating for me because Hanabi was the one doing the caretaking and never once had she complained about it, at least not in ill will. She does have a lot to say about how I ended up in this situation because frankly, I really did ask for it by popping 6 soldiers' pills within 24 hours. I would still do it though, because I had to do all I can to try and save my godmother no matter how slim the chances were. Let's see. I've helped you bathe, fed you, helped you pee, cleaned your ass. Do you want that anti-Byakugan seal or not? It's been 1 week since I woke up and by now, I am able to take care of myself without needing Hanabi's help to assist me in every single embarrassing little thing. My godfather had returned with a portion of our forces that were at the front lines along with the casualties, who were being swiftly taken care of by the medical staff at the hospital and had received word of their arrival days before. The second wave would arrive back in the village anytime within these 3 days, and it so happens that the Hyuga family are all part of the second wave. We would see them then. Whatever is happening outside really doesn't affect us, because Hanabi is still under the watch of Dragon's ANBU team while the only thing I can do is to recuperate. Recovery is a little slow on my end because my chakra pathways were pushed to their limits when I did the stupid thing of popping 6 soldier pills in a short period of time. It would take time for my body to recover to the point where I can properly mold chakra. Hanabi would sometimes still purposely remind me of the various embarrassing things I was forced to endure while I was unable to move my body, all for the sake of messing with me, but thankfully she does know when to come to a stop and not push further. It really is humiliating when a girl your age has to help you wipe your ass after taking a dump or to hold your penis while you pee so it doesn't spray everywhere, but she is doing it from the goodness of her heart while receiving nothing in return, so I let her rant when she wanted to. I could tell that she's still very displeased at how I nearly died from an overdose of soldier pills of all things, even if she could understand why I did what I did, but she's still pissed enough at me for doing something stupid behind her back to occasionally remind me of what turned out from that. I was able to regain enough motor skills to continue practicing calligraphy, so Hanabi asked if it was possible to create a seal that prevents her clansman's Byakugan from peeking into her room. No idea what she experienced to ask that from me, but I simply did as I was told. Try this. I handed over the 17th draft of this anti-Byakugan seal, hoping that it might work this time. She activated it with a quick pulse of chakra, slapped it on the door of my room, and had her shadow clone outside try peering through it with her Byakugan. It worked! Finally, Hanabi groaned and dispelled her shadow clone after receiving the clone's confirmation while I simply copied the final design of the seal with my copy seal over to several other blank sealing tags and let Hanabi do whatever she wanted to do with it. I watched as she slapped it all around my room before doing the same for hers. What brought this up anyway? Just suddenly thought that it might be nice to have some semblance of privacy when you are living in a clan of all-seeing eyes. Her eyes shiftily avoided my gaze, and I showed her just how much I believed her with how high my eyebrows were raised, but I decided to drop the topic entirely. If she wanted to let me know, she would. Hanabi let out a yawn as she stretched herself, giving off the impression similar to those of a lazy cat. I have remarked to her on more than one occasion that she was getting more and more cat-like in her behavior and that Matatabi might have influenced her more than she thought, but Hanabi vehemently denied any of such claims. Well, whatever floats her boat, I guess. Maybe I should get my hands on a laser pointer and see if she would chase after the little red dot. She would probably try to kill me if I do so, but it might just be worth it. Food for thought for another day. Ugh, summer, Hanabi complained while trying to fan herself with her hand. With me temporarily unable to mold chakra properly, she was unable to use me as a portable air conditioner like she usually does during hotter seasons, leading her to deal with the heat on her own. I'm going to go take a shower, she declared as she took a fresh set of clothes and walked to the restroom within my room. Use your own shower, I retorted, only for her to stick her tongue out at me in reply. I suppose there was a slight change in our relationship ever since after I woke up from my soldier pill-induced comatose and forced to accept the fact that Hanabi had to assist me for every single little thing during that time frame. I guessed our relationship had become a little more intimate? In a sense? I mean, She had to help me with things such as cleaning my ass, and we even bathed together on more than one occasion, even if she always does it behind my back and I never turned my head to take a peek. When nudity really isn't a concern between two people anymore, it probably is natural for their relationship to be closer. Come to think about it, where are we in our relationship now? I didn't want to think about it when I was heading off to the front lines, and neither did I have the energy to think about it until very recently due to everything that had happened thus far. But now, my hand went up to touch my lips without me noticing it until I did so. She had made it very clear about what she thought about our relationship back then when she did that, although both of us continued to act as if nothing had happened when we saw each other again. I know she is very important to me, but I never once considered looking at her in such a manner because of our age. She probably doesn't have the same concerns as I do because she was raised with a very different set of cultural norms and values compared to what continues to influence me from my previous life. To her, expressing her love and accepting the possibility of starting a family at her age is normal, because such arrangements are socially acceptable in this world where there is no guarantee that you would live to see the next sunrise, because we are shinobis. But it's only fair that I give her my answer when she has already given hers. It must have taken a lot of courage for her to do that, and I cannot just act as if nothing had happened. That would be irresponsible of me and to her. I was brought out of my thoughts when a familiar pendant was being dangled right in front of me. My gaze traced the pendant upwards until I saw the culprit looking down at me with those white eyes with a hint of lilac in them, holding onto my mother's pendant and dangling them in front of me from where she had crept up to my back without me realizing. I must have really been lost in my thoughts if I didn't realize she had already finished her shower. Kept it safe for you as promised. I'm returning it to you. Right in front of me. My gaze traced the pendant upwards until I saw the culprit looking down at me with those white eyes with a hint of lilac in them, holding onto my mother's pendant and dangling them in front of me from where she had crept up to my back without me realizing. I must have really been lost in my thoughts if I didn't realize she had already finished her shower. Kept it safe for you as promised. I'm returning it to you. Suddenly, I have my answer. Keep it, it's yours now. Haku dash. It's yours now, I told her again, noting the surprised expression on her face. Keep it safe for me. Hanabi opened and closed her mouth repeatedly without a sound, obviously not knowing what to say. I remembered you said that you wanted an answer, didn't you? That's my answer. This. Wait, what kind of answer is this supposed to be? I thought this is fairly obvious, Hyuga prodigy. I know. But I mean dash. This dash. That's your answer? What kind of stupid answer is this? Yuki Haku, stop right there. Answer me. Wait up. I said wait up. Explain to me what this is. Hanabi tackled me onto my bed and I fought the urge to not groan in pain from how hard my ribs were being slammed into. She sat on me, her legs straddling my hips and not allowing me to move. You have a lot to explain, Yuki Haku. I know how important this pendant is to you. I can see the onset of a blush setting in on her face. She does know what I'm talking about, but I guess she probably just wants to hear me say it loud and clear. When there is someone who would continue to love and care for you no matter how much you push her away, when there is someone who would get angry on your behalf, when there is someone who would do all they can to bring you back when you stray down the wrong path, when there is someone who would take care of you without any complaints when you are at your most helpless without asking for anything in return, what else can you ask for? Really, what more could I ask for? Even if I were to turn my back on the entire world, she's the only person who would never turn her back on me. What else could I ask for? You want the normal version, or the super easy to understand version that even Naruto can understand? Hanabi narrowed her eyes at me in silent warning. Fine, the super easy version it is. Do you remember? Just before I head off to the front lines? I was packing my things on the floor over there dash I gestured in the direction where I remembered it happening with my free hand and a certain Hyuga prodigy stole my first kiss. Hanabi coughed as if choking on air, the blush on her face now easily visible. So with that pendant, that Hyuga prodigy now has the permission to continue to steal my second kiss, third kiss, so on and so forth. That Hyuga prodigy is also able to demand for her favorite fried dumplings whenever she wants, although I would advise eating in moderation, because overindulging in fried dumplings is unhealthy. That Hyuga prodigy demanded an answer when I returned, so here it is, even if it is a little late. Sorry for that. Hanabi remained speechless, her mouth still silently opening and closing with her face starting to turn redder than my godmother's hair, still holding my mother's pendant the entire time. Hanabi? You okay? Why yeah, she stuttered, her eyes darting about to look at anywhere else but at me. I mean, what does that make us now? This. Whatever you want us to be. And what are we supposed to be? You were the one who started this. I thought you had an answer in mind. I never thought you would really give an answer. She half screamed, half groaned, before leaning her body downward such that our faces are now centimeters apart. Yuki Haku, I swear, if you don't make your words clear dash. A cough that definitely did not originate from either of us made itself known. Our heads immediately swiveled towards the door where we heard it came from, only to have the shock of our lives when we saw who it was. The entire family is here, Hayashi, Hizashi, Niji, Hinata. Since when did they return? Weren't they part of the second wave? Oh, Tusama. When did you? We only just returned. We made good time because things went a lot smoother than we expected, so our return date got pushed forward a little, Hayashi explained, his face in its usual stoic expression before assessing us with his eyes. I was worried about Haku when I heard, but now that I see. It was then Hanabi and I both realized how compromising our positions were, with her straddling my hips with her legs where she was sitting on top of me while I'm lying on my bed. Crap, they must have misunderstood. To be fair, I would have the same misunderstanding too if I were in their shoes. Hanabi immediately jumped off me, waving her hands frantically in a desperate attempt to explain ourselves. Wait, this isn't what it looks like dash. Seems that Haku and I's road to recovery is a smooth one, Niji voiced out, that damn smirk already present on his face. I'm sure Hanabi had a hand in it, Hinata added slyly with a suggestive undertone before pulling Niji along with her. Come, Niji and I, it seems that we are intruding on something private, so let's leave them be. Remember to take things in moderation. Hizashi let out an uneasy cough before walking after Niji and Hinata with his hands behind his back, leaving Hayashi alone standing outside the door which was left ajar. Remember to use protection, Hayashi added in his usual flat voice as he made a move to close the door behind him, then paused in his actions before adding, or don't, it's fine either way, somebody has to work hard to push up the clan's birth rate. Oh Toyu-sama. We will leave you two to your own devices, but like Hizashi said, take things in moderation. Hayashi closed the door shut and left after saying his piece, leaving me and Hanabi staring at the door, speechless. Hanabi covered her face with her hands, letting out a pitiful whine at the misunderstanding that just occurred while curling her body in a poor attempt to try and hide herself from the world. I simply facepalmed. I think even they understood better than we do about what our relationship is supposed to be. Hanabi lifted up her face and glared at me for my remark, Byakugan active, but soon returned to covering her face from the embarrassment. Don't say anything, just don't say anything. This misunderstanding is really going to snowball if you choose to not say anything. For all we know, they must be thinking that we are now going to have SE dash. Hanabi whipped her head up to glare at me, daring me to say more. Glaring at me won't change anything. Hanabi visibly deflated and sighed, deactivating her Byakugan in the process. She stared at the pendant that she was holding for a few more seconds before deciding to just wear it around her neck once more. Guess that meant that she had accepted my answer. Well, this is a first for me too. I had never entered into a relationship in both my lives until now. I'm also a little lost here about what is supposed to happen next. So, you finally decided on what we are supposed to be? What does it look like to you? She hissed at me, still embarrassed from being caught red-handed by her family like that. I swear, she's really getting more and more cat-like with each passing day, especially with how she hissed at me earlier. She climbed back up onto my bed, pushing me aside so that she would have some space for herself, before pulling the blanket over her and completely hid herself under it. "That's kind of cute. Hanabi? Don't say anything. Just keep quiet and let me die from embarrassment here. Stupid Haku. You were the one who sat on me. Shoo. Just keep quiet." Huh, come to think about it, was this why you wanted me to come up with an anti-Byakugan seal? You already thought this far ahead? Yuki Haku. I thought I was supposed to be the sneaky one out of us too. Hanabi poked her head out of the covers, glaring at me in a silent warning to keep my mouth shut. I thought you were supposed to be the quieter one. That's what I thought too, until you decided to become an ostrich and hide under the blanket. I'm not an ostrich, Hanabi protested, but stopped after seeing the look on my face that her protest probably was not convincing in the slightest. Arf! Pulling at the blanket isn't going to solve anything. Hanabi's hands lashed out, grabbing onto my shirt and pulling me down such that I am now lying down on the bed beside her, then pulled the blankets over us such that it covered us both entirely. Hanabi. She surprised me once again when she suddenly reached forward and pressed her lips to mine for one short second before separating herself from me. Happy? Now keep quiet. She then proceeded to hug me, burying her face into my chest and determined to not raise her head and look at me no matter what I did or said. This is new, definitely a side to her that I had never seen before. I gently wrapped my arms around her, resting my chin on the top of her head, my ears listening to her breathing and my nose taking in her scent. I can get used to this change in my life. Iwa, Kumo, and Konoha had all withdrew their troops at the borders by the time the month was over, signaling the close to the conflict which had nearly blown up into a fourth shinobi world war. A mass mourning was held in the village for those who had given up their lives, which was attended by everyone who was able to attend and hosted by the Hokage himself. Still can't believe Ka-chan is gone to Bayo. Naruto mumbled, slumped across the table in my room and idly fiddled with Kushina's headband that I had taken back with me from the battlefield and given it to Naruto. We had just returned from the mass mourning, still dressed in black. This isn't the first time Naruto came to find me after learning that her mother was killed in battle, and thankfully, she's adjusting well. The ANBU guards keeping watch over Naruto and Hanabi were also relieved of their duties since there isn't a need to any longer. Naruto would be sticking close to her father most of the time while Hanabi would be safe with me and also under her clan's watchful gaze. I've recovered enough for the doctors to clear me as combat fit, although it might take slightly longer to recover and regain my full fighting capabilities. Until then, the only thing I can do is to rest and recuperate. You can't keep moping forever. She believes you will be Hokage one day and you can't do that by slumping over the table. I know, but I want Ka-chan to be there to see me with the hat, you know? Fucking Iwa. Naruto let out a silent curse before sitting right back up to her full height. But at least that big-nosed geezer is not the Tsuchikage anymore. Serves him right. News came in not long after the ceasefire that Han suddenly went berserk and transformed right in the center of the village the moment Inoki returned back to Iwa. The end result was that Iwa suffered significant casualties and structural damage to the village from Han's sudden rampage, and Inoki, having no choice left, was forced to put Han down. From what I heard from Naruto, who had eavesdropped on her father in his office, Inoki was unfortunately still alive, but suffered injuries that were severe enough to force him into retirement and pass on his position to somebody else. The higher-ups in Konoha believe the person that is most likely to succeed Inoki will be his son, Kitsuchi, but this bears further investigation until we could verify our speculations. I do have my own thoughts and suspicions, because Hanabi did tell me of the 4-tomo Sharingan pattern she spotted in Nagobi's eyes when Han tried destroying Konoha the same way Yujito attempted it. That had to be the work of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the only Mangekyo pattern I could recall that also has 4-tomo is Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan. I know for a fact that he exists because he was mentioned by the Uchihas when I was at the front lines, even if I never met Shursui before. My godfather must have placed Shursui in the village as a countermeasure in the case where another tailed beast was to somehow lay siege on the village. Results had proved that this was great foresight on his part. From what Hanabi told me, it's also probably safe to assume that Shursui is currently part of ANBU because it was the ANBU who suppressed Han and the Gobi while Dan faced off the bulk of the invading forces that resulted in his subsequent demise. I wasn't expecting Dan to die though. Konoha had lost too many S-rank shinobis ever since the invasion during the Chunin exams. The only consolation Konoha had was that IWA and Kumo didn't get off with just a slap on the wrist either. Kumo lost one of their tailed beasts to Konoha, and was wrecked by the combined might of 4 reanimated Hokages, with most of their secrets stolen by yours truly together with their precious pot that now belongs to Konoha as well. IWA was forced to retire their Tsuchikage and the only current user of their famed dust release after one of their Jinchurikis suddenly went berserk for seemingly no reason and no way for them to conduct further investigation. If this was truly Shursui's work, then it really was a masterpiece. Like this, IWA is also now short of a Jinchuriki until the Gobi reforms itself, wherever and whenever that may be. I cannot help but frown a little at the implication of Han's death. I've not heard anything about them till now, but is Akatsuki still a thing here? They probably are, but the fact that I heard neither hide nor hair about them despite having close ties to several people high up in the village's chain of command is worrying too. Either they hid themselves from the world too darn well, or they really don't exist. My understanding of this world had already been shot to hell and back when I first met Hanabi and Kiri anyway. I wouldn't be surprised even if the latter were the case. Either way, Han's death can only be good for us. If Akatsuki is still a thing here, it would mean that their plans would have no choice but be delayed for a few more years, just enough time for Hanabi and Naruto to grow stronger and hopefully reach S rank by then. I should also invent more ways to kill Jinchurikis while I'm at it. If I could kill either Rashi or B within the time the Gobi was being reformed, it would only force Akatsuki to push their plans back even further. This would buy more time for Naruto and Hanabi to grow into their strengths until they can stand up to these S-rank threats. Yeah, sounds like a good idea no matter how I look at it. I really should look into ways to invent anti-Jinchuriki techniques. Hayaten Hayakaso is good and all, but its drawback is that it takes too much time to prepare and is more of an anti-unit jutsu rather than an anti-personnel one. If I wish to go toe-to-toe against a Jinchuriki, I would need my jutsus to be anti-personnel focused. Say, Haku and I. Yeah? Did you and Hanabi really? You know. Naruto made the mature motion of turning one of her hands into a fist, with only the index finger pointing upward stiff and straight while the other hand formed a ring shape. Then, to my clear disgust, put that index finger into said ring shape and did a suggestive motion of pushing and pulling back and forth. The message couldn't have been clearer. Contrary to popular belief, no, we did not. Oh come on, Haku and I, there's no need to be shy. Hanabi-chan's really pretty after all and you two had been glued to each other for ages dash. Who told you? Hinata, or Niji? I'm not supposed to say dash. Then I will just assume the culprit to be Niji. Haku and I, that's not the point here. I mean, everyone's running a bet on whether you two really did it or not dash. Everyone? Naruto immediately covered her mouth with her hands when she realized she had let slip something which she shouldn't have, still trying to blink her eyes innocently to try and salvage the situation and convince me that I hadn't heard what I just heard. So everyone now knows? Our entire batch? The rookie 15? Including the senseis. Naruto winced. And Two-san. And people like Rin-san. I think even people like Itachi and I might also. Hyuga Niji, you are dead. You didn't hear this from me? Does it really matter at this point? I sighed and tiredly dragged a palm across my face. Great, now the whole world would have thought that Hanabi and I had sex. For crying out loud, she's only 12. Okay, fine, she's turning 13 soon, but why would people in this world think it's normal and acceptable for children to start having sex at 12, shinobi or not? Right, I should not try to understand their views using the values I retained from my previous life. I would never reach an understanding otherwise. New world, new norms to follow. Been trying and struggling and then failing to do that ever since I was reborn into this messed up world. The brief moment of silence was broken by Naruto. So did you and Hanabi-chan really dash? No. Oh, Naruto wisely dropped the topic after hearing my answer, but I'm pretty sure I heard her muttering damn I lost the bet to Bayo under her breath. Seriously? It has to be Niji who spread that gossip because I couldn't imagine Hinata doing so. It has to be him. This time, he wouldn't be let off so easily. Being coated in pink glitter is going to be the least of his worries. He better believe it. Chapter 35 Future Direction. Outcome I want to see for this mission. Any questions? No, Hokage-sama. Then you are dismissed. The small team of ANBU flickered out of view and Namake's Minato finally got a chance to take a quick break. He leaned back against the backrest of his chair, closed his eyes, and massaged his temples with his knuckle. Finally, things are starting to go right back on track. It's been more than a month since the ceasefire was forced upon the three villages, more than a month since he lost his wife, friends, and fellow comrades in the war they never asked to be a part of. It still hurts sometimes to wake up and turn to the other side of the bed only to find that all that greets him was an empty space. It still hurts sometimes, when he finally made some time for his daughter in his already busy schedule only to find her silently weeping for her mother behind his back because she does not want him to worry over her. But they are shinobis, and shinobis endure. They will recover one day, someday. He opened his eyes once more and began to mentally sort out the outstanding tasks he has to complete one way or another in order of their priority. There were certain things that he had put off doing because there wasn't an urgent need, but since things had started to settle down now is as good a time as any to get them done. It's about time he starts to make arrangements for Haku. He only had the time to make 2 visits after he returned to the village, but last he heard, Haku was making good progress on his recovery, both physically and mentally. The strain and damage he had placed on his chakra pathways could have backfired in the worst possible way if it wasn't handled well, so he was grateful that he had managed to make a full recovery. He was also worried how Kushina's death would affect his psyche, but in the end Haku was the one who helped Naruto get over her grief just like the older brother he and Kushina hoped he would be to Naruto. The edge of his lips curled a little when he recalled that tidbit of gossip his daughter had excitedly revealed not long ago, that gossip which resulted in the creation of a somewhat decently sized betting pool among people who knew them. He knew that Naruto lost the bet, which was a given since she had bet on the same side as the Slug Princess. His thoughts then wander over to the plans he has for not just his children, but also their friends within their generation who are steadily proving to grow into the shinobis the village had hoped they would become. From the Chunin exams to the invasion and subsequently the recent conflict, each and every one of them showed potential in various shapes and forms. This batch of shinobis is one of the brightest batches of shinobis the village has come across. The last batch of shinobis that shone as bright as them were Kakashi's batch. Among the current batch of Genins, there is no denying that Haku and Hanabi are the ones who currently shine the brightest. They were the ones who stole the show during the 3rd stage of the exams, with Haku displaying how he easily suppressed a Jinchuriki with his bloodline and how Hanabi recreated a fire-natured version of Ai's signature technique. Yes, they had received help for them to get to where they are today, but the fact that they succeeded already spoke volumes about their potential. Haku's contributions to the war efforts aside, Hanabi's achievements were also spectacular in her own right. There were very few Jinchurikis who were turned into one beyond the age of 5 throughout the history of shinobis, and with good reason too, very few managed to live long enough to grow into a proper shinobi when it happened. There is a very good reason why Jinchurikis are made when they are young, because at that stage of their lives their bodies are still malleable and thus, able to better adapt to the forced insertion of a foreign chakra source as humongous as a tailed beast. After 5 years of age, the human body doesn't adapt very well to the introduction of a tailed beast being sealed inside and would often result in the vessel's death. The fact that Hanabi not only managed to survive, but actually was capable of regaining her original level of chakra control not long after turning into a Jinchuriki was nothing short of a miracle. She didn't just stop there, but instead went on to show herself capable of fighting in one-tailed mode for a short period of time according to Shirsui's reports, and she is still improving. Just what made her so different from many other previous Jinchuriki candidates who shared the same circumstances but failed? Is it because of her heritage as a Hyuga? If so, does it mean that other than the Uzumaki clan, the Hyuga clan could potentially be another source of Jinchuriki candidates for the village, or is Hanabi simply an anomaly? Too many questions, too little answers. Minato steered his mind away from the topic of Jinchurikis when he realized he had digressed from his original train of thought. Right, the arrangement of the future of the generation of shinobis which Naruto belongs to. Their field performance shown during the invasion and the recent war had proved that they all exhibited qualities expected of a Chunin. Not only that, the war had also taken a toll on their forces and there's an urgent need to fill up the missing ranks. A promotion for them is long overdue. Haku and Hanabi, however. Hanabi is a Jinchuriki. She had proved herself capable of slaying Jonins if she entered into her one-tailed state, even if currently, she cannot maintain it for long. She is a genius in chakra control and her latent talent with fire-natured chakra manipulation had put even Obito to shame. Combat skills-wise, she is almost there, but similar to Naruto, they both need time to mature and grow even further before he would find it satisfactory to award them the rank of Jonin. Decision made, Minato concluded that their Jinchurikis would be passed over for the promotion to Jonin. His mind then went over to the last candidate. Haku can now easily hold his ground against any ordinary rank and file Jonin, that much Minato is certain, but a Jonin is not only expected to excel in combat, he or she would be expected to lead, and that is a very different ballgame from the combat skills expected from a shinobi. Haku may have the strength of a Jonin but ultimately lacks the field experience to effectively command shinobis as a leader due to his young age. That needs to be rectified so that Haku would be able to wear that Jonin rank without anybody being able to argue about the legitimacy of his given rank. The brightest. They were the ones who stole the show during the third stage of the exams, with Haku displaying how he easily suppressed a Jinchuriki with his bloodline and how Hanabi recreated a fire-natured version of I's signature technique. Yes, they had received help for them to get to where they are today, but the fact that they succeeded already spoke volumes about their potential. Haku's contributions to the war efforts aside, Hanabi's achievements were also spectacular in her own right. There were very few Jinchurikis who were turned into one beyond the age of 5 throughout the history of shinobis, and with good reason too, very few managed to live long enough to grow into a proper shinobi when it happened. There is a very good reason why Jinchurikis are made when they are young, because at that stage of their lives their bodies are still malleable and thus, able to better adapt to the forced insertion of a foreign chakra source as humongous as a tailed beast. After 5 years of age, the human body doesn't adapt very well to the introduction of a tailed beast being sealed inside and would often result in the vessel's death. The fact that Hanabi not only managed to survive, but actually was capable of regaining her original level of chakra control not long after turning into a Jinchuriki was nothing short of a miracle. She didn't just stop there, but instead went on to show herself capable of fighting in one-tailed mode for a short period of time according to Shirsui's reports, and she is still improving. Just what made her so different from many other previous Jinchuriki candidates who shared the same circumstances but failed? Is it because of her heritage as a Hyuga? If so, does it mean that other than the Uzumaki clan, the Hyuga clan could potentially be another source of Jinchuriki candidates for the village, or is Hanabi simply an anomaly? Too many questions, too little answers. Minato steered his mind away from the topic of Jinchurikis when he realized he had digressed from his original train of thought. Right, the arrangement of the future of the generation of shinobis which Naruto belongs to. Their field performance shown during the invasion and the recent war had proved that they all exhibited qualities expected of a Chunin. Not only that, the war had also taken a toll on their forces and there's an urgent need to fill up the missing ranks. A promotion for them is long overdue. Haku and Hanabi, however. Hanabi is a Jinchuriki. She had proved herself capable of slaying Jonins if she entered into her one-tailed state, even if currently, she cannot maintain it for long. She is a genius in chakra control and her latent talent with fire-natured chakra manipulation had put even Obito to shame. Combat skills-wise, she is almost there, but similar to Naruto, they both need time to mature and grow even further before he would find it satisfactory to award them the rank of Jonin. Decision made, Minato concluded that their Jinchurikis would be passed over for the promotion to Jonin. His mind then went over to the last candidate. Haku can now easily hold his ground against any ordinary rank and file Jonin, that much Minato is certain, but a Jonin is not only expected to excel in combat, he or she would be expected to lead, and that is a very different ballgame from the combat skills expected from a shinobi. Haku may have the strength of a Jonin but ultimately lacks the field experience to effectively command shinobis as a leader due to his young age. That needs to be rectified so that Haku would be able to wear that Jonin rank without anybody being able to argue about the legitimacy of his given rank. However, at the same time Minato is certain that promoting Haku to be a mere Chunin would be a waste of talent. He of all people is aware that Haku possesses leadership skills that far surpasses the level of Chunin. In fact, Obito had said that Haku was usually the one leading Team 13 whenever he's not around, with Sai and Hanabi naturally deferring to him for instructions when things get dire. There comes the dilemma. Haku is too good to be a Chunin, but probably not yet ready to be thrust into the leadership position of a Jonin right away. There's also the fact that Konoha only managed to force Kumo to retreat because of Haku's intervention through the use of Edo Tensei. That is not a fact that the village knows. That knowledge was being restricted to the members within the village's war council, but there's no guarantee that word about this wouldn't get out from Kumo's end, so he was contemplating if he should release that fact to the village, hoping that Haku's contributions in the war efforts would be of help to get him accepted by the populace. Haku's contributions cannot be ignored, but that is assuming that Haku doesn't mind the attention. That's right, attention. Haku is starting to attract attention of all kinds ever since the Chunin exams, and not all of them are good ones. It may be better for him to lay low for the moment until things blow over. Minato already had a preferred arrangement in mind, but maybe he should discuss things with him before coming to a decision. It's been a while since he last talked to his godson, and he has some time to spare now anyway. He gave one of the ANBU bodyguards hiding nearby the instruction to send for Haku and waited, taking this opportunity to catch a breather from his never-ending work. He didn't wait for long. A familiar thin pace of ice soon manifested in the center of the room and Haku emerged from it. "You called? Are you sure you have recovered enough to be using jutsus?" Minato asked, knowing that Haku was forbidden from molding chakra or using jutsus for an extended period of time, but unsure of how long the doctor's orders were supposed to last. "Ring cleared me just yesterday," Haku explained. "While I love to chit-chat with you, something tells me that you called me over for official matters." Straight into the point as always. "It's about your future." Minato came clean, knowing that his godson prefers for things to be done in a direct and straightforward manner, and gestured for Haku to take a seat opposite him. "I am contemplating on promoting your entire batch of Genins, the rookie 15, to a minimum of Chunin." "I wasn't aware I had enough influence to affect my friend's promotion," Haku replied with slight amusement lacing his voice. "No, you don't," Minato chuckled. "This is regarding your promotion. I'm thinking of promoting you to Special Jonin," and when he saw that Haku was about to make a reply, held out a hand to get him to pause. "Just hear me out first, then I will do the same for you." Seeing that Haku was ready to listen, Minato continued. "Combat skills-wise, there is no denying that you are Jonin level in strength. Who knows, maybe you could already start to go toe-to-toe with Obito and Kakashi if you play your cards right. Still, I'm sure that you are already aware, being a Jonin is more than just having powerful combat skills as a shinobi. Kushina and I explained that to you before." Minato's left index finger idly tapped on the surface of his wooden office table, his eyes looking into Haku's. "Do you think you are ready to lead a team of shinobis as a Jonin if I give you the rank right now?" Haku took some time to think, but soon arrived at his answer. "I could try, but no, I'm not confident enough to lead a group of shinobis as a Jonin right now and guarantee the success of whatever mission I will be sent on as one. I don't know what will be expected of me, simply because I don't have the experience needed." That's the same conclusion Minato arrived at as well. He took out the latest bingo book one of his ANBU teams had swiped from Kumo, the newest version which was updated shortly after the ceasefire. Minato easily found and turned to a certain bookmark page, flipped the book around, and pushed it over to his godson across the table's surface for him to take a look. Haku took one look at his entry in the bingo book, and his only reaction was the slight raise of his eyebrows. How does it feel to have your bounty raised to 50 million ryo? I'm flattered. Last I checked, Asuma-sensei's was only around 35 million. Obito and Kakashi-sensei's were about 70 or 80 million. I think it's safe to say that I at least had the knowledge, or suspected that you were responsible for the damage done to his village. We weren't very thorough in disposing of the witnesses, and it says here Minato's index finger tapped on a specific sentence written in Haku's bingo book entry that you are suspected to be capable of using Edo Tensei at a level where you were reanimated for Hokages, because you were seen with them. So the whole world is now out to get me, is that what you are saying? To put it simply, yes. The Edo Tensei was widely feared when the Nidain was still in office, and I'd imagine the same fear persists even till now, especially when you just used it to raise Kumo. That, combined with your skills to potentially suppress a tailed beast, having enough knowledge in Fuinjutsu to create a Jinchuriki, and what you displayed in the invasion and at the front lines, made you a very high-level S-rank threat to Kumo, and that is bound to attract attention from the shinobi world. IWA had already followed their example and listed you in their newest version of the bingo book as well. Also S-rank, just with a lower bounty. You want me to lay low? That is my wish, Minato agreed, but at the same time I don't want your growth to be stunted because of whatever funny businesses Kumo is getting up to. I already have an arrangement in mind that I prefer you to embark on, but I won't force you if you don't want to. Minato looked up to face Haku. I want you to join ANBU. Umbu? Haku parroted, but soon caught on. I see now what you mean by wanting me to lay low but not stunting my growth. ANBU works in the shadows, so I will be off the grid, but still continuing with my shinobi duties while gaining the field experience I'm lacking. I don't know how much or how little you know about ANBU, so I will just make things clear first. Most of the missions that the ANBU are involved in, it's not going to be pretty. Not many come out without being a little mentally unhinged in some way or another, and most ANBU adopt some form of coping mechanism eventually. It's just a matter of how healthy that mechanism is, be it reading porn in public to becoming a habitual smoker or indulging in other more vile vices. Trust me, I've seen many things from the ANBU. Minato made a slight lean forward, hoping to drive the point across loud and clear. Now, I'm giving you this choice to say no to my arrangement because I know just how much you dislike the life of a shinobi. That said, if you do agree, I do not wish to see a repeat of what happened after you were forced to turn Hanabi into a Jinchuriki. I can understand if you found the ANBU life too mentally taxing after being exposed to it for a short while, because that is entirely normal due to the nature of the work done by the ANBU. If things get too heavy to handle, you can always confide in me, to your ANBU captain, your ANBU team members, or even people outside ANBU like Obito and Hanabi, on the premise that you will not be sharing confidential information. We will always be here for you. I want you to remember that. Minato took a brief pause to ensure that his words had sunk in before continuing. But, I cannot accept you bottling all your emotions and thoughts, let it stew at the back of your mind, and then everything suddenly explodes in one big eruption without any warning. I'm saying this not just as your Hokage, but also your godfather. If you think you cannot handle the work in ANBU, sound out immediately. I'm giving you a choice to say no to joining ANBU, because I want you to understand that you have to be responsible for your actions. Being responsible for their own actions is something I expect from any of my shinobis who are placed in a leadership position, and I am grooming you to eventually take a leadership position in this village when it is your generation's turn to take the helm. You are bright, Haku. You are someone who I believe will easily become a League Jonin and eventually reach the level of a Kage in both mind and body. That is something I truly believe and expect out of you. But I also need you to realize and understand that when you eventually take a leadership role, there are some things that you have to be responsible for, and turning suicidal is not going to be an acceptable answer. I know you will be ready someday. I just want to know if you think you are ready now, or if you prefer to wait for a little longer. Haku actually took some time to think, which was a good sign, because this means that he really was taking his words seriously and was mulling it over. Minato would respect whatever choices Haku would make, but he does need to start helping Haku realize the responsibilities that comes with being a leader. This is an unavoidable lesson that will arrive eventually, and if so, Minato prefers to be the one delivering this lesson, especially when they now have the time to spare and wait if Haku thinks that he is not yet ready. If they are still at war, then Haku might not have such a luxury because there wouldn't be a choice for anyone and everyone. I will join ANBU. You don't need to give me a reply right now. You still have time to think about it. I still cannot understand the world sometimes, but I have made my peace. Like you said, you are trying to groom me into a leader, and if this is going to be unavoidable, I might as well start as early as possible so that I will have the time to grow into it. Besides, I did make a promise with Hanabi. Whatever happened back then, it won't happen again, I promise. If I really am unable to adapt to the ANBU lifestyle, I will let you know before I reach my breaking point. Are you really sure about your decision? You won't recommend me to join them if you think I'm unsuited for it. I trust your judgment, Haku replied. I admit that I have my own reasons as well. Remember when we talk about peace? Minato nodded his head. I believe that your version of peace is still possible, but that said, it's still stuck at the conceptual stage, nothing more than a mere belief. I want to go out to see the world. I need to see and confirm for myself if that is indeed feasible, if it really could be applied in practice, and I will never know if I never go out to see the world. Whatever answer I may arrive at after seeing the world, I will accept it, even if it debunks the notion that I am currently believing in, because at least I had observed the world and arrived at my answer. That is better than staying in the village and becoming nothing more than a frog at the bottom of the well. Minato let a faint smile show. The answer he received was much better than what he initially expected. Are you seeing this, Kushina? Our children are growing up, and they are growing up spectacularly. Has Rin cleared you for active duty? If you are talking about me returning to my full fighting strength, that will still take a little longer. If it's just a usual spar or a non-combat mission, I will be fine. It really depends on how strenuous a mission you would have me go on right from the get-go. Good, Minato nodded in acknowledgement before pressing a finger on a specific seal inked on his office table that only showed itself when activated. An ANBU arrived a few minutes later, kneeling down in front of his Hokage and awaiting his instructions. You may rise, Monkey. Haku, this is Monkey, the captain of Team Omi. Monkey, I'm sure you already heard about Haku, he will be joining your team starting from today. He will replace Hamster. Monkey's control over his body language was laudable, but Minato could still tell that Monkey was surprised at the arrangement. Team Omi was slated to have a replacement member anyway ever since Hamster was killed in the line of duty in the recent conflict. Haku's addition will not only solve that problem, but round out the team's skill sets nicely. Technically, Haku is still supposed to be on medical rest, so don't run him through anything that is overly strenuous just yet. When does your team's rotation start again? Next week, Hokage-sama. Then take this week to introduce Haku to the basics of ANBU and familiarize himself with the organization's workings. You can forego placing him through the ANBU recruit training since it will just be a waste of time for everyone. See if you can help him mesh into the team within a week because I might have to send your team out on missions again then. Questions? Monkey shook his head. Minato looked at Haku, who gave the same response. Then you both are dismissed, Minato said before turning to Haku. I will send a runner to the Hyuga compound so people will not start to worry about your sudden disappearance. In the meantime, try to get along with your new team. I'm not that antisocial. Minato uncharacteristically snorted in response. Could have fooled me. This is one of many secret entrances to the ANBU headquarters. We have several bases scattered throughout the village, but you can consider this place as the nexus of all ANBU operations in the village. I would bring you along for a visit to our other bases sometime soon, but for now, try to familiarize yourself with this place as much as you can. Monkey brought me to a location hidden right behind the Hokage monument as soon as we were dismissed from the Hokage office, but not before somehow finding a spare blank mask from somewhere and instructing me to wear it over my face and to also disguise my current attire into an ANBU standard issued one with a hinge. The entrance to the ANBU headquarters is very cleverly hidden with a mixture of high-level ninjutsu maintained by an extremely complex array of seals, to the extent that even my godparents cannot easily unravel it at a moment's notice. My guess is that this seal array was put into place a long time ago by someone from the Uzumaki clan, because they are known for their expertise in seals, and I spotted a few Uzumaki seals in the brief moment the seal array appeared when Monkey had the entrance showed itself after going through of hand seals. Have you memorized the hand seals? Good, let's go in. What lies after the entrance is a long passageway inwards with numerous other paths forking out from the main path, creating an extensive network that extends into the Hokage monument and also underground. The first thing Monkey did was to lead me to the ANBU logistics department to get me the basic gear I would need. New recruit, Monkey? Don't think I'd seen him before. Hello, Duck. Need him outfitted with the standard gear, you know the drill, Monkey replied as he took out a token and passed it over to the ANBU on duty at the storeroom. The token was what my godfather had handed over to him before we were dismissed. I get it. The ANBU doing his duty at the storeroom was obviously an old man, his identity hidden by the duck mask he wore on his face. He soon returned with what I needed after taking the necessary measurements. Mask, outfit, flak jacket, and tanto. Sign your name here and here. No, not you, boy, I mean your captain, and don't sign your real name here. Don't think I didn't notice that slip up. Use your code name. Monkey, did you not teach him anything about ANBU? He's a last-minute addition, quite literally. I'm teaching him as we go along, Monkey shrugged before pointing towards a nearby room. That's the changing room. Change into your new outfit, I will be waiting for you here. I did as I was told, still a little unused to the familiar weight of a tanto resting on my back after changing into the newly issued ANBU gear. It's well known that the tanto is a standard issued weapon for all ANBU members, which would mean that I would be expected to be able to use it with a certain level of proficiency as soon as possible. I sealed my original clothing into a spare scroll I brought along in my weapon pouch before looking at the last object I have to wear on my face. I could easily tell what my new codename would be from the pattern drawn on my ANBU mask. Rabbit. Looks good on you, young man. Duck gave a hearty laugh the moment I emerged from the changing room. Or should I say, Rabbit? Wait, Monkey, have you registered him as an official ANBU? Rabbit joined ANBU on the direct orders of the Hokage. What do you think? I think you may have said too much. I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear any of that, Duck casually waved Monkey off. Go on, don't let me delay whatever it is you are supposed to do. See you next time, Duck. Monkey bid his farewell as well and we left, with Monkey taking the lead as I followed him around and tried my best to remember the layout of the place as much as I could. This place was obviously designed to make it easy for people to lose their way if they are not familiar with the place. It is probably some sort of preventive measure. Duck is in charge of logistics, not because he's a bad fighter, but because he requested for the position, saying that he prefers a less taxing job now that he's getting on in his years. He may be old, but don't let that fool you. Some say he's been around since the Third War, some say he was already here during the Second War. In any case, there's no doubt that he's been here for a long time and very few lasted that long in ANBU as Duck did, and usually such people are the ones that you need to watch out for if they ever become your enemy. Beware the elderly, for there's a reason why they managed to live this long. I recited the saying I was taught in the academy and Monkey nodded his head in agreement. If you ever need something from logistics, Duck is the man you go to if you want to get things done faster without going through too much paperwork. Monkey imparted his personal experience to me as we continued to navigate through the seemingly endless twists and turns, with him briefly introducing me to key areas of interest I should be aware of if we passed by them. Soon, we arrived at a room with a label titled Team Ami nailed on the front door. This is our team's living quarters, a place solely for our use. Nobody other than us is allowed to enter and use it. It is our home in ANBU, and it will be your home too. Welcome to Team Omi, Rabbit. Monkey opened the door, and what greeted me beyond it was a spacious room with a few other smaller rooms built within, although I would say the place looked a little dull. There were already people inside, people who I knew would be the fellow ANBU I would be working with for the foreseeable future now that I had chosen this path. I wasn't lying when I told my godfather that I wanted the chance to go beyond the village's walls to see the world. Questions have been piling up inside my mind ever since the invasion, where I discovered an increasing number of inconsistencies from my foreknowledge. I don't know what answer I will arrive at, but I do know that I have to at least attempt to find an answer. ANBU is as good a start as any. That's what you called us here for. A new recruit? There were 3 other people in total within the room, each of them already decked out in full ANBU attire, of which 2 of them are men and 1 of them a lady. Including the captain and I, it would make us a 5-man team. Yes, meet Rabbit, Monkey affirmed while closing the door behind us. His case is a little special, but I can vouch for his abilities. We just need to get him up to speed with how we do things here and familiarize him with the standard ANBU protocols. Standard protocols? Don't they teach those during the recruit training? The ANBU with the lizard mask asked curiously while looking at me. I simply shook my head. I joined on direct orders from the Hokage just less than half an hour ago. I wasn't expecting to join ANBU when I woke up this morning. He told me that I'm exempt from the training. Well, I'll be damned. Lizard let out a low whistle while the other male ANBU beside him, an ANBU with what I think is wearing a hedgehog mask, let out a few uncontrollable coughs. I'm almost certain about his identity because I've met him before and I recognize his chakra signature. In fact, we even fought side by side for a very short while back then. You are the proctor from the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams. The sensing ability I invented shortly after the invasion with the Mindscape training technique is probably one of the best non-offensive techniques I had invented. It outshines many other commonly known sensing techniques in terms of scale and accuracy, and is also unique because it can only be used by people like me, people with mastery over water to the point of being capable of controlling water vapor, something that is always present as long as there is presence of life. I knew I struck the jackpot when Hedgehog looked in my direction, his body language subtle but still enough to convey his shock. His cough was another giveaway too. You and your damn cough, told you to get your health checked, Lizard grumbled while elbowing Hedgehog, who I now know has to be Gecko Hey. How did you know? Monkey asked me. I'm a sensor, I replied, and the way I conduct my sensing is a little different from most. For one, it relies heavily on the presence of water, or to be more specific, water vapor, to sense people's chakra, but I prefer if this information stays within this room. Basically, the higher the humidity in the area, the more accurately I can sense. From this, I can figure out certain things too, like how Rat is most likely an Uchiha. That's actually correct, Rat applauded, the only female ANBU within our team. I can see why Hokage-sama sent him here. He's just what we need right now, a sensor. Sensor? More like a heavy hitter, Monkey snorted as he reached out for his mask with his right hand, detaching it and removing it from his face. Alright, masks off, it's time we introduce ourselves. Monkey is a huge man with an imposing presence to begin with. With the mask off his face, even more so because of his stern look. He has short spiky brown hair with sideburns, with brown eyes, thick eyebrows, and a strong jaw. He should be in his late 30s by my estimate. In ANBU, there are only a few situations where we are allowed to take our masks off while on duty. When we have to eat or drink, when we are ordered to by our captain, the Hokage or the ANBU commander, or when we are within our team's room. Right here, this room serves as the place where we have our team briefings, to change our attire, and to rest. When you step out of this room, your mask will have to be worn on your face at all times. That is the basic rule we have here. Monkey then introduced himself. I will be your captain during your stay in Team Omi. On duty, I'm Monkey. Off duty, I'm Ro. I'm not the strongest in terms of combat ability within the team, but my specialty is chakra disguise and suppression. This is because Team Omi is a team specializing in espionage and assassination, which was why I'm appointed as its captain. Hey 8, you are up next. It's nice to see you again, Haku. Well, maybe I had coughed a little too much. Hey 8 introduced himself with a faint smile. You already know my name, so I will skip that. I'm the close combat specialist here, cough, and if we ever have to do a frontal assault, chances are that I will be the cough one doing it. Hey 8 pointed to the katana slung on his back as he said that, which is the main visible difference from the rest of us in terms of the gear we were equipped with. I can go next. Yo, Sarutobi Tomio here. Lizard is the name you call me by when I'm wearing the mask. I'm the medic, so if you need some patching up, I'm the guy you go to. Or if you ever need to light a fire. He's the matchstick of the team. Shut up, you sickly bastard. Ignoring the duo's bickering, our attention was turned to the last member of the team, Rat. Uchiha Izumi, trap specialist. I heard a thing or two about you from Itachi and Sasuke, the woman who I now identified as Uchiha Izumi and who I remembered from my foreknowledge to be Itachi's sweetheart, gave me a pleasant smile as she introduced herself. Just between the two of us, I was also on the team guarding your little girlfriend not too long ago. Her fire jutsus are honestly impressive given that she only started learning it a few months ago. Yuki Haku, I introduce myself now that everyone else had their turn. I specialize in ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. I don't know what kind of things you have heard about me, be it the good or bad ones, but let's just get along. Wait, you are that Yuki Haku? Tomiya asked in surprise, and I nodded in confirmation. Damn, no wonder the captain said you are a heavy hitter. I wasn't there to see it, but I more or less heard what you had done to the Nibi and the Hachibi, and Hokage-sama decided to put someone like you in an espionage and assassination team instead of a heavy assault team? He decided that it's best that I lay low for the time being. I've been attracting too much attention lately, it seems, and not of the good kind. So here you are. Okay, I get it. Now that the introductions are out of the way, we need to get him inked. Ro interrupted the conversation as he brought out what I immediately identified as a set of fuinjutsu tools. Haku, your left shoulder please. An ANBU's standard attire is a sleeveless one, which makes it easy for Ro to ink the seal on my left shoulder. The seal's purpose is not just to identify us as ANBU, it also acts as our identification to several places within the village that other people would not be able to access otherwise. It also acts as a method for our commanders to contact us, like how Ro had called for the team to assemble in the team's meeting room without me finding out when or how, or when the Hokage called for them to gather in his office. The last function of the seal is the one that we hope to never trigger, but nevertheless equally important. If an ANBU was killed in the line of duty and bringing the corpse back is not an option, then the seal can be activated either by the user themselves before they breathe their last, or by their comrade after the user died, to immediately burn the body to ash within seconds. To me, all I see is a seal work on the level of a masterpiece. It's not easy to create a seal with so many sophisticated functions that can be easily replicated by somebody else who can copy its design. Ro is obviously not proficient with seals, only possessing adequate knowledge to be able to ink the ANBU seal on me, but yet is able to correctly ink this seal on me after being taught of its design. Building on the assumption that the seal in question is an original seal, there are two different approaches in which fuinjutsu users take in deciding whether a seal should be considered a masterpiece. The first category is the one where seals like my godfather's Flying Thunder God falls under, complex seals that cannot be easily replicated and understood, with its true design locked under so much protection that trying to unravel it in its entirety is close to being an impossible endeavor. The second category is the one where seals like the ANBU seal Ro is inking on me belong to. Seals like these also have extremely complex designs, but they can be easily copied and redrawn by anyone with a decent understanding of fuinjutsu. However, that does not mean that the seal can be easily replicated. If I have to use an analogy from my previous life to explain it, seals like these are like zip folders that are protected with passwords. Anybody can copy and paste the zip folders wherever and whenever they want to, as many times as they like, but there's no way you can understand what's inside the folder without knowing the password. The ANBU seal is truly a masterpiece. Let's test this out. Can you feel it? Ro asked, and I nodded, having felt that slight burning sensation on my left shoulder. This means to immediately gather right here in this room. 2 sharp pulses means the ANBU commander's office, and 3 pulses mean the Hokage's office. I don't think I need to say this because this is common sense, but I will still do so as part of your initiation into ANBU. Your ANBU identity is to be hidden from as many people as possible. I understand if people you are close to find out about it eventually, like your family, for instance, but impress on them about the need for secrecy if they do find out. Leaking an ANBU's identity is a punishable offense, and the punishments are not light. Captain, he lives with the Hyuga clan. You know, all-seeing eyes? Tomiya quipped. I know, but this is a mandatory speech I have to give as captain. I am obliged to inform him. Ro rolled his eyes before gesturing to Hay-8. Meanwhile, starting tomorrow you will take lessons from Hay-8 every morning from 6 a.m. till 8 a.m. until our team is back on rotation. I'm sure you were not taught how to use a blade, so use this time to try and catch up. I'm not expecting you to be an expert, but I do expect you to be able to hold your own in a Kenjutsu match. After which, we will have team exercises from 9 a.m. onwards to get us to familiarize with each other's styles. How early we knock off each day depends on how fast our progress is. Oh come on, and I thought I finally have the time to have a date with my girlfriend. Ro's response to Hay-8's remark is pretty much heartless. Suck it up, we are ANBU. Chapter 36 Deployment. The moment the basic introductions were done, Ro had pulled me aside to remind me of certain things. It's common knowledge that an ANBU's identity is not to be revealed to anyone under any circumstances, barring close friends and family if they ever found out about it themselves. To anyone outside of Konoha, however, it is imperative that nobody ever figure out the specific Konoha shinobi behind a specific ANBU mask for the sake of secrecy. This is because ANBU often undertake missions which are underhanded and secretive in nature, and thus, the village would want to have plausibility of denial if anybody ever accuses them to be the instigator of such actions. Thus, if other villages were able to identify the shinobi behind the mask, Konoha would not have the plausibility of denial, and this is why the village places such a heavy emphasis on the secrecy of their ANBU's identities. There are many ways in which an ANBU's identity can be leaked. The first one would be the most obvious one, in which someone spreads it through word of mouth, be it from the ANBU in question or someone close to them who had figured out that the person in question is in ANBU. Hence, the prevalent gag order on ANBU's identities. The second way would be in which a survivor of the ANBU's targets was able to identify one or more of Konoha's ANBUs due to the individual's signature techniques. Techniques like the Rasengan, Raikiri, the Nara clan shadow techniques, the Aburame's secret techniques, or basically any flashy techniques that allow anyone to associate it with Konoha shinobis at a glance would fall under this category. If such techniques are to be used, then the general rule is that we will have to make sure that no survivors will live to tell the tale. I fall under the second category due to my ice release. As far as the world is concerned, I'm the only Yuki clan member left in the shinobi world. Currently, the first person which anyone would associate the ice release with will be me. As such, ANBU Rabbit cannot be seen using the ice release, and if ANBU Rabbit has to fall back on it, ANBU's standard protocol would require me to silence all witnesses that are not allies to Konoha. I am primarily a ninjutsu specialist, and this is something that will not change. Nobody can freely switch between their specializations without falling back onto the other, because as humans, even if we are equally good at everything, we will definitely prefer one fighting style over the others. However, if I cannot use ice release as ANBU Rabbit, then it is necessary for me to be able to fight with equal ferocity even without it. As an elemental ninjutsu specialist and an ice release user, that means that there are only two other ways left for me to continue utilizing ninjutsu, if we are specifically talking about elemental ninjutsu. ANBU Rabbit's fighting style will have to revolve around the water and wind release, there is no other way around it because it is unrealistic to invent an entirely new fighting style from scratch that excludes ninjutsu when I had been training to be a ninjutsu specialist for my entire life. I don't have such time on my hands, and neither am I a true genius like Itachi or Kakashi, so I will have to diversify my skill sets as well in order to further dissociate Anbu Rabbit from Yuki Haku. As Konoha has no shortage of users of the water release, the village also doesn't really have too many powerful specialists in water release as far as the shinobi world is aware of. Preferably, Anbu Rabbit should have another prominent set of skills that nobody would associate with Yuki Haku because Yuki Haku wasn't seen or known to use it. Going by that logic, if we are only looking at the three main branches of shinobi arts, the only options left would preferably be letting Anbu Rabbit be known for his taijutsu or jinjutsu alongside his ninjutsu. I've never been good at jinjutsu, and the only water-based jinjutsus that I could recall from my foreknowledge was how the Three Tails was able to mix hallucinogenic properties into the mist it produced, and how the second Mizuki's clam summons did something similar in creating mirages with the mist it emits. Even though I have mastery over water release such that covering an area with a huge fog is easy, to mimic what the Three Tails or the giant clam could do certainly is too tall of an order for the current me, and my talent in jinjutsu is average at best. Besides, there is a good reason why most shinobis prefer to specialize in ninjutsu or taijutsu over jinjutsu, because there are too many ways to dispel jinjutsus and so few shinobis manage to incorporate jinjutsu in their fighting style that allows them to be true threats. Very few shinobis can claim to be like Uchiha Itachi and Hozuki Jinjutsu, where they can fight with jinjutsu alone and still win. This is why jinjutsu is still mainly seen as a supplementary branch of shinobi arts instead of being a main branch like ninjutsu and taijutsu are. Thus, trying to specialize in jinjutsu would mean investing too much time and effort, but reaping too little rewards to justify doing so. In short, too much input needed, but too little output to show for it. That leaves taijutsu, but while I could hold my own in taijutsu, I'm not an expert in it. My body structure and build doesn't make me fit for the role, and that was why I was taught by Hayashi very early on by Hayashi how to fight like an assassin instead, because I simply wouldn't last long in a taijutsu-only match, unlike how all Hyugas are naturally suited for. I'm not like Hanabi or her siblings, who inherited the best qualities of their ancestors to make them a perfect taijutsu combatant. The ancestors of the Hyuga clan practiced a form of selective breeding within their clan such that their descendants inherited the best eyes for the usage of their gentle fist taijutsu, and the best bodies that makes them a natural-born taijutsu specialist along with a high aptitude for chakra control. To a certain extent, selective breeding within the Hyuga clan is still being practiced today, but in today's context the reasons for it are not solely to keep the blood pure. The problem that arises from their bloodline limit mainly affects the Hyuga men who married an outsider, and less of a problem for Hyuga women who married men outside the clan. Shinobis who are born with bloodline limits as powerful as the Byakugan tend to be born with much more powerful chakra even when compared to the average shinobi. Assuming that a Hyuga man married a civilian clanless woman or a female shinobi with weaker chakra capacity and he impregnated the woman, and the disparity between the strength and quality of their chakra is noticeably huge, the resulting fetus might inherit that quality of its father and will be born with powerful chakra. However, that is a problem because the mother is not an individual with powerful chakra like the father or the unborn fetus. Chakra is necessary for life, that is the rule that this world runs on. What would inevitably happen is that in order to survive and come to term, the fetus would continue to leach chakra off the mother to sustain its own life throughout the entire pregnancy, and if the mother has so little chakra that she isn't able to continuously produce enough to sustain the life within her, she would either die giving birth, or both the mother and the child will die even before the full duration of the pregnancy is over. Marrying outsiders and bringing them into the clan simply produces much more trouble than it's worth, diluting the bloodline limit, potentially including spies and bloodline thieves into their ranks, extremely high possibility of miscarriage, the list goes on. As such, to avoid such a problem in its entirety, most shinobi clans with bloodline limits simply have their members marry within the clan. However, that comes with its own set of problems too, like how several clans were known to inbreed or practice incestual marriages just to make sure that their bloodline limit doesn't go extinct. Konoha's Kurama clan is a prime example of that. Hence, in order to mitigate the possibility of inbreeding and to also avoid the problems of marrying outside the clan, the practice of selective breeding soon became an inevitable outcome. If done well, the clan can retain its bloodline limit, expand their numbers, and produce descendants that inherit the best qualities that their clan has to offer that allows them to make full use of the clan's bloodline limit. People like Hanabi, Hinata, Niji, Sasuke, and Itachi are the products of such arrangements, even if the practice of selective breeding had grown much laxer in recent times and requirements that the clan impose on them for selecting their future partners are no longer as strict. This is because these clans had already grown big enough to not need to worry over the initial reason why selective breeding was practiced in their earlier years. My mother might be a product of such an arrangement too when the Yuki clan was still around, which might explain my unnaturally strong affinity for the ice release since I inherited it from her, but that is no longer something which I can verify the truth of. In any case, I digressed. The original point I was trying to make was that Genjutsu and Taijutsu just didn't seem like the optimal choices for me to learn as a secondary specialization in my attempt to dissociate the identities of Anbu Rabbit and Yuki Haku, simply because the chances of me being good enough at it to have it be a prominent combat style of Anbu Rabbit is simply too low. My plan was for Anbu Rabbit to be mainly known for his specialization in the water release, and paired with other supplementary skills that Yuki Haku was not known or shown to have used. Water release will still be Rabbit's main form of combat, but picking a suitable supplementary skill is the problem. Wind release can definitely be an option, but it doesn't hurt to have more than one option. I cannot just solely specialize in ninjutsu as well because without my ice release, if I ever meet a foe who specializes in anti-ninjutsu techniques like Kisame, I'm as good as dead. A secondary branch of specialization that is not ninjutsu is necessary. After much thought, I decided to try my hand at Kenjutsu. Kenjutsu is a semi-popular option among shinobis for a reason. By its very nature, Kenjutsu can be easily adapted as a supplementary skill for shinobis who specialize in any branch of the three main shinobi combat arts. This was also one reason why all ANBU were issued with a tanto and expected to be at least proficient in it. If I am going to have to learn how to use the blade anyway, I might as well choose Kenjutsu as a supplementary skill for Anbu Rabbit. Like this, I would achieve my original goal of finding a way to dissociate the identities of Anbu Rabbit and Yuki Haku. Anbu Rabbit will be known for his skills with a blade, but that is not a skill seen being used by Yuki Haku. Yuki Haku is known for his ice release while Anbu Rabbit will be known for his water release. While it's entirely possible that assuming that Anbu Rabbit is Yuki Haku, that Anbu Rabbit simply chose not to use the ice release and only rely on water release is still a fairly common chakra element even in Konoha. Furthermore, what Konoha requires is plausible deniability, so as long as Anbu Rabbit does not leak any definitive clues that he is Yuki Haku, then it's fine. So, Anbu Rabbit will be a water release ninjutsu specialist with a supplementary specialization in Kenjutsu and if needed, the wind release as well. That is going to be the identity that I will have to craft for Anbu Rabbit as a countermeasure, just in case Anbu Rabbit starts to get on the radars of the other shinobi villages. They won't associate Anbu Rabbit with Yuki Haku, and even in the event that they indeed have such a suspicion, Konoha has plausible deniability. Now, other than the obvious fact of needing to get my non-existent Kenjutsu skills up to speed, the only thing left is to find ways to create water release jutsus to complement Kenjutsu and vice versa. There are not many shinobis known to combine water release and Kenjutsu to create a signature combat style. Many famous Kenjutsu specialists prefer to combine wind or lightning release with Kenjutsu due to the incredible cutting power such chakra nature elements provide. Even among the Kirigakure's 7 swordsmen, I don't think many of them were actually known for combining water release and Kenjutsu into one. Suigetsu and Mengetsu might count, but that was more the nature of their bloodline limit than anything else. Kisame probably counted as one as well, but my impression of his fighting style was that he always used water release and Kenjutsu independently rather than using them in tandem, so it's not a true combination of the two. Zabuza might fit the bill due to his known usage of the hiding in the mist technique, but that is only one water release jutsu. He still primarily relies on Kenjutsu to get his jobs done. What I'm looking for is the possibility of a fighting style that truly combines water release and kenjutsu, preferably a style that does not require any of the two to operate independently, a style that can truly mesh the two together into something unique, something that is unique to ANBU Rabbit. Like this, nobody would ever associate ANBU Rabbit with me. Water release might not possess the same cutting power wind and lightning release boast, but one strength of water that none of the other main 4 chakra nature elements can surpass is water's ability to take any shape. Kisame took advantage of his unholy chakra capacity to overwhelm his foes with sheer volume of water like a tsunami. Zabuza utilized water's ability to turn into a gaseous state to supplement his silent killing technique. Tobarama also shared the theoretical workings of a few water release jutsus that he had invented during our journey to raise Kumo when we had the discussion about chakra theory to kill boredom, so it's actually about time I put his teachings into good use. I don't like Tobarama and he sure doesn't like me, but I won't deny that he was a splendid teacher. Hiruzen, Danzo, Uchiha Kagami and the 2 old counselors that I couldn't quite remember the names of, they were his students and they are proof of Tobarama's skills as a mentor. With such advantages at my disposal, I don't think inventing new water release techniques that can combine seamlessly with kenjutsu is an impossibility, I just need the time. That means that after learning the basics of kenjutsu from Hei 8, I will have to rely on the Mindscape training method again. The only problem is, I wonder if Ro is willing to grant me a few days of leave to sleep off the nasty side effects of using this training method? Oh well, there's no harm in trying. As long as I can produce results, I don't think Ro will complain about anything. She doesn't know how her body just knew he was about to go, she just did. Off again? She murmured, sitting up with a yawn while rubbing her bleary eyes with the back of her hand. It's still dark outside, probably somewhere between 4 to 5 in the morning by her estimate. Who thought that it would be a good idea for her stupid idiot to join ANBU? Why on earth would he even agree to it in the first place? Sorry if I woke you up, go back to sleep. His gentle voice reached her ears and she felt his hands trying to tuck her back to bed once more. She doesn't know how or why, but no matter how he tries to leave the bed before she's awake, her body would immediately notice the absence of his presence beside her and she will wake up without fail. It's been that way for the better part of 3 days, ever since her eyes noticed the new seal that was inked on his left shoulder after he returned from the Hokage's summons one fine day. She knew that there are a handful of her clansmen who are also in ANBU. In fact, it's no secret among those in her clan regarding who are in ANBU because it's an unsaid rule for everyone that if your eyes happen to see what you shouldn't see, you are to not breathe a word about it without their permission. As long as their famed dojutsu happened to be activated at the right place and time, their eyes would be able to spot that obvious seal inked on the shoulders of their clansmen who are in ANBU, and given their clan's communal way of living, everyone tend to bump into each other quite frequently regardless of their status within the clan. She's sure more than half of her clan would have noticed the new seal on Haku's left shoulder by now, even if it's constantly hidden by the sleeves of his clothes. Don't go. She sleepily threw a childish bedside tantrum, hugging onto his arm in a death grip and pulled him to lie down beside her. Almost immediately, she latched onto him like how a sloth would to a tree. She's still groggy and sleepy and was about to doze off within seconds once more when she felt him trying to extract himself from her. Her instinctual response was to tighten her hold over him. Hanabi. She buried her face into the crook of his neck, her grip tightening even further. She doesn't like it when she wakes up without seeing him by her side. When did it first start? When did it suddenly become normal for her to sleep on the same bed as him and only felt safe in his presence? Ah, right, after the Chunin exams and that black lightning guy gave her nightmares that might possibly haunt her for life. There's simply no way one would forget the fear of the person who nearly killed them, nor their face. She got lucky that Haku managed to bring her back. She was so extremely lucky. And every time she got woken up by her nightmares, she would then go into his bedroom and snuck onto his bed, hugging him for comfort, and his presence would be enough to soothe her back to sleep. Somehow or another, she simply ended up sleeping on the same bed as him every night. Her own room is nothing more than her own personal storage room by now. Come to think about it, they are now officially in a relationship, aren't they? Although it didn't feel like much has changed since then. Well, There are changes, like how she feels like she's entitled to act a little more clingy and spoiled, and he always patiently indulges in her whims. It does feel like there is increasingly more intimacy in their relationships now, especially after she had to personally take care of him when he was in his chakra debt-induced coma, personally attending to practically every aspect of his life. When it comes to him, she dares say that she had seen and experienced it all. She wouldn't lie, it wasn't fun when she had to do things like cleaning up his literal ass, but she would still choose to do it over and over again, even if it means having to take care of him for a lifetime if he never ever recovered or woke up. He is her world, just as she is his world. Maybe that experience was what made them grow closer, so maybe something good came out from all the bullshit they had been through. It still doesn't stop her from wishing that he would stop getting himself landed in the hospital. Still haven't forgiven you for joining ANBU without first telling us about it, she mumbled when she felt him trying to pry her arms away from his torso once more. ANBU work is dangerous, that is something that everyone in the village would know. As shinobis, the mortality rate in their line of job was already high to begin with, but ANBU brings the mortality rate even higher. The mortality rate within that organization was so high anyone who stayed in it for more than 5 years would immediately garner respect even from the most hardened elite jonin, and anyone who managed to retire from it, alive, would become an urban legend, just like how Kakashi is among those who knew about his previous stint in ANBU. It's the best way for me to lay low, we both have attracted too much attention of the wrong kind. And you have to join an organization known for their high mortality rate to do that? Her eyes finally fluttered open, still annoyed that he didn't at least ask her about her feelings on this matter before making this decision on his own. There are things that I want to see and know, ANBU provides me with that opportunity. Your godfather is the Hokage. If you want to know about some juicy village secrets you can just ask him. I mean, if he already lets you know about the details of how to use the Edo Tensei of all things. This is different. There are things that I have to get to the bottom of, just to be sure. Certain things shouldn't have happened, like the invasion during the exams that led to all of this, like how the secrets of the Byakugan were leaked to Kumo and IWA. For your safety, for our sake, I need to be sure. She remained silent, knowing that he had decided to do this because he had her best interests in mind, even if she was sure there were certain details that he was purposely omitting. I won't take long. I just need a little more time, then I can stand by your side as your equal. I won't be a burden, and you won't be alone this time. I know, he reassured her, and she felt his hand gently stroking the top of her head in a soothing manner. Be careful, Hanabi, the fact that Kumo and IWA were able to infiltrate the village to try and kidnap you and Naruto while the village was at war. I know, she replied, and the look in her eyes hardened at the thought of the implications of it as all hints of her sleepiness vanished. We will flush that rat out eventually. Because if their speculations were correct, there was also a chance that the rat who allowed IWA and Kumo entry into their village when most of its forces were out for war might be the same one who allowed the Kumo nin to kidnap her when she was still a child so many years ago. That rat has to be a Hyuga. The problem is, which one, or which ones? Someone among her clan is a traitor to both the clan and the village, and that leaves a very bad taste in her mouth, considering that her clan prides itself on its power and loyalty to the village's ideals. Whatever the rat did was akin to giving them one huge slap to the pride of the Hyuga clan, and her father and uncle both share the same sentiments as well. She certainly hasn't forgotten how that rat revealed to their enemies about the weakness of their Byakugan too, that small blind spot at the back of their heads. That was a very fatal weakness that was being revealed to their enemies, and it would have cost her if she were any weaker or unluckier. They stayed like this in silence for a little while longer until he spoke up again. Hanabi, I really have to go. Knowing that it was time for her childish tantrum to end, she reluctantly let him go. However, she was momentarily surprised when he took the initiative to plant a quick kiss on her forehead before disappearing into his ice mirror. This is the first time he took the initiative to commit such an intimate act ever since they confirmed the feelings they had for each other. She pulled the covers over her body and tried to go back to sleep, failing to stop her giggles and that silly smile from spreading further across her face. That stupid idiot, her stupid idiot. Somehow, she found herself wishing that he demanded more from her, but quickly squashed that thought down with a blush on her face. They may already be of marriageable age, legally, but she isn't quite sure if she is ready for that yet. Her rational mind reminded her that they had long since been acting like a married couple for some time now, what with sleeping on the same bed every night since the invasion ended and all that. She shook her head to get rid of all those thoughts. No use thinking about it now, that is a problem for future Hanabi. Present Hanabi just wants to hurry and catch up on some lost sleep before going for her Jinchuriki training later on in the day. She will get stronger for his sake so that none of them would get hurt ever again. This time, she will be there at his side. This time, he won't fight their battles alone. What's so interesting about that little book? I looked up, spotting our team's medic, Sarutobi Tamiyo, inching his head way too close in his curiosity. I put the book down, knowing that I'm not going to make any headway in my little project. It belonged to Orochimaru. Belonged to who? The Snake Sannin, student of the third, never heard of him? I replied sarcastically, knowing that Tamiyo's loud voice had attracted everyone currently present in our team's private room, namely everyone except for the captain since he wasn't here. Why would you have that on you? Scratch that, why didn't you hand it over to the T and I or the Hokage or Dash? Our dear Hokage gave this to me. See this? I held the book up, pointing to the complicated lines covering the entire book that prevented anyone from trying to open it up. Say what you want about Orochimaru, but there's no denying that he is a genius. He may not be a seal master, but his seals are still a tough nut to crack if I do not want to accidentally set the seal off that would immediately consume the little book in flames. Hey let out a low whistle to show his appreciation of the seal work. That's a damn complicated seal if I ever saw one. Hokage-sama wanted you to crack this? To put it simply, yes. He didn't set a deadline for it, but I'd prefer finishing it earlier rather than later. This is a seal that would even give both my godparents problems, especially if the goal is to solve it without triggering the seal at all. That hard? The basic framework of the seal and what it does is not that hard to understand, but what makes it tricky is all the fail-safes that the snake had rigged the seal with and how sensitive to tampering he made the seal to be. The only safe way to do so is to guess the exact password for it, but the complexity and open-ended nature of the seal meant that there's a near-infinite permutation and combination of passwords to guess until we found the correct one, making the guessing process a tedious one. Is there a way to narrow down the possibilities of what the password could be? Izumi asked curiously. I already narrowed it down, and I'm still left with more than 2,000 different password combinations by my estimate. I dislike that man, but I will still say that this seal work of his is a fine one, almost a masterpiece. Almost? To be precise, the seal you are seeing here is not a single seal, but a seal array consisting of many other smaller component seals. Individually, the seals Orochimaru used are not that complex to use and understand. It's how he meshed so many of them together to come up with such a complex seal array without them triggering each other to result in something explosive or going haywire that makes this seal array such a fine one. Technically, this seal is not an original seal, but a compilation of seals, so if we are strictly going by the technicalities used by Fuinjutsu masters, this cannot be considered a masterpiece, because masterpieces is a term used to coin original seals that succeeded in some form of breakthrough. There are exceptions to this rule, like my godfather's Flying Thunder God, because he had made so many modifications to the Nidame's original Flying Thunder God that it is almost an entirely different seal on its own, which was why his version of the Flying Thunder God was also considered an original seal and also a masterpiece. I think I heard more about seals in the short speech you gave here than what I remembered learning in the academy, Tamiyo laughed before adding, and I still don't understand a single thing about it. But if Orochimaru protected the book so well, it would mean that the possibility of it containing some important secret is quite high, Hei pointed out. No wonder Hokage-sama wanted to ensure that the seal on this book can be unsealed, even if it might take a long while. What's taking a long while is our captain. It's been ages since he left us here. Tamiyo gave an exaggerated sigh as he said so, slinging his arm around Hei's shoulder at the same time. And you are complaining? No, but you have to admit that it's getting boring here. Lady Uchiha is busy knitting, our little boy Wonder is busy with his book, it's just me and you left, buddy. Piss off, I need to sharpen my sword. Go stare at the wall or something if you are that bored, Hayate quipped as he returned to what he was originally doing before this conversation started, which was sharpening his sword with a whetstone. I took a glance at my own tanto lying just within arm's reach. Maybe I should start sharpening it and taking better care of it, even if I highly doubt I would ever use it, but it never hurts to be prepared. Hayate's daily morning lessons on Kenjutsu had been highly educational and according to him, I'm making good progress for someone who had never used a sword before. Although, I still need time to be able to reach the level of proficiency as expected from an ANBU operative. After all, it had not been even a week since I joined Team Omi. Whatever plans I had to while away my time had to be discarded because our captain returned from the ANBU commander's office at that very moment. Tomio took one look at our captain and started to whine and shake his head in denial. No, not so soon, this is not happening dash. Unfortunately, this is happening, Ro deadpanned as he took off his mask now that he is within the safe confines of Team Omi's room. Saddle up, we have been assigned on a new mission. It's not yet time for our rotation to start. We had one more day. This mission came directly from Dragon. You want to argue with Dragon about it? Tomio visibly wilted and Izumi simply laughed. Hayate's only response was to give a nonchalant shrug as he stood up and began to pack his gear. I decided to do the same, unlocking my designated cabinet to access the ANBU gear that I was given and had stored within it before heading to one of the washrooms built inside our team's quarters. There are only 2 washrooms here, one for each gender, with each washroom spacious enough to accommodate a handful of people and also with shower facilities installed in it. From what I was told, every ANBU team's living quarters are made to be just that, a living quarters for ANBU operatives to be able to live here underground for extended periods of time if that is required from us by the village for whatever reasons. I finished changing soon enough, storing my personal belongings that could identify me as Yuki Haku into my cabinet before locking it shut and adding an additional layer of protection with some of my self-made seals. I did another quick check of my shinobi gear before putting my mask on and walking over to where Monkey is. Nice mask, Rabbit, looks cute on you, Tomio or Lizard, as I should refer to him by his ANBU codename now that he wore his mask, jested, and I simply ignored him. Whoever drew that cough mask did not make it intimidating enough. Maybe one of the new recruits drew it. Hayate added his 2 cents before snapping his mask over his face, his identity instantly changing to ANBU Hedgehog as he did so. Being called Rabbit is better than being called Rat, in my opinion. The only female in our team shared her own views as well. Maybe she's doing so to try and make me feel better about the kind of animal mask that I was given, I'm not too sure. We may have spent almost a week trying to get to know each other better, but still I don't know her well enough, or any of my team members for that matter. Monkey laid out a map of the elemental nations across the large table in front of us and we immediately quietened down. Our captain started the briefing by pointing at a specific location drawn on the map. Our mission will bring us to the land of frost, or to be more specific, Shimadakure. Our mission this time round will be a little different from the usual espionage mission that we are used to doing, and I don't think I have to explain why this mission is a dangerous one since we will be heading to Shimo. Even with our masks on, I could already imagine the grimace on everyone's face as Monkey said that. The Land of Frost is one of the 2 smaller countries that are located between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, with the other country being the Land of Hot Water. Of the 2 smaller countries, the Land of Frost is the one located right next to the Land of Lightning and is Kumo's immediate neighbor. The Land of Hot Water is the immediate neighbor to the Land of Fire. To put it simply, these 2 countries are simply buffer states for the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. The 2 smaller countries never had much say in anything since their political weight was easily outclassed by both the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, and this same phenomenon can be similarly observed from how the country's shinobi villages interacted with one another. The only difference would be that Konoha had historically adopted a more diplomatic approach towards the Land of Hot Water's shinobi village, Yugakure, as compared to the more top-down approach Kumo did for the Land of Frost's Shimagakure. The Land of Frost may have its own shinobi village, but it's no secret that the daimyo of the Land of Frost is a pushover in the eyes of the Lightning Daimyo and the Raikage. It is also no secret that Kumo's shinobis outclass Shimo's shinobis in terms of both quality and quantity. What turned out from that would be the military presence of both Kumo shinobis and the Lightning Daimyo's samurais within the territory of the Land of Frost, their presence way too noticeable and their numbers a little way too high for it to be acceptable if it were any other country. At this point, the Land of Frost might as well be the extension of the Land of Lightning's territory for how much the Land of Lightning had bullied them into compliance. Given the current political climate and how twitchy the paranoid shinobis from the Big Five are after the recent war, nothing good will happen if Kumo caught wind that Konoha shinobis were spotted in their neighboring lands. We would be surrounded in the blink of an eye if Kumo ever found out that we were there, and we would be too far from Konoha and too near to Kumo to expect any reinforcements to extract us. By chance, is Rabbit the reason why we were assigned on this mission? Ice and snow is his shtick, isn't it? Everyone else turned to look at me after Lizard said that. I simply looked at him with an annoyed stare for directing everyone's hatred to me for being assigned to this shitty mission. You want to be turned into a popsicle? We will all be turning into popsicles when we get to Shimo anyway, it's just a matter of time. Enough bickering, you two. Lizard, stop trying to get a rise out of everyone. Monkey swiftly brought order to the team before continuing with his briefing. Long story short, we will be going there to meet our contact in Shimo. From there on, depending on what kind of information the contact is going to offer, the nature of our mission will change accordingly. Nature of mission is going to change accordingly? What gives? What is Dragon expecting the five of us to do now? Raise Kumo to the ground or something? Lizard voiced his confusion loud and clear, a sentiment that we all shared. Been there, done that. It's not that hard under the right circumstances, I muttered under my breath. This mission briefing was getting weirder by the second. The more we were briefed on, the less we understood. I had used up the DNA samples of the 4 Hokages the last time I used the Edo Tensei, and I cannot help but wonder if my godfather had more to spare. Would he lend those to me if I asked? For, insurance? Still, I had at least been to the Land of Frost before, courtesy of the reanimated Hokages. I was asleep for about half the journey thanks to my chakra-induced exhaustion, but I am somewhat familiar with the methods and the routes which they had taken to infiltrate and traverse the Land of Frost. That experience might prove to be useful for this mission. No, nothing about raising a village or something like that. If the nature of our mission is really going to change, it's going to be something of a more delicate nature, Monkey answered after deliberating on a suitable word to describe our mission. How delicate? Secretly inciting another war kind of delicate? If handled poorly, possibly, Monkey answered, and we all just turned to look at him in disbelief. I may be new in ANBU, but even I know enough that this was some unlucky level of bullshit that our team just got ourselves involved in. Captain? What are we going to do, exactly? Monkey simply tapped his index finger on the location of Shimagakure on the map. If all goes well, we will be stealing an entire clan from Shimo. I'm right. This is really some crazy level of bullshit, even for ANBU. I can already imagine what a wonderful Virgin ANBU mission experience this is going to be. Chapter 37, Land of Frost. The Land of Frost was the same as I remembered it to be when I passed this place with the reanimated Hokages not too long ago. Full of snow, full of cold, and full of white. To me, this is perfect. I love the cold, I love the snow, and I like the color white. My fellow ANBU colleagues clearly do not share the same sentiments as I do. How are you not freezing? I never did. I don't ever remember shivering from the cold, I replied to Hedgehog's query as our team took a break and huddled in a small abandoned cave that could harbor the five of us. I volunteered to be the one sitting closest to the entrance since I'm not bothered by the cold anyway. I mean, it makes sense for someone who could use the ice release to be immune to the cold. Lizard joined in the conversation as he huddled close to the small little fire that everyone except for me are huddling to, trying to warm themselves up. Does the ANBU not prepare us for missions that could possibly take us to colder regions? I cannot help but ask when I saw the pathetic state that they were in. The only thing ANBU gave us was a snow cloak that acted as a windbreaker and to also assist us a little with blending into the snowy environment. It does help to ward off the cold to a certain extent, but the results left much to be desired. We can't possibly wrap ourselves like dumplings, could we? It would hamper our movements and possibly jeopardize our mission otherwise. There's a trick that all ANBU would know in helping to regulate our body temperature, but it places a constant drain on your chakra. It's fine if you use it for a short while, but for extended periods of time? Not feasible, not when we could enter combat at any moment unless you were born with a huge amount of chakra such that the chakra drain is negligible. I pondered over Hedgehog's reply for a moment, wondering if there's anything I could do about this because having my ANBU team being affected by the cold is not going to be of help to anybody. I cannot help but think back to the very first seal I saw in this world, the seal which introduced me to the world of seals and guided me to the path that I am walking on today. The temperature-regulating seal that the Namikaze Uzumaki household hangs in their living room is proof that it is possible to try regulating temperature with seals. However, the size of that seal is a little too big and is not convenient enough to be carried around by ANBU, where the notion of stealth is often the priority in our missions. If I could make it smaller, if I could make it a little more compact. Captain, will we be moving out anytime soon? Seeing as how everyone else is either freezing or about to be frozen, no, I don't think so, Monkey replied. What's wrong? Just wanting to check if I have time to experiment. I made some space for myself and with a quick use of my ice release, created a small makeshift table for me to place the portable Fuinjutsu set that I usually bring around when I'm out on missions. I clearly had my team's attention when I started taking out a blank scroll and began writing on it with steady strokes of the brush. Thankfully, the ink has not frozen from the cold. Fuinjutsu? Lizard, ever the curious and hyperactive one on the team, tried taking a closer look. In fact, the whole team was trying to do so, just that they were a lot more discreet about it. I'm sure Rat was already observing and dissecting my brush strokes with her Sharingan behind the mask she was wearing. The very first seal I saw was a seal that helps regulate temperature. It was what sparked my interest in Fuinjutsu. I can easily reproduce that seal, but it's a little too big to be carried around to be of use now. I'm just trying to see if there's a way to compress the seal into a more portable form, preferably around the size of a sealing tag. If you can do that, I'm buying you coffee for an entire month, Hedgehog immediately declared, lightening the atmosphere in an instant. I prefer tea, actually, but coffee is fine too. Replicating that seal from memory didn't take much work. I was already capable of drawing up such seals when I was still an academy student. The tricky part is compressing the size of the seal into a much more compact form for it to be portable and to be of practical use. When I was having lessons from my godparents regarding the topic of compressing and expanding seals, they had taught me that many of the powerful seals that were viable for practical combat use on the battlefield were actually compressed versions of their original size. According to my godfather, his version of the Flying Thunder God seal takes up almost an entire room, and it took him a lot of work to compress it to the point it is small enough to be wrapped around the handle of his signature kunai. The Uzumaki 8 trigram seal that is inked on both Naruto's and Hanabi's abdomen is also a compressed seal, a seal design that had been perfected after decades of research by the Uzumaki clan. How perfect was it? The compressed and improved design was so perfect that if anyone were to reproduce the seal by only drawing out the compressed design, the seal would still work in the same capacity as the original design, whose original size could possibly take up an entire house. Compressing existing seal designs is tricky business, because you will be either adding extensions to it or modifying the seal directly, which will mean interfering with the seal's original design and intent and thereby affecting the outcome which the seal was originally created for. For seals as complex as the Flying Thunder God that actually dealt with the laws of space-time physics, a small misstep in the compression process could very possibly make the seal go haywire and set off a space-time bomb. However, my godfather not only succeeded in compressing the seal, he had also succeeded in improving the efficiency of the original seal design invented by Tobarama, allowing him to be able to teleport faster and further with much lesser chakra input. His success with the Flying Thunder God seal was what made him a deadly S-rank shinobi. I have many experiences in expanding seals because that was what I often did if I wanted to analyze a compressed seal design in full detail, but I never really had the chance to do the opposite to try compressing existing seals. Thankfully, the design of the temperature-regulating seal is not a complex one. I should be able to come up with a workable compact design after a while. And so, that's what I did. Added a few brush strokes here, a few more there, and then applied chakra to test if the seal indeed can be compressed. Surprisingly, it succeeded on my first try, so what's left was to test if the seal still functions as it was originally intended to, which is to regulate temperature. So, who wants to be my guinea pig? My question was directed to Lizard, Hedgehog, and Rat, because letting our captain become my first test subject would be a foolish decision. I personally think that the chances of an accident happening with this seal is low, but if we were indeed that unlucky and anything were to happen to Monkey, our mission is as good as failed. Why don't you give it a try? It's your creation. I'm not the one freezing to death here. If you guys don't want it, I will just chuck it aside. Whoa, hold your horses. Quick question, if things were to go wrong with that seal, how wrong could it go? Considering that this is a temperature-regulating seal, it's likely that the subject in question would either be roasted or frozen. Not me, Lizard immediately declined. I'm the medic here. If I sacrificed myself here, there's no one left to heal you guys, but if one of you guys got roasted by the seal, at least I will still be around to give you some first aid. I think the seal should be working just fine. At least, my Sharingan did not pick up any abnormalities from it. Rat spoke up after a few seconds of silence. I can give it a try. Says something when the only woman on the team has more balls than the men. I cannot help but take a jab at Lizard and Hedgehog when Rat took the experimental seal off my hands. Rat took off her ANBU flak jacket, stuck the seal on the inside such that the seal is sandwiched between her black undershirt and the jacket, before putting her flak jacket on again. How's it? Lizard and Hedgehog both asked curiously as Rat tried moving around with the new seal attached. Rat even walked out to stand in the snow for a minute or two before returning with her verdict. You two owe him a month worth of coffee. Or tea, depending on what he wants. A price worth paying. Do you know, Rabbit? I knew coffee could go far when we first met during the Chunin exams. Bootlicking isn't going to get you anywhere, I replied, but my hands were already moving to reproduce 3 more copies of the temperature-regulating seal with a copy seal. I taught you Kenjutsu. Sacrificed my mornings and quality time with my girlfriend for that too. Fine. Atta boy. We are friends, right, Rabbit? Lizard tried to sling an arm around my shoulders to act all chummy with me, only to stop when I gave him a warning glare because in doing so would only mess up my calligraphy with all the extra weight on my shoulder. You were the one doubting my seal earlier. Lizard held up 2 fingers. 2 months worth of tea. 3 months worth of tea if you cough. Don't give him the seal, Hedgehog quickly added. Oh fuck off, Hedgehog. Lizard quickly flipped Hedgehog the finger before trying to make his bargain with me. This time, he held up 4 fingers. 4 months worth of tea. I took a pause. Honestly, I have no need for 4 months worth of tea, but Lizard is from the Sarutobi clan, a clan renowned for their library of fire-release jutsus. I have the bargaining power here, because in the shinobi world one major hindrance in any missions we are sent on is always the elements of Mother Nature. Extreme temperatures, trouble acclimating to vastly different climates, these are the things that could possibly hamper anyone's abilities out on the field, S-rank shinobis included. Having someone who could help you resist the unwanted effects from the elements of Mother Nature and make your life easier is a godsend for any shinobi teams. It wouldn't be too much to ask for something in return as long as the demands are within reason. I don't need tea, but if it's possible, I won't mind if you could provide something else that is within your abilities. What is it? Fire release jutsus. Obviously, I'm not going to ask for secret clan techniques or anything like that, but if there is a fire release jutsu or 2 that can be shared to outsiders, preferably something higher than C rank, I wish to have it. There's a jutsu or 2 that I could think of right now that would fit your requirements, but why fire release? You don't use fire release. He never said that it would be for him. This is obviously for somebody else. Rat picked up on my intentions almost instantly while idly spinning a kunai by the ring at the end of its handle, then turned to look at me. Pretty sure Obito would have taught her a jutsu or two already, but there are a few other fire-release jutsu that I copied over from IWA and Suna some time ago that she might be interested in. I don't mind sharing those, and they are plenty destructive. These jutsus should be of help to her. I'm not proficient in fire release, and what I do know about them is going to pale in comparison to what Lizard and Rat could provide you, but I can share a few tips about chakra disguise and suppression. It's what I'm good at anyway. Monkey offered and I accepted his goodwill. This is already a lot more than I'm asking for. I'll be damned, this actually worked, Lizard cannot help but exclaim when he finally got to try out my new seal. Feels like I'm back in the village, like the snow's not actually here. Chakra drain is much lower than the trick we were taught in ANBU to fight against the cold. In fact, I barely felt the drain in my chakra at all. Monkey nodded in approval after testing out the seal. You should just quit ANBU and set up shop to sell your seals, Rabbit. You are going to make a killing, Lizard suggested with exaggerated hand gestures. I mean, seriously, why work so hard and risk your life out here when you can easily earn big bucks selling your seals? Just this seal alone is going to get you so many customers. I wish, I replied with a cold laugh that clearly conveys my sarcasm. The rakeage size are already on me, so becoming a non-combat shinobi will never be a choice. I have to be able to protect myself when he inevitably sends assassins again. Assassinated in the village? Come on, Dash. Don't you know? IWA and Kumo did infiltrate the village while we were out on the front lines. Oh, right, I heard about that. Damn, you have a point. Shit, someone please tell me that someone is working on fixing that security breach. Don't look at me, ass dragon, Monkey snorted when Lizard's gaze was directed at him. Alright, since none of us is going to be affected by the cold any longer, break's over. The faster we finish our mission, the faster we can all go back home. Nobody raised any objections because Monkey's right. The faster we're done with our business here, the faster we can rest in the comfort of our own homes back in the village. Moving across the snow without leaving any tracks behind is tricky business. As ANBU, the last thing we want would be for people to be aware of our presence from the footprints we left behind in the snow. There is a trick to move across the snow without leaving any footprints behind, and it works in a very similar logic to the water walking technique, which is to adjust the flow of chakra to your feet such that you don't sink into the snow. Finally, Shimo. We finally have Shimagakure in our sights after days of travel since the start of our mission. Now, this is where the hard part comes in, which is to infiltrate the village without getting caught. We could disguise ourselves as passing civilians or merchants to enter the village, but every shinobi village is bound to have a censor or two, and the amount of chakra we have is too large for us to pass off as civilians. Monkey wouldn't have such an issue since he's so adept at disguising and suppressing his chakra, but not everyone here shares that same expertise. There's where I propose another solution. A seal that suppresses chakra? Honestly, that's the branch of seals I specialize in. Surely you guys didn't forget that I succeeded in creating a Jinchuriki? Not that I'm complaining, but do you seriously try to solve all your problems with seals? Because that is the impression that I'm getting here, Hedgehog asked. Well, it solves pretty damn much everything that couldn't be solved with the three main shinobi arts. Let's give your seals a try first. We will do some limit testing to make sure your seals are able to function as intended, then we will find a way into Shimo. Monkey made a swift decision and I immediately got to work, producing a few seals that are able to suppress our chakra to civilian levels that wouldn't raise any suspicions from the Shimonins guarding their village's gates. Monkey is the expert on chakra sensory and suppression, and my idea was given the green light the moment he checked and was satisfied that the chakra suppression seals would be able to serve our purpose. Great! Alright, listen up, this will be our cover story. We are a family of merchants who were recently robbed by bandits and are finding a place to avoid the cold. I am the father, Yujui. Lizard, Hedgehog, you are our family's servants who have been serving us for over a decade. Rat, you are my daughter, and Rabbit, my son, my children from different wives. You guys lost your mothers at a young age. Rabbit, Hedgehog, you will act as if you are sick from the cold. Short but detailed instructions were swiftly given as Monkey came up with our cover story right on the spot. Lizard even managed to find an abandoned but working wooden cart from somewhere nearby. What ended up was that Hedgehog and I were placed on the wooden cart, acting as if we were sick from the cold. Hedgehog didn't really need to act since he was already constantly coughing, while I'm able to easily make my skin appear paler and my body temperature lower than it usually is as a side effect of my ice release, which would allow us to put up a convincing act based on the roles we were given. ANBU teams who specialize in espionage missions would always be given a storage scroll that contains the usual basic items that an ANBU team like ours would usually need if we have to disguise ourselves. Usually, the bulk of the items stored within the scroll are clothes of various sizes, common disguise items like wigs and contact lenses, and a toolkit to forge identification papers. Sometimes, other weirder things might be added, or at least that was what I was told. Rat picked out a kimono that does not appear to be too plain, considering that her identity would be the daughter of a merchant, even going so far as to make a few uneven tears in the clothing and dirted it with a little mud to sell the impression that we were robbed, and it is an example that we followed. Hedgehog and Lizard picked out clothing that is a little more plain in comparison due to their identities as the family's servants. Monkey's choice of attire was slightly more lavish, but not overly so, as he does not want to come across as being a successful merchant. That would attract too much attention that we don't need. As for me, I took Rat's chosen attire as a reference and picked a set of clothes that looked to be of similar quality to hers. You are too recognizable, Rat pulled me aside after we had changed into our disguises. She took the makeup kit and with a few expert brushes here and there, managed to give me a more sickly appearance to add on to the pale color of my skin, making my sickness a lot more believable at first glance and hiding my facial features, which are more prominent. She even messed up my hair to make me look even more ragged, like we had really gotten robbed on the way here. She was so good at hiding prominent facial features with makeup that even I think that nobody is going to associate my current look with my picture published in Kumo's bingo book. I offered to help seal everyone's shinobi gear away in a place nobody can ever reach or find, and they watched with clear amazement how I turned the flesh on my left arm into ice with a storage seal already carved on it, sealed all our gear in there, before turning my arm of ice back into flesh. Poof, magic. What the hell was that? It's a jutsu I invented myself. I call it Ice Body, because that is what it does, converting my body into ice. I can split myself into shards of ice and even create them with seals already engraved on it. The tricky part is engraving storage seals on my body of ice, turning back into flesh, and having that seal still remain when I turn back into ice, and also to spit back out the exact items that I sealed away. I only just managed to make that part of my ability a reality recently. That's really useful in our line of work, Rat praised, and I accepted her compliment. It really wasn't easy to do this. It took me at least 5 years of brainstorming and training in my mindscape after we returned from the front lines to be able to achieve such a level of combination of Fuinjutsu and my ice release. Soon, I lay on the cart with Hedgehog beside me. I simply have to pretend that I'm unconscious, and Hedgehog simply has to let his occasional coughs do the talking for him. Lizard would be pulling the cart while Monkey and Rat would walk by foot. We were halted by the village guards as I expected, and I heard for myself how glib Monkey's tongue could be as he spun and narrated the tragedy that we had been through. He really is qualified to be a world-class actor in my books. Please, we really need a place to hide from the cold. Do you see my son there? He's dying, Shinobi-sama. Please, let us go through so that we could find him a doctor. Rat played the role of the sad, caring older sister, hugging the body of her precious younger brother close and letting out a few soft sobs every now and then. Hedgehog acts like a terminally ill patient on death's doors, coughing and sneezing from the cold, which on second thought, probably didn't need much acting on his part to begin with. His cough really sounded as if he might roll over and die at any second. There were a lot of questions asked by the village guards, which Monkey dutifully answered as per his role as the merchant who was anxious for his son's sickly condition. The guards' high level of vigilance wasn't surprising considering the three-way war between Konoha, IWA, and Kumo that only ended in a ceasefire recently. It's a sensitive period for everyone, especially shinobis, so the higher level of security was to be expected. I'm not too sure if Monkey's acting was really that good, or if the Shimonines couldn't bring themselves to be cold-hearted to let us freeze ourselves to death, or if they were simply too annoyed by us to be bothered to conduct a more thorough investigation. Refugees who came to their village to seek shelter from the cold shouldn't be a rare occurrence for them, so maybe that was one reason why we were eventually allowed entry into Shimabukuro. To the gate guards, what happened was simply a normal occurrence in their everyday lives. The hardest part of the infiltration was completed the moment we were allowed entry, but we still needed to carry on with our act just in case we were still being watched. Monkey quickly found us a cheap inn to stay with what meager savings he had left after we were robbed, had our only remaining healthy family servant Lizard quickly find a local doctor to treat the wounds of his dear son and other precious loyal family servant. The doctor soon came and left after prescribing the medication we both needed. His diagnosis was that I was suffering from a mild case of frostbite, a common sickness in the land of frost, and that Hedgehog was suffering from a slightly more serious case of a common cold. Nothing that we cannot recover from eventually. All clear, Rat whispered after what seemed like an eternity, and I finally dared to open my eyes and sit up on the futon I was being laid in. I stretched out my senses as an additional layer of precaution, using the water vapor in the vicinity to help map out our surroundings. Similar to Rat's findings, I did not sense anyone who could possibly be a shinobi in our immediate vicinity. I don't sense anyone too, Monkey agreed. If 2 sensors and 1 pair of Sharingan had all reached the same conclusion, then it's highly unlikely that we are being spied on for the moment. For now, we carry on with our act and wait out a few days, just in case we are still being watched from somewhere. During this time, Lizard and I will explore the village under the guise of searching for potential business opportunities. Rat, Rabbit, and Hedgehog will stay here. Rabbit and Hedgehog, both of you are not to leave the room. You two are supposed to be sick. Instead, help to monitor what goes on outside from within the room. Rat, you will stay here to help take care of your sick brother and longtime family servant, but see if you can gather any useful information from the inn owner or its occupants in the meantime. We will only initiate contact with our informant once we are sure that we are not being watched. Keep the chakra suppression seals on in the meantime. We don't want to blow our cover. Roles and jobs were being assigned and delegated, and I cannot help but try to hold back a sigh. It's going to be so boring to not be able to leave the room for days. Chapter 38 Extraction. The next few days were boring, but passed by peacefully. Monkey and Lizard were the ones actively collecting information under our current guise, with Monkey acting as an opportunistic merchant from Taki as per the identities we had crafted for ourselves and seeking out prospective business partners to do business with. He really did seek out the merchants within Shimabukuro as if he was really intending to do business, but the truth was that he was actually collecting information about Shimabukuro's current state under the guise of such business negotiations. Hedgehog and I stayed within the room of the inn that we were in to give off the impression to anyone who might be secretly watching us without our knowledge that we were truly sick and were recuperating. Hedgehog spent most of his time sitting by the window and watching people, memorizing the patterns in human traffic of the area in our vicinity and paying extra attention to any Shimonines who might be patrolling the area. I did something similar as well, using my ability to sense my surroundings through the use of water vapor to monitor our surroundings in order to obtain a better picture of the place we had infiltrated into. Things changed days later once we were certain that we were not being watched. Get some rest. We will be moving out tonight. We heeded Monkey's words and rested that day. After night had fallen and the moon was hanging high up in the sky did we start to change back into our shinobi gear, putting our masks over our faces and preparing to do what we were originally here for. We waited a little longer until it was nearer towards midnight before making our move. We were silent in our steps and our presence was like wisps of smoke. Stealth is of the utmost priority here because droves of Shimonines will be surrounding us the moment they are aware of our presence. Monkey led the way, obviously having planned the route to our destination beforehand. We soon arrived at where we were supposed to be, the residence of the Shimabukuro's Tuki clan, a small clan of about 50 people. From what I was told, they are a very special breed of people who are similar to me in one key aspect. They are a clan of shinobis who, like me, are able to use the ice release. The only difference between us is that my ice release is a bloodline, while their version of ice release is a product of their clan's secret techniques. Meaning to say, while my brand of ice release cannot be replicated as it is something inherited through blood, theirs could be reproduced as they face no such restrictions. The only downside to their techniques was that it had been repeatedly proven in the numerous battles between our ancestors that the Yuki clan's ice release is the superior one, and that similar to my ice release, the Tuki clan's ice release requires the user to possess a high level of proficiency in both water and wind chakra transformation. This is the clan that we are supposed to steal from Shimagakure, if what Monkey said was to be believed. We easily scaled the walls of the Tuki residence, evading the notice of the Tuki clan living within. Monkey and Lizard had obviously scouted out this place in advance from how confident they were in leading us on our way inwards, and soon, I arrived at what could only be the residence of the leader of the clan. This particular residence was surrounded by walls on all sides, making it hard for anyone to easily peek into the residence of the clan leader. This suits our cause just fine. A man was already waiting for us by the front porch of his house amidst the falling snow, sipping on some warm tea from where he was seated at a table when we made our presence known. He's been expecting us, that is for certain. Monkey must have somehow managed to inform him that we will be arriving tonight. Remarkably punctual, the man who I assume is the leader of Shimagakure's Tuki clan commented. Stern-looking face, defined jawline, grayish hair that does not seem to be an indicator of old age but rather, simply the hair color that he was born with. He put down his cup of tea as Monkey stepped forward, and the man politely gestured for Monkey to take a seat opposite him. This man is Tuki Tamichi, the leader of the Tuki clan. Tea? Tuki Tamichi offered as he refilled his own cup, to which Monkey politely declined and gave us a silent hand gesture to fan out and keep a lookout. The rest of us dispersed to do what we were ordered to, but still close enough to see and hear what this conversation is going to be about. This is what you wanted to know. Tamichi pushed forward a thick scroll over to Monkey, who accepted the scroll and opened it with caution. Thankfully, it wasn't booby-trapped, and Monkey pocketed it after reading through its contents. Konoha appreciates your assistance. We both know that this isn't for free. Is Konoha going to stand by her promise, or am I going to be forced to rat you out to my village leader? Don't forget that my clan is in the predicament that we are in today because of Konoha. In response, Monkey's answers were filled with barbs while not offending Tamichi entirely, conveying his stance on the matter as Konoha's representative in this secret meeting and to remind Tamichi as to who is having the upper hand of the negotiations here. The blame lies with both Kumo and your village leader, not us. We wouldn't have this conversation if they didn't force you and your clan into a corner. We wouldn't have this conversation if Konoha wasn't so generous as to risk starting another conflict when one had only just ended, all to answer your plea for help to save your clan. Pretty words. Your village just does not wish for Kumo to learn more about the ice release, even if ours is different from the devil you are housing back in Konoha. Word about his exploits had reached the ears of every shinobi in the northern region. Suppressing a tailed beast, powerful anti-unit ice release techniques, possibly capable of using the Edo Tensei. It's like the world is witnessing the rise of another Orochimaru, and we all know how well that turned out. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes behind the cover of my mask. Wonder what Tamichi would say if he knew that the person who he was talking about is also here listening into the conversation. Tamichi Dano, I can ignore this transgression once, but I won't ignore it twice. Do not forget that Kumo is eyeing your clan as we speak. Do not forget that your village leader and your country's daimyo had abandoned your clan in foolish hopes of better diplomatic relations between Shimo and Kumo that was fated to be a lost cause from the very beginning. Do not forget that it was you who requested Konoha's assistance. It is the lives of your clansmen at stake here, not ours. If you were in my shoes, you will understand that it's hard to not hold a grudge towards that boy for bringing the world's attention to the ice release in such a negative light. I'm sure the shinobis in the land of snow would share the same opinions I do. Tamichi was equally firm in his stand as he took another sip of his tea. Now, Everyone is afraid of the ice release and is fervently researching methods to counter it, and what is a better way to do so than to obtain an ice release user as a lab rat to run experiments on? But the land of water is on lockdown and the Yuki clan had dispersed a long time ago to go into hiding, so who is going to be hit by the brunt of the persecution? Who is going to be the next best substitute for Konoha's enemies to research on ways to counter the ice release? To be Kumo's precious lab rats? Who is going to be sacrificed by our leaders in their vain efforts to protect their precious little fragile illusion of peace? People like us, my clansmen. Tamichi leaked out a fraction of killing intent as he said that, and we all drew our weapons in response, ready to protect Monkey if need be. Monkey didn't react outwardly other than to signal to us to back down, and Tamichi did pull his killing intent back in almost as quick as he had revealed it. Let me make this clear, Konoha shinobis. My clan is willing to switch loyalties and serve Konoha, and I will admit that we don't have much of a choice in this matter, but do not take that as an indicator that we can be pushed and bossed around as your lapdogs. The circumstances that my clan is in today is partly your village's doing, that is a fact. The horrors of the ice release should have died the day the Yuki clan officially dissolved. Tamichi put his cup down, his gaze on Monkey barely concealing the danger in the look of his eyes. I want my clan to escape the fate of being offered by our village to Kumo on a silver platter, so that those bastards cannot experiment on us to conduct their sick research on the ice release. On your end, Konoha doesn't want to see that happen and wants to weaken Kumo and Shimo, so let's come to an understanding. I have shown you my sincerity by providing you the information you asked for, so it's time for you to show me yours. If you are unable to do so, I'm afraid that I will have to resort to drastic measures. You can certainly try, Monkey remarked with a dry tone, unworried about the threat that Tamichi had been hinting about, but yes, I agree that it would be beneficial to us both if we show each other about how sincere we are in this matter. Monkey took out a scroll from his pouch and offered it to Tamichi, who took it and quickly unrolled it to read its contents. He fell into silence for quite a while, obviously in deep thought after reading what was written in the scroll, and only replied after a long while. Is this feasible? This is the best plan Konoha had come up with based on the information you had provided to date, unless you are telling me that there has been unforeseen developments that had taken place recently that we are not yet aware of. No, there isn't, Tamichi shook his head, but this. You said that Konoha should show our sincerity in this partnership, and here it is, our best efforts to extract your clan from the fate of being Shimo's sacrificial pawn to be Kumo's lab rats while not trying to trigger the outbreak of another war in the meantime. I'm not trying to be difficult here, Tamichi Dano, but this is seriously the best we can offer in light of the current situation. Whether you accept Konoha's assistance or not is entirely up to your decision now. I will accept, Tamichi decided after a few moments of silence, and I do hope that my faith in Konoha will not be a misplaced one like how Shimo had done for my clan. Then let's work together, for the sake of a better future. Monkey held out his hand, which Tamichi stared at for a while before deciding to take it. I certainly do hope so, Konoha shinobis. What happened next was Tamichi revealing what he knew about Shimo's defenses to Monkey in order to facilitate the Tuki clan's big escape. Once that was done, Monkey led us out of the Tuki residence and we took a different route. We didn't head back to the Cheap Inn immediately but rather headed towards the south of the village to do recon work. Monkey wanted us to map out the weaknesses in Shimo's defenses that Tamichi had revealed to us, and for us to verify if his words can indeed be trusted, as much as we are able to check and do so. A clan with only 50 over members isn't a very big clan, but to extract them all without Konoha being associated with their sudden disappearance is not an easy feat either. As to what arrangements they will be subjected under if they do safely reach Konoha, I do not know and probably am not entitled to know, but I'm certain that their addition to Konoha cannot be publicly revealed to the world or another international conflict will be sparked. Most likely, their clan will have to live under another name within the shadow of the village, like the clan never existed. If their existence were to be revealed, it would be many years later when everyone had mostly forgotten about their clan's history with Shimo. I'm sure you have questions. Monkey broke the ice after we made our safe return back to our inn before the sun started to rise and had changed back into our original disguises. His statement drew everyone's attention. We were all aware that Monkey had received a more detailed set of instructions from Dragon about the true nature of this mission that was not revealed to us. That is fine, because from what I understood ANBU have to often deal with vague instructions for their missions because it will be inevitable that certain information will be of the sensitive nature and will only be disclosed on a need-to-know basis. In fact, none of us here except for Monkey knew what the hell we were really getting ourselves into until tonight. But I will still admit, what I learned and pieced out from the negotiations with Tamichi were not what I expected to learn. In short, I'm one reason why the Tuki clan had decided to ally with Konoha. That's true, Ro agreed. Like Tamichi mentioned, the things you did with the ice release had reignited the fear of what truly skilled ice release users can unleash on the battlefield. You had made yourself to be a powerful weapon for the village, but conversely, that would make you a huge threat for Konoha's enemies. It is natural for hostile forces to want to research ways to counter that. If anyone wants to procure an ice release user to use as their test subject, experimenting on a Yuki clan member would be preferred as it is the closest thing to Haku's own ice release. But ice release users are rare to begin with, especially for people like Haku who are able to use it because of it manifesting as a Kekkei Jinkai instead of a secret clan technique like the Tuki clan. Izumi began to analyze and piece out the picture of the current situation. The Yuki clan had dissolved and gone into hiding a long time ago, and if we take the lockdown in Kiri into account, it will be impossible for anyone to get their hands on and kidnap a Yuki clan member. So that's why the Tuki clan suddenly found themselves on the short end of the stick. They are the next best thing for Kumo to get their hands on for the sake of their research, even if their ice release is of a different brand, but I guess that is still better than nothing, huh? Hey spoke and turned to Ro, but I'm still unclear why Shimo would willingly hand over the entire Tuki clan over to Kumo like that. This is something that will cause major civil unrest within the village and is not a decision to be made lightly. Something's wrong. Hiate's concerns were valid. Imagine if the Hokage readily offered to sacrifice a clan as an offering to any huge threats that demanded them. What would the other clans think of the Hokage? What would the villagers think of the Hokage? If the leader of the village is unable to safeguard the interests of a loyal clan and chooses to sacrifice the clan for the sake of the village, who is to say that the other clans wouldn't be next? This would result in an irreparable distrust between the leadership of the village and its people. The village would eventually riot and fall apart at the seams. From what I was told, Shimo is in a very bad spot and is not in a position to be denying Kumo's demand. Apparently, the Reikage had made his threat a very real one when he had to undergo a full transformation right outside Shimo's walls as a display of power. Shimo cannot take on the might of a tailed beast, that is just how it is. Shimo's leaders simply don't have a choice and everyone knows this. And nobody is expecting for the Tuki clan to immediately stage a coup? Or something along those lines? I would if I were them. If I were Shimo's leader, I would be keeping a close eye on them to prevent them from resisting until Kumo comes to take them away, Tomio questioned, and this was indeed a good question. Shimo is doing that. Don't you realize that they were all being indirectly confined within the walls of their clan's residence? Ro patiently explained to us what we are really getting into. The only reason why we could sneak in and out without being discovered was because other ANBU teams had been here before to conduct preliminary recon and gave Tamichi the means to contact us and vice versa, which was why I could even give Tamichi a plan to extract the Tuki clan during our negotiations. Everything was already in progress before our team was sent onto this mission. Our mission here was simple. We infiltrate Shimo and conduct negotiations with Tamichi to confirm if he is still sincere with his offer and intention for his clan to seek refuge in Konoha. After which, we scout the route that we will have to take to ensure that it is as reasonably safe as we could possibly ensure. Since we are an espionage team, our job is to simply lay the groundwork for the extraction, and our work is officially over when the other ANBU teams responsible for the extraction arrive. Simple as that. So when will the extraction team, or teams, arrive? If all goes well, in a few days. In the meantime, we have to gather as much information about Shimo as we can. The hardest part of the mission is over for us, so just tough out the remaining days until we get to leave. Quick question, Tomio raised his hand. Which is? How do we know when it's time for us to leave? I'm not really sure myself, but I was told that there's no way we would miss the signal. Ro was right. There really wasn't any way we would miss the signal. A crow had flown through the window of our room with a message before scattering into a bunch of black feathers, seemingly disappearing into nothing. Everybody recognized this to be a work of a high-level jinjutsu, but I know just whose jinjutsu this belonged to. This screams of Uchiha Itachi's handiwork. He has to be involved in the Tuki clan extraction somehow. Gear up, we leave in 5 minutes. Ro's orders were absolute and we immediately changed into our ANBU gear and donned our masks. We could already sense that something wasn't quite right with Shimagakure. Their shinobis were currently being mobilized towards the walls as if something or somebody were trying to lay a siege on their village. There's no way Konoha would resort to such a stupid and blatant attempt to steal a clan of 50 people. This just begs the question on who would be foolish enough to do so. Evading the notice of Shimo shinobis was tough work considering that it was still daytime, but we made it work somehow. This just goes to show that there really is a noticeable difference between the caliber of shinobis produced by a village that is part of a big five and those from a smaller shinobi village. There had been individuals who were exceptions to this rule throughout the history of shinobis, like Hanzo the Salamander or the bounty hunter Kakuzu, but such exceptions were rare. Generally speaking, the shinobis produced by the smaller shinobi villages do not amount to anything much in the shinobi world, that is the harsh truth. So, I suppose that I shouldn't be too surprised that we managed to reach the Tuki clan residence undetected despite us sneaking around in broad daylight. The Tuki clan residence was built in such a manner that it was surrounded by tall walls on all sides which helped to prevent outsiders from noticing what goes on within. Already, evacuations were already underway when we arrived. A huge hole had opened up in the huge courtyard of the Tuki clan residence, revealing the entrance to a huge underground passage where every single Tuki clan member was flocking towards as quickly as they could. I could even spot seals lining the entrance of the opening, which I identified to be concealment seals. Very likely, this underground passage had already been here for quite some time, which would mean that Konoha had been planning for this operation for a while now, most likely ever since the end of the war. Do one last sweep of the perimeter. Make sure no Tuki clan members are left behind. Our team immediately split up to carry out Monkey's orders, and we reconvened after we were certain that the entire Tuki clan residence was now as empty as a ghost town. We joined the Tuki clan and entered the underground passage as well, noting a few other Konoha ANBU who were at the entrance of the underground passage. We are the last, nobody left behind. Sloth, you can close the passage now. The ANBU sloth, which Monkey talked to, gave a nod of acknowledgement before swiftly closing the entrance up with a usage of Earth Release Jutsu, making it as if a huge hole had never appeared within the Tuki clan's courtyard. Now, I'm starting to see the picture of this entire operation, whose scale is definitely larger than it seems. Team Omi is in charge of infiltration, to infiltrate Shimagakure with the goal of confirming Tamichi's intent while gathering information about Shimagakure and Kumogakure at the same time. Once done, the ANBU team that Sloth is a part of would be responsible for the extraction process. I'm willing to bet that there are at least one or two more separate ANBU teams that are involved in other processes that is required for this entire operation to proceed smoothly, like the distraction at the village's walls that had attracted the attention of the bulk of Shimo's forces and whichever ANBU team that has to be waiting for us at the other end of this underground passage. We immediately caught up with the main party, and it actually took a long while before we arrived at the exit. As I expected, there were other ANBU teams already present and waiting for our arrival. The underground passage that we had used to secretly exit Shimagakure swiftly collapsed after the last man had come out of it. Monkey immediately approached an ANBU from another team, someone whose chakra signature I recognize. That man with the crow mask has to be Uchiha Itachi, I'm sure of it. Monkey. Crow. Monkey returned Crow's greeting and handed over a scroll which was color-coded to indicate that the information within is for the Hokage's eyes only. This was what we found. Please give this to Hokage-sama. Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Crow replied as he pocketed the scroll. Let's go, my team is already waiting for us at the extraction point. We followed Crow's lead, and my gaze hidden behind my mask cannot help but secretly alternate between Crow and Rat. My suspicions about Crow's identity was confirmed when I caught him signing a secret silent greeting to Rat and vice versa during our run there while escorting the entirety of the Yuki clan to the agreed extraction point. A clan of 50 over members isn't exactly a huge number by shinobi's standards, but it is still a handful. Furthermore, there are elderly and children within the Yuki clan, so our movement speed wasn't as quick as I had hoped it to be. Team Omi had worked together with Sloth's team to escort the Yuki clan throughout the entire journey, spreading themselves along the perimeter of the contingent just in case we were spotted and attacked. Crow led the way from the front, and we soon arrived at what I supposed is a small port with numerous merchant ships already docked there, the port strangely deserted for reasons unknown to me. It seems that we will be taking the sea route out of here. The Yuki clan didn't need to be told twice about what they should do next. The clan split up to board 5 separate merchant ships that Konoha ANBU had prepared, and we set sail the moment everyone was accounted for. Rat had excused herself the moment the coast of the Land of Frost was a mere speck in the background, probably to go find Crow, who also happened to be on the same ship as ours together with his entire ANBU team. Coincidence? I think not. Here's our next set of instructions. We will work with Crow's team and take watch in pairs throughout the entire duration of the journey starting from now. Basically, guard duty. Each watch will last 2 hours before you switch with the next pair. Crow's team is called Team Yoru, as I had soon found out. From the gossip I heard from my fellow ANBU colleagues, they are supposedly one of the better ANBU teams in Konoha. We have odd numbers in our team, Captain, so does that mean? Yes. Somebody from our team will have to pair up with someone on Crow's team. They have odd numbers too, Monkey answered Hedgehog's question before turning to me. Naturally, by ANBU's tradition, the rookie is usually the one volunteering for such things. Fine, I get the hint. I stood up to take my leave and to search for whichever unlucky sod who would be my guard duty partner for the duration of the sea journey. We will take the first watch. Just make sure that there is somebody to take over our guard duty when the 2 hours are up. You are the best, Rabbit. Lizard said that only because he gets to catch a break after the conclusion of the toughest part of our mission while I have to patrol the deck of the ship. It wasn't hard to locate the room which Team Yoru were resting in. I had a growing suspicion that there's somebody else who I am familiar with in Team Yoru the closer I am to their cabin, because I sensed another chakra signature that I am familiar with, and it is not Itachi's. Somebody with a crane mask came to answer when I knocked on their cabin's doors, and I let my intentions known. Crane simply turned around to holler at his team members. Hey, somebody needs to pair up with someone from Team Omi for guard duty. I heard a collective groan coming from within the room, and I took a peek inside. Everybody within still had their masks on, but that did not stop me from trying to locate the person whose chakra signature I had recognized. He's wearing an octopus mask. I simply threw a senbon at him. It did take everyone in the room by surprise. Some even had their weapons drawn at the sudden perceived threat, but they relaxed when they noticed that I meant no harm. I had purposely aimed my senbon a few centimeters to the left of his head, leaving it embedded in the wall beside him. Octopus took one queer look at my senbon, plucked it out to inspect it, before turning back to look at me in curious wonder. You guys know each other? I'm sure I know who he is, but he probably does not know who I am until I threw that senbon, I replied to Crane's query before turning back to look at Octopus. So, you coming? Sure thing, Octopus chirped in the socially awkward manner that I know him for, and we both exited the cabin. I definitely wasn't expecting to see him here, but I have to admit that he's weirdly suited for the ANBU life. How did you get into ANBU? I asked when I was sure we were out of earshot. Actually, that's my question to you too, Girly-kun. I was of the impression that you and Cracker-chan were having a honeymoon back in the village, possibly busy making babies, even. You still have no way with words, I see, I replied a sigh, and I climbed our way up to the crow's nest of the ship with the assistance of Chakra, where the vantage point this location offered allows us to get a better view of our surroundings. Sai had released numerous ink drawings from his scroll and had them position themselves around the perimeter of the ship to act as lookouts. For me, I simply expanded my chakra sensory range, which came easy to me since we were currently out on the open sea with plenty of water vapor to spare. Come to think about it, I hadn't seen him ever since the war started in full swing. It's been a long time since we last talked like this. So, octopus? Is it because of your ink ninjutsu, or was it purely a coincidence? I requested for an octopus mask, just thought it would be funny, thinking that perhaps it would make a good nickname for myself to help myself fit in with my new team, or at least that's what I thought I should try applying from the latest book I read. Sai shrugged. What about you? Why choose rabbit? That was the mask given to me, I didn't have a choice. Given? You didn't get to choose? You had a choice? I asked in return, to which Sai nodded in response. Every ANBU recruit who finished their recruit training would be given a list of currently available code names to choose from. I thought that's wait, did you attend the recruit training at all? No, I was exempted from it. That explains it, Sai hummed in reply before pointing at my mask. Do you know, Girly-kun, that ANBU whose masks represent the zodiac animals has a special meaning in ANBU? Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, boar. I'm referring to the 12 zodiac animals. Your team is special, having 3 members whose masks directly represent the zodiac. Monkey, rat, and me. I understood the point Sai was driving across, but what kind of significance does the masks with zodiac animals have in ANBU? You really weren't taught much about the ANBU culture and history. My addition into ANBU was a literal surprise. Humor me. Sai looked like he had a lot more to ask, but in the end he decided to first answer my questions instead. ANBU was created shortly after Konoha was founded, under the leadership of Naidame-sama, with the ANBU reporting directly to the Shodame-sama. It was how the Senju brothers consolidated their power over the village during its early days. Word has it that when Naidame-sama first founded the ANBU there were only 12 members. Their masks correspond to the 12 zodiac animals. As time went by and ANBU started to grow in numbers, there came a point where ANBU was running out of animal-based codenames to assign to the newer recruits. That's when masks with similar themes to the zodiac animals were being produced to solve the problem. There are several dog-themed masks in ANBU, like hound, wolf, and so on, but the original dog mask is dog, the very first dog-themed mask. That's all? Of course not. Sai looked at me as though I had just asked a stupid question. Thing is, after the very first generation of Zodiac ANBU had either retired or was Kia, their masks were passed down. However, due to the contributions they had made to the village through ANBU in its founding years, whoever took on any of the original 12 masks found themselves having large shoes to fill because of the legacy the initial 12 had left behind, and by some weird cause and effect, maybe it was from the pressure to live up to the legacy left behind from the first generation. These ANBU who inherited the zodiac masks eventually left behind their own legacy that were not in any way less significant. This same phenomenon continued, and over time, somehow, this evolved into an ANBU tradition that whoever receives one of the original 12 zodiac masks is someone that ANBU believes will one day be an important figure within ANBU that can and will make significant contributions to the village. At least, that was the rumor I heard. As to how true this may be, I'm not too sure, but considering that it is a well-known fact within ANBU that Hatake Kakashi was the last holder of the dog mask, and the ANBU commander is the holder of the dragon mask, the rumor may actually be nearer to the truth than we thought. As far as I'm aware, the zodiac masks were always assigned to whoever ANBU deemed appropriate. They were never an option to be picked by the operatives themselves, like how I picked the octopus mask. Or perhaps this entire thing was just one lucky coincidence. That too, but if you were assigned a mask instead of getting to choose and it ended up being another zodiac animal, then there definitely is some significance behind the zodiac masks. My right hand idly went up to touch the mask on my face after hearing Sai's words. There's logic to his words that I cannot find reason to refute. If his words were true, then it must mean that my godfather truly has some high expectations of me. Monkey, rat, and even boar, who watched over me during the period where I invented the intent and copy seal, and if I include the ANBU commander and myself, that is 5 ANBU operatives I know of who possess Zodiac-themed masks. What makes us so special? Why choose us? Questions, questions, and more questions. I seem to be getting more of those every time I tried to seek an answer. So, have you heard the news that Tobi-sensei is going to get married? And he didn't bother to tell me or Hanabi. How did you find out about it? Boobless was the one that let it slip. So, we can conclude that Tobi-sensei didn't bother to inform any of us about his upcoming wedding? Like I told him, if he didn't bother to inform us, then he should forget about receiving gifts from any of us. We are doing that? For real? It's a joke, obviously. I facepalmed, only to realize that my mask was in the way. The three of us should really go find a day to pick out their wedding gift together. Hopefully, we will be back in time for their wedding ceremony, whenever that may be. That would be nice, Sai agreed and started jotting down notes in his little notebook once more. So, Team Ami? What's it like? I heard your team is geared towards espionage. Color me surprised. I thought you would be better suited in a heavy assault team like mine. It's true, we are a team designed for espionage and assassination. How did you end up in a heavy assault team? We should switch, you are more suited for espionage. That is a question I wanted to ask my instructors as well. They were the ones who assigned us recruits to our respective teams. Captain Crow is nice though, if you ignore the fact that his anti-jinjutsu training was really nasty. It's a pity that this is his last ANBU mission. He's retiring from ANBU? That was what he told the team. I'm not allowed to divulge anything more than this, but I can say that nobody has any idea who our new captain will be. I'm not surprised if Itachi had to retire from ANBU. Fugaku was killed in the war, leaving Itachi as the sole candidate to assume the position as the clan head of the Uchiha clan. There is no way he can juggle between his ANBU duties and the ones that came with his new official position, so his retirement from ANBU is inevitable. Just don't drive your new captain up the wall with your eccentricity. You are the last person I want to hear that from, Girly-kun. Chapter 39 Yugo of the Scales. Things slowed into a lull for the next few days. The only thing that we had to do was to go for our guard duty shifts when it was our turn to do so. The only interesting thing that had happened thus far was encountering a pirate ship 4 days after we had set sail, who naively believed our ship to be a civilian merchant ship that it was disguised to be. They were soon proved wrong when Monkey ordered me to sink the pirate ship with my water release before they could reach us, so I had the honors of sending those pirates to their watery graves. It was during our 8th day at sea did Monkey gather the team for a briefing. A new order had arrived from the village via a messenger hawk and our team was being assigned to complete it. This time, our mission will bring us to Oto-Geikure. Our ships had been sailing southwards from the land of frost towards the land of fire. Ships on their journey would have to make a pit stop somewhere to refill their supplies, and ours is no exception. Our ship would be scheduled to make a pit stop in the land of hot water tomorrow, and that will be the time where Team Yoru and Team Omi will go their separate ways. Team Yoru will continue to secretly escort the Tuki clan to Konoha while Team Omi will carry out their new mission. Why Oto? I thought we had already raided the place until nothing was left. Lizard whined, obviously reluctant to be a part of this new mission. Blame Orochimaru for making so many dens. Monkey shut Lizard up real quick. From what I was told, ever since the combined invasion during the Chunin exams, Konoha had been periodically sending ANBU teams to Oto to raid Orochimaru's hideouts. Orochimaru was an extremely high-profile missing need of Konoha, so this was needed to prevent the possibility of our village's secrets from falling into enemies' hands, but with every hideout they raided they would uncover the location of a few more others. The ANBU was simply fed up with the never-ending hideouts they had to raid in Oto at this point. This time, it is our team's turn to be saddled with the job that nobody wanted to do. It's not too bad. I mean, most of the hideouts were already cough-rated and taken care of, there shouldn't be much left. Think of it as a mini vacation. Hedgehog seemed to take things in stride while continuing to sharpen his sword. Weren't you the one dying to go back to the village so that you can see your girlfriend? You should be on my side here. She's not in the village right now, Hedgehog shrugged, ending the conversation right there and then. Nothing special of note happened next. Our ship made a brief stop at the land of hot water and our team took this opportunity to disembark and head towards the land of sound. It was previously known as the land of rice fields until Orochimaru established Otogekyure, although at that time nobody knew that Orochimaru was the leader of Otogekyure. It would take us days before we would reach the land of sound from where we had disembarked at the land of hot water even at our full speed. Team Omi did nothing but to travel at our top speed for the entire duration. Our waking hours were spent almost entirely on traveling. The land of sound was as what you would expect from its former name. It is indeed a land full of rice fields. Even the mountains were being cut into to create terraced rice fields, and it is evident that agriculture is a very prominent and influential trait in this part of the world. Otogekyure had fallen into disarray ever since Orochimaru's death. They were a young shinobi village to begin with, and with the death of their leader there simply wasn't anyone who could fill in the large shoes which the snake Sannin had left behind. There simply wasn't anyone charismatic or powerful enough to unite the numerous clans who reside in Otogekyure. While Otogekyure still officially exists, the truth is that it is not far from being fully disbanded and dissolved. In just another year or two the situation in the land of sound would likely revert back into what it originally was before Orochimaru came into the picture. I don't want to be the one saying this, but there's too much area to cover and we have too little time. Rat spoke up when Monkey unraveled the scroll containing our mission details and with it, a detailed map of the land of sound. The map had marked out numerous hideouts that we were ordered to raid and clear of any information pertaining to Konoha as per our mission orders. However, like Rat had pointed out, there's too much to cover and too little time if we were to go through them one after the other. My sentiments exactly, Monkey agreed, so this is what I propose. We will split up in 5 different directions and sweep these hideouts individually, and then meet back here in a week. These hideouts should be mostly abandoned anyway, so it should be safe even if we were to go in there alone. However, if for any reason you were unable to clear any hideouts on your own, do not be stubborn. Mark it out on your map and leave it until we reconvene, then we will decide about what to do about it afterwards. Rabbit, please help to duplicate this map with your seal and hand everyone else a copy each. I did as Monkey instructed and he soon divided our search area into 5 different portions, letting us investigate the hideouts in our assigned portions on our lonesome. The hideouts that I was assigned to investigate and clear out were the hideouts in the northwestern area of Oto. I silently made my way there, appreciating the short period of time where I can simply be alone and enjoy the silence. This isn't too bad, being alone once in a while is a refreshing change of pace. I should enjoy the silence while it lasts. Nothing noteworthy happened for the first 2 days, in which I located 3 hideouts that I am supposed to investigate, raid, and clean out any possible information that might be detrimental to Konoha should it get leaked out to anybody else. There weren't many hideouts in the sector which I was assigned to clear, but the distance between each hideout was huge and under usual circumstances it would take the average shinobi a considerable amount of time to travel from one hideout to another. I was assigned to clear the hideouts in this sector precisely because I can drastically cut the travel time with my ice mirrors, making me the best candidate for this job. I certainly wasn't expecting to run into another Canon character while on my job. Ha ha ha, die! I flickered away from the nasty punch and powered with natural energy, the hulking figure of Yugo laughing maniacally among the demolished rubble and more than half his body covered by a shade of dark gray as a side effect of his natural ability. This was the last hideout that I was raiding and I was wondering why it was entirely abandoned until I stumbled into Yugo, who instantly transformed and broke out of his cell upon spotting me. We had been going at this for quite a while. I was simply darting from side to side instead of making a proper retaliation, mostly because I'm very curious about the effects of natural energy and also because I'm confident that Yugo wouldn't be able to harm me even if he tried, at least not when he's currently incapable of making any rational judgment. I'm fast enough to easily evade him thanks to my ice mirrors. Furthermore, as someone who had been playing with seals at a young age, I have many ways to restrain him if I truly wanted to do so. People who are capable of harnessing natural energy are very rare to come by, and even for those who are born with that talent, natural energy is extremely hard to control. I knew that for a fact because my godfather is a perfect sage and a user of natural energy, and I learned a few things about natural energy from him. I always had an interest in chakra and the miracles that they can perform, and natural chakra is an entirely different breed on its own when compared to normal chakra. It's not every day that I could study the effects of natural energy like this. I know that the prerequisites of becoming a sage are inhumanely strict. The user's body must be able to absorb and withstand the effects of natural energy. It is something that you are either born with or you don't. Orochimaru certainly did not succeed in harnessing natural energy, and neither did Tsunade when Hashirama could, yet an orphan like Jiraiya succeeded. He's not someone who possessed any notable bloodline, which begs the question of what actually qualifies someone as being born with a body that is able to meet the prerequisites of becoming a sage. Huge chakra reserves? Definitely a factor, because I'm pretty sure it was mentioned in passing in Canon, but I'm also equally sure that it is not the main factor. There are so many A or S rank threats out there with huge chakra reserves, and so few ever manage to harness natural energy, if any at all. In that case, what is the main factor? Nobody had a clue, and those that do are not willing to share its secrets. In Yugo's case, he was clearly born with a body that could absorb and withstand the effects of natural energy, at least in the physical sense. Going by that logic, he had met the prerequisite to possibly be a sage. If so, why is it that he went bonkers the moment he absorbed natural energy beyond a certain threshold? Canon, Jiraiya, Naruto, Kabuto, none of them lost their minds, and it doesn't seem that losing their sanity was a feared consequence of failing to harness natural energy. In Naruto's case, the greatest danger he faced when he started out was being petrified and turning into stone when the balance of natural energy in his body went out of whack. Jiraiya gained toad-like characteristics for not being able to become a perfect sage, showing that physical transformations are a common and expected side effect of trying to harness natural energy. Kabuto grew horns when he entered sage mode as well. But going outright crazy and falling into a frenzied rage? That's all uniquely Yugo. If I have to be more precise, I should be asking the question if natural energy is the culprit and driving factor that causes Yugo to lose his mind whenever he undergoes a transformation. Maybe it's the unique constitution of his body rather than natural energy itself. Maybe it's a mixture of the two, but I wouldn't know for sure until I have the time to study natural energy in greater detail. However, I am not a sage. I have no idea how to gather and collect natural energy, and neither can I see or sense it. The only other sage that I know is my godfather, and he is a very busy man, definitely not having the free time to indulge me in my experiments on chakra. Yugo, however, provides such an opportunity. This encounter was unexpected, but since I have some time to spare until I rendezvous with my team anyway, I might as well humor the insane Yugo until I have to head back. It was at times like this that I really wish that Hanabi was here. I know that the Byakugan is not able to pick out and identify natural energy in our surroundings, but I'm really curious if her eyes are able to pick up the natural energy that Yugo absorbed, or just the kind of chakra that is running through Yugo right now whenever he undergoes a transformation. If the absorbed natural energy in his body could now be seen by the Byakugan after Yugo absorbed it, what would it mean? That natural energy is not natural anymore? That there's some sort of transformation of the nature of chakra after Yugo absorbs it into his body? What kind of transformation would the natural energy have to undergo in Yugo's body if that's the case? So many questions, so many theories, but so little that I can do to further my research and verify my hypothesis. For now though, I have to get Yugo to calm down. Ugh! It was with a painful moan that Yugo stirred awake and tried to sit up. His head felt heavy, like somebody had repeatedly smashed at it with a sledgehammer before proceeding to grind at it with a giant motor. Finally awake? Yugo's head snapped to the source of the voice, spotting somebody around his age sitting at a campfire just a few meters away. He vaguely remembered this person before he snapped. "Did you stop me?" If that is how you want to put it, the unknown shinobi with no discernible clues to identify him to the village which he's affiliated to spoke. A very curious ability you have there. Hungry? He held up what was probably a wild chicken that he hunted and was grilling over the fire. Yugo shook his head, not feeling famished in the slightest. No thank you. I should go back. To your prison cell? The shinobi asked, and Yugo nodded, slowly standing up on his unsteady feet, still feeling a little concussed and groggy. He has no idea when he will go crazy again, so it's best for everyone if he isolates himself before it happens. That's not a long-term solution. I know, Yugo agreed through gritted teeth as he leaned against a nearby wall, using it to support his body as he slowly inched his way back to his cell. He knows better than anyone that isolating himself is never going to solve anything, but he had no better ideas, especially so after Orochimaru is gone. Before you go, mind doing me a favor? Yugo slowly turned his head back to the unknown shinobi in silent askance. He guessed he technically does owe this unknown shinobi a favor for stopping him. If it's within my abilities. Try going crazy again. No. I mean, try channeling nature energy through your right arm again. I just want to test if the seals I placed on you are actually being effective in blocking nature energy or not. The shinobi pointed to Yugo's right arm, and true enough, it was being plastered with strips of seals that Yugo somehow hadn't noticed until now. Yugo looked back at the shinobi in doubt before looking back at his arm. He doesn't mind being somebody else's lab rat if it meant being able to control his urges. His time with Orochimaru had long since desensitized him to the idea of being somebody else's test subject. He just had never considered the idea of trying to suppress his ability through seals, and he honestly had very little confidence in the feasibility of such a method. But, what's there for him to lose in trying? He doesn't know who this shinobi is, but it's clear that he was able to suppress him at his worst without coming to harm. Even if the worst were to happen and he goes on a rampage again, nobody else will be harmed by his actions. Yugo didn't take too long to contemplate. This shinobi's idea of using seals to suppress his destructive urges presented him with another possibility, and he would grab whatever chance he could get to finally rid himself of his curse. I'm starting, Yugo stated, finding it appropriate to at least warn the shinobi before he goes crazy again. He felt the rush of energy filling him as he gathered chakra into his right arm and watched as the seals started to glow a bright red one after the other. Some simply burned up, some fell off, but a few others still stuck to his right arm as inky lines started to spread from the seals and covered his arm. The usual rush of uncontrollable power never went past a certain threshold no matter how he tried, as if there was a stopper that's forcefully preventing it from going any higher. Just when Yugo thought that the nature energy he gathered was finally able to break past the limitations set by the seals, the nature energy suddenly disappeared. Yugo stumbled from the sudden dissipation of nature energy in his body. It felt as if there was something that sucked him dry of all the chakra in his body all of a sudden. His arm reverted back to normal, and throughout the entire process, not once did he feel any uncontrollable thoughts dictating his actions. It was a very novel experience. So only prototype 6, 9, and 13 worked. Yugo heard the shinobi muttering to himself, and when he looked up, the unknown shinobi was already drawing up a few more seals using a calligraphy set that had mysteriously appeared from out of nowhere. Suppression seals only worked until a certain threshold. Need to find ways to increase said threshold. That said, the chakra expelling seal worked surprisingly well. It's a direction worth working towards. Yugo picked himself up and sat himself down on a small fallen log not too far away from the unknown shinobi, keeping quiet lest he disturbed him in his work. He's comfortable with the silence, and the only sound that filled the area for the next 2 hours were the sound of brush writing across paper and the shinobi's incomprehensible muttering to himself as he drew and tested new seal designs one after the other. Every time he's done with a seal, he would fling it onto his arm with the aid of chakra, and Yugo would try channeling nature energy into his arm again until the seal failed. This continued until one particular seal was able to allow Yugo to comfortably channel nature energy into his body and remain in the half-transformed state for almost half an hour before the seal forcibly expelled the nature energy in his body just right before Yugo felt he would lose control. I guess that's the best I can do for you. The shinobi handed a few more seals with similar designs that he just tested on Yugo. I'm afraid it's impossible to fully suppress your nature energy with seals. At the very least, I'm not capable of that yet, but programming seals to expel it before it reaches a certain threshold does work. That is all this seal is able to do for you. Use it at your own discretion. Thank you, Yugo thanked the surprisingly kind-hearted shinobi, still a little in a daze at the stroke of good luck he had. No, I should be the one thanking you. It's not every day I get the opportunity to study nature energy in great detail, the shinobi shook his head in reply. I would ask if you would like to come back to my village so that I can further my research, but something tells me you probably won't accept it. I don't wish to fight, Yugo admitted. The only reason he became a shinobi was because Kimimaro had approached him and promised him a cure if he came with him to Orochimaru, but both of them are no longer around and with it, any hopes of ever finding a cure for his case. Until this shinobi came. It's fine, I respect your decision. The unknown shinobi stored his belongings with a storage scroll before standing up to presumably take his leave. If anybody asked, we never met, and please don't let these seal designs fall into the hands of anyone else without my permission. You have my word, Yugo promised. He hesitated a little but still decided to ask one question. My name is Yugo. You are? The unknown shinobi fell silent and Yugo was about to be convinced that he would never tell him his name when he finally answered. Haku. It's nice to meet you, Yugo, take care. The unknown shinobi walked into a pane of ice and disappeared, leaving Yugo alone as if their encounter with each other never took place. Only the still burning campfire and the seals in Yugo's hands reminded him that what he experienced was not a dream. Yugo looked at the seals in his hands that was given to him, one of the best presents he ever received from anyone else. Haku. That's the name of his benefactor. He would forever remember this act of kindness. Chapter 40 Team Bonding. Her hands instinctively reached out for the space beside her every time she stirred awake, only for her to open her eyes in disappointment when all she felt was an empty space instead of the warmth she was expecting. Right, her idiot is on a mission right now. Lazing in bed with him is not going to happen until at least about a week later where he's expected to return. The realization of his absence dispelled all sleepiness in her mind as she got out of bed and washed up. Things in the village are swiftly getting back on track now that the international political climate is starting to stabilize, albeit with much distrust and hostility between the bigger villages, but at least there will be temporary peace for a few short years. A few short years is all the time she has to hurry and improve her skills both as a shinobi and a jinchuriki. She has to get stronger. When shit inevitably hits the proverbial fan again in a few years, like how it had always been happening in a never-ending cycle throughout the history of shinobis, she has to be good enough to be able to stand beside him as an equal. She has the means to do so. All she needs now is the experience and mastery over what she currently has. The sun had not yet risen, but her entire family was already at the dining table eating in silence. By the time the sun began to peek over the horizon and bathe the skies in a little more color, she and her siblings were already at their private training dojo duking it out under the strict supervision of her father and uncle. All three of them learned the same taijutsu style, but yet each of them had very different ways of utilizing it. In fact, many variations of the gentle fist were derived over the course of the clan's history. Some were born natural combatants that fit perfectly with the original taijutsu form, some naturally excelled at using the gentle fist for assassination rather than direct combat, others had talent in bodyguarding. There were people who used the gentle fist to crush their opponents into smithereens like an unstoppable force, and there were also anomalies who used the gentle fist like a precise scalpel to slice enemies into two. Such variations were inevitable when Hyuga clan members needed to better tailor the gentle fist to their respective needs, even if the overall form of these derivations largely remains the same as the original gentle fist. Niji has the best mastery over the gentle fist among them, which wasn't really a surprise as he is one of the brightest prodigies that ever graced the clan. His style is all about achieving the perfect balance, which resonates very well with the philosophies of the 8 trigram symbol that their gentle fist was said to derive from. A perfect balance of yin and yang, form and power, finesse and strength. No matter how dire the fight is, Niji is always seemingly in perfect harmony with himself. His Byakugan was also naturally geared towards taijutsu as compared to the average Hyuga, being able to view the Tenketsu points in much greater detail than what most Hyugas could achieve. On the other hand, Hinata's usage of the gentle fist differs greatly from how most of their clan members use it. Perhaps it was due to her gentle personality, but Hinata had never really excelled in the offensive usages of the gentle fist unlike them. However, it would still be foolish to discount her entirely simply because of her gentle nature. She is extremely proficient in the defensive usages of the gentle fist to the point that barely anyone in their age group can bypass her guard. As far as Hanabi could recall, only the likes of Niji or their parents could ever trespass the area within the reach of Hinata's arms whenever she is in combat. This is why she excels in bodyguarding missions, one of the jobs that their clan excel in back in the days of the warring era till now, but Hinata was naturally better at this than most Hyugas. Unlike Niji, Hinata's Byakugan was naturally capable of seeing far greater distances at greater detail. Her Byakugan was born to be suited for reconnaissance rather than combat. As such, she probably will never be a talented fighter that Niji will be, but she will grow to be an indispensable tracker that any shinobi team will rely on with those eyes of hers. If Niji's style was geared towards achieving perfect balance and Hinata's style towards defense, her style represents the facet lying at the other end of the spectrum. Offensive tactics had always worked well for her, and if she had to fight, she preferred to go in blazing right from the get-go. Again, this is probably due to her own personality, much like the fire element that she's naturally compatible with. She had always excelled in the offensive usages of the gentle fist, and the only defensive usages which she could claim to have mastered is the Canon, and even then she has an inclination to use it as an offensive tactic like a giant Rasengan rather than the defensive shield which it was originally created for by its original inventor. In a way, she guesses that it's poetic that they each lie in a different spectrum regarding their interpretation and usages of the gentle fist. She could still remember the moment in the hospital right after the invasion, where she dragged a suicidal Haku out from the bowels of the Hokage Tower and where their father sent him to the hospital for treatment. She remembered crying into his chest and asking him to train such that she will never be killed again, and he agreed, vowing to do all he can to make them powerful. Her father is fulfilling his promise to her now, training all three of them with the harshest regime that would produce the best results. Her true prowess shines only when she is able to combine ninjutsu into her gentle fist, but when it boils down to the mastery of the gentle fist alone, she is still lacking when compared to her father and Niji. It really showed when her father sent her crashing and flying across the wooden floor of the dojo repeatedly before barking at her to stand up and continue with his Byakugan activated and boring into her. She had the greatest count among her siblings when it comes to being sent flying by her father, because Hinata naturally excelled at fighting defensively while Niji is just being Niji. It's not wrong to adopt a purely offensive approach for the gentle fist, but it can only work if you have the capability to polish it to the extent that it can be a true threat, her father told her after sending her flying for the umpteenth time that week. For you to be a true threat with the gentle fist without the aid of your ninjutsu, you need to master the gentle fist and turn it into the sharpest spear possible. You will have to turn your gentle fist into the ultimate offensive taijutsu that threatens your enemies to discard any thoughts of facing it head-on or risk being eradicated in a single strike. She would forever remember how her father patted her on the head that day in encouragement as she looked up to him. You need to learn how to sharpen your chakra even further, which your uncle will teach you. Precise chakra manipulation is the bread and butter for every Hyuga shinobi because it is the prerequisite for bringing out the greatest potential of the gentle fist. Sharpening of chakra is what they would do when they focus their chakra at their fingertips, much like an invisible scalpel, to forcibly shut down the tenketsu points of their opponents. According to the clan's records, one of their greatest prodigies in history was able to sharpen his chakra to the extent that he could puncture holes into objects at a microscopic level unseen by the naked eye, making him one of the most feared combatants and also assassin to ever grace the Hyuga clan. While she does not harbor any hope to replicate the exact same feat as her ancestor, that is the direction which she has to work towards due to the style of her gentle fist. Her uncle is the best tutor there is in this department rather than her father, since her father is more skilled with the crushing aspect of the gentle fist, where one strike is all is needed to reduce rubble to dust, whereas her uncle mastered the sharpening aspect of the taijutsu style. He is far better at sharpening chakra than her father, and thus, the more suitable tutor for her. Sharpening of chakra is an aspect of chakra manipulation that leans very heavily towards shape transformation rather than the nature transformation that she is already attuned with when she learned and incorporated the fire release chakra mode into the gentle fist with Obito's help. One can argue that trying to master both shape and nature transformation is far too advanced for a shinobi her age, but stepping into this realm as early as possible is necessary. Time is not on her side, especially when she's a Jinchuriki with all eyes on her. And especially so when her idiot is improving as a shinobi in leaps and bounds far too swift for her to catch up to. She will fall behind if she does not make an active effort to keep up. Thankfully, Kushina and Naruto had already taught her the shadow clone training method, something which she is planning to abuse with great effect. She still cannot beat Niji though, which is a little demoralizing after all the hard work which she puts into mastering her own variation of the gentle fist. It would be a different story if she uses her fire release, but that wasn't the point of their spars. If they were to spar using only their gentle fist, Niji still has her beat by a mile. And so as she lies on the floor staring at the ceiling of the dojo after being sent crashing backwards by her older cousin until she comes into an unsightly stop in her latest spar with him, she cannot help but find herself wondering if hard work will ever beat talent. She is starting to understand where Rock Lee was coming from a little better now and why he declared Niji to be his eternal rival. She dare say that she is a genius in her own right, but Niji really is too maddeningly filled to the brim with talent. It can be really frustrating when trying to compare yourself to someone the likes of Niji. She could never catch up to him if she were to rely on the gentle fist alone, which was why she attempted something never done before by her clan by incorporating ninjutsu into it. Only then would the distance between them be shortened. Hanabi? You okay? No. Just let me lie here and contemplate about the meaning of life. Hinata giggled at her sassy remark before walking over and pulling Hanabi up, who was a little unwilling to be separated from the floor which she was lying on to catch a short break, but time is short and there's only so much she can afford to squander away if she wants to get stronger in the shortest time possible. She steadied herself and got back into her stance as Niji did the same. They lunged at each other once more on an unspoken signal. There's a lot of catching up to be done for her to stand beside him as his equal. My unexpected encounter with Yugo aside, the remainder of the mission was easily completed without much fanfare. Our team met at the agreed rendezvous point, shared our findings, and overall the entire mission summed up to pretty much destroying everything important that we could not bring back and bringing back what we could that still held some value. All in all, no significant findings from any of us. I kept my encounter with Yugo a secret. I don't even know why I decided to keep my encounter with him a secret, but something within me just felt that this would be the right thing to do. Perhaps it was because in a way, Yugo was very much like my old self. We disliked conflicts despite being born with a power capable of wanton destruction. While I had already embraced conflict and violence as an inescapable part of my life going forward, Yugo still has a chance to live the life where I couldn't and had wished for, to be left alone and live out his life in peace. He could choose to live his life as he wished to since he's no longer shackled down by Orochimaru, and Kimimaro is probably long dead if Canon was anything to go by. His situation was an uncannily similar reflection of me from before, which prompted me to try and help him develop that seal for him in the first place. So, I will keep his existence a secret. A part of me had a nagging thought that we could have been good friends under more favorable circumstances due to our similar ideals, but there's no longer any point in thinking about the what-ifs. Life has to go on. Team Omi returned back to Konoha and reported the successful completion of our mission. We were aware that the Tuki clan had successfully reached the village without capturing the attention of the neighboring villages. Shimo and Kumo are currently in a chaotic state right now when they realize that an entire clan has suddenly vanished into thin air. While that's no longer any of Team Omi's business, it still brought a smile to my face whenever the thought of that despicable Raikage losing his temper over having his plan foiled once again came to mind. I have no idea how and where the Tuki clan is being relocated to and under what new identities they are currently living their lives within the village, assuming that they are in the village at all. They could be living outside the village somewhere within the territory of the Land of Fire. Konoha does have smaller shinobi clans that live outside the village situated within the Land of Fire, the Haku clan being one of such clans and having a small village of their own near the border of the Land of Fire to that of Amigakure. Their main responsibilities are monitoring that area of the country's borders and being the first responders to any possible threats. They are a part of Konoha, just that their members do not live within the village. They do send their children to the village academy when they are of age and take part in high-profile activities like the Chunin or Jonin examinations, but that's about it. Seeing that I didn't see or hear a word about the Tuki clan in the village, my personal guess was that the Tuki clan is now living under a new identity under the arrangements similar to those of the Kahaku clan, but that's just my personal guess. The next big event that's about to happen would be Obito-sensei's wedding that is about to take place soon. I only managed to make it back in time 2 days before the wedding since the detour to the Land of Sound took up a fair bit of time. Naturally, as his students, the three of us want to give him and Rin the best present possible to congratulate them. Unfortunately, the hunt for the present didn't go as well as we would like. Nothing we found seems to be good enough that all three of us can agree on. This is so tiring, Hanabi complained as we took a break at a dango stand. We spent the entire morning and half an afternoon and we still came up with nothing. The photo frame was nice, Sai said as he took another bite of the dango, according to a book dash. Sai, it was ugly. What about a vase? Sai pointed to the ceramic shop opposite us. It looks good enough to be used as a gift. If we can find one. Why don't we make one? I suggested. All we need is the right kind of clay, right? Better than going about cluelessly looking for a perfect gift that may or may not exist. You know anything about pottery? Hanabi questioned doubtfully. Read about it once. Why don't we try it? Sai tilted his head as he finished his dango stick. According to a book I read, if you made the gift yourself it usually comes across as you being sincere with your gift. Well, Hanabi spoke slowly and drew out her words in caution, obviously still a little unsure about the idea. If you guys are sure about this. This is the 12th failed attempt. Hanabi groaned. This is not going to work. 13's the charm. Team 13, remember? That's what you said the last 11 times. Sai frowned at me as we discarded yet another failed product. Last try, I said as I took out the last batch of clay we have. There's no more clay left for us to make any more attempts after this one anyway. With my ice, I created the wheel which we used to shape the clay into something recognizable and spun it with a mental command. The two of them threw me the wonderful work of trying to sculpt it into something vase-like because they are too lazy to do it. It took me more than 5 attempts to get it right and a few more others to make it look decent. Pottery making is deceptively hard. I'm done. Hanabi, your turn. I informed them when the vase came into shape and I quickly dried it with my control over water. This one is the best attempt on my part so far. It actually looked like an actual vase. And Uchiha civilian potter had very kindly lent us his kiln to use for the day. Uchiha civilians are known for their blacksmithing and pottery skills due to their vast knowledge about fire and their eye for detail. They do have several artists too, but those are rare because the Uchiha clan is a shinobi clan. Art really doesn't have a place here because it doesn't directly help them in anything shinobi related. Please don't blow this up this time, Crackers-chan. Just watch me work. Hanabi briefly glared at Sai before she placed my completed product into the kiln. She took the common stance one would take when using a fire jutsu, sucked in a breath, and blew out a steady stream of flames from her mouth to fire the kiln. This stage of the process is extremely delicate as the rise in temperature must be slow and gradual to slowly heat the atmospheric water out of the clay. If it is heated too quickly, the water turns to steam while inside the clay and the clay will just burst. I may have dried the clay with my control over water, but the best way to ensure that all the water is taken out will have to be through heating. Usually, doing manual firing like what Hanabi is doing is extremely risky because humans are prone to errors, but Hanabi is a master of chakra control and a genius in using the fire release. She can keep this up for as long as she wants with her now monstrously large chakra reserves. Her Byakugan can monitor the state of the vase we made and she can adjust the speed of the firing process accordingly. It didn't take her long to transform the clay vase into a ceramic vase with Hanabi firing the kiln. She turned off the fire burning in the kiln and I took over to slowly cool it back down by adjusting the temperature with my ice release. The last few times we tried it we broke a few of the vases we tried to make because we were too hasty during the heating or cooling process. Please don't break it, Girly-kun. Sai, please just let me concentrate. This is honestly good chakra control and ice release practice if it wasn't for the fact that it is very annoying to maintain the delicate balance. We did it, finally. Hanabi heaved a tired sigh of relief when I finally managed to cool the ceramic vase to room temperature without it breaking. I'll take over from here, Sai offered as he began to coat the vase with a layer of ceramic glaze to give it a better shine and to waterproof it. Once done, it is back into the kiln for the vase. Remember, Crackers-chan, please do not dash. Say another word and you are going into the kiln too, Hanabi finally snapped and Sai wisely shut up. She began the firing process once more, taking great care to raise the temperature to the proper level. Once her Byakugan saw that the glaze had been heated to maturity, she slowly cut off her flames and I slowly cooled the temperature within it back to room temperature once more. We actually did it. The 13th time really is the charm. Your turn. Hanabi turned to Sai, who took out his brush and some special paint. With a few quick strokes, he added the finishing touches as he painted some flowers on the vase and left the paint to dry. It's done. It's really pretty, Hanabi said as she leaned her head very close to the vase for inspection. I like it. It's pretty because I painted it. You wouldn't have a vase to paint if it wasn't for my firing. Did you two conveniently forget that I'm the one who sculpted it? Not important. We sealed the completed product in a sealing scroll, cleaned the place up, and thanked the kind Uchiha potter who had kindly let us use his kiln before making our way back to the center of the village. It's a fun day, Hanabi said as she skipped along. Who knows ninjutsu can be used to make pottery? You just lack imagination, I replied dryly. There are many things ninjutsu can do that are not combat related. We should try something else some other time, Sai suggested, something similar to what we did today. We can make this a Team 13 thing? We should bring Tobi-sensei along next time. I can already foresee him being the reason for many of our failed attempts. I shuddered a little at the thought and Hanabi nodded her head in agreement. He should be kept on a leash. Did you just compare our sensei to a dog? Hush, what he doesn't know wouldn't hurt him. Chapter 41 Wedding of Fire. Continue dawdling like this and we are going to be late. We will be there on time. Hanabi dismissively waved off Haku's concerns as she continued to stand in front of her wardrobe, carefully eyeing the dresses to decide which one she would wear to their sensei's wedding today. Haku was already dressed in the navy blue kimono she had bought for him just a week ago for this very occasion when he was still out on a mission. She knew he wouldn't have the time to go shopping for new clothes if she didn't do it for him. Like this, he now at least has some variety in his wardrobe. She ended up picking an orange silk kimono with decorative red flame patterns. Obito-sensei's wedding is a huge affair given his status in the village and also because they are attending the wedding not just as his students, but also as representatives of the Hyuga clan. There will be many important people attending the wedding later, and while they do not necessarily have to dress to impress, they have an image and reputation to uphold as one of Konoha's most powerful and noble shinobi clans. When representing the clan and attending such events, their attire has to be strictly formal. She took a quick shower and drying herself had never been faster ever since she learned that nifty fire-natured chakra trick from the Uchiha matriarch. Her clan is known by many as a very traditional clan and to several others, an archaic one. It's something that can be observed in their actions and everyday lives, from their words, actions, clan traditions, and down to their attire. Wearing the sarashirt, that long piece of cloth that women used to bind their chest, had always been a chore for her and is far from being her favorite type of undergarment. However, wearing an entirely traditional attire for such a formal event, even if nobody would ever know what she wore underneath her kimono, is still part of her clan tradition, and she is the heiress of the Hyuga clan. There will be things that she has to do and uphold no matter if she likes it or not. Unfortunately, the sarashirt is her natural nemesis and she had never once successfully worn the sarashirt nicely on her own. The number of times she had to wear one could be counted with the fingers on one hand, and she usually had Hinata to help her with it. Now though, it would be far more convenient to have Haku help her with it. Haku, I need your help. Excuse me, Mr. Yuki, can you start acting like my boyfriend for once and help me out here? She was a little annoyed at how he simply averted his eyes away like an alarmed squirrel when she stepped out of the shower wearing nothing but her underwear in order to get his help to properly bind that infuriating piece of cloth over her chest. Why that response? What is she, the plague? Yes, wrap it around my chest. Oh come on Haku, you are my boyfriend, touching my chest is no big deal. This is too loose, can you please use a little more force with the wrapping? Wait act dash. Too tight. You said that it was too loose dash. That doesn't mean you have to suffocate the life out of me. Our goodness. You suck at this far more than I do. She cannot help but grumble when his attempts always either end up binding her chest far too tight or far too loose because he just could not bring his eyes to look at her properly or have his hands stop being so awkward for the occasional brief contact with her chest when assisting her to do the binding. They finally got it right at the fourth attempt after she finally berated that stupid shyness out of him, nearly had to beat it out of her stupidly adorable dork back there, and having him to help her put on the elaborate kimono was a much swifter affair after they overcame the hurdle that is the serrature. She quickly sat in front of her dressing table, using the mirror to put on lipstick on her lips while he stood behind her and helped her with her hairdo and tied it up in an elaborate bun. She passed him the ivory hair stick with her free hand, the one he had bought for her before the Chunin exams, and he gently inserted it into her hair to have it remain in place. Brought our gift? She asked, and he nodded in reply when they were finally done and was able to head out. Distance was no longer an issue when traveling from point to point within the village ever since Haku had mastered the usage of his ice mirrors. Like she told him many times today, they are not going to be late for their teacher's wedding. Never seen the Uchiha district so lively before, she cannot help but muse when they arrived at the entrance of the famed Uchiha district which her rival clan lived in. The entire district was decorated lavishly in a festive red in celebration of this joyous occasion of one of their most powerful shinobis to ever grace their clan. It's the first joyous occasion for them ever since Fugaku's passing. I guess in a way, it's their attempt to move on from the past and to look forward to the future. She heard Haku speak and found herself agreeing with his view. The recent war had taken the lives of many loved ones and the village had been in a rather depressing mood until the war had finally ended. So let's do the same too, she told him as she held his hand and gave it a light squeeze to remind him that she will always be here for him. Come on, let's go. Hyuga Hanabi and Yuki Haku, we are here to attend Obito-sensei's wedding. She introduced themselves to the Uchiha guards at the entrance of the district and presented them with the wedding invitation that Obito and Rin had given them as proof of their identities. She wrapped an arm around his as they walked into the inner area of the Uchiha district at a leisurely pace, an area of the village that not many have the chance to visit under usual circumstances if you are not part of the clan. It's like a mini village in here, she commented. Houses, shops, clearly demarcated residential areas and bustling business stalls, these are all not observable within the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan have their own little society within these walls and are clearly self-sufficient even if they were to somehow be cut off from the village. Probably due to the fact that they are a very huge clan. It wouldn't be possible otherwise, Haku noted. The power of the Uchiha clan lies not in just their famed dojutsu, fire-natured ninjutsus, or their terrifying mastery of shuriken jutsu. Like Haku said, they are a very huge clan and the number of shinobis they boast is also of a considerable number that only a select few other clans across the elemental nations could possibly match. A clan that has the capability to produce a huge quantity of shinobis of considerable quality will always be either a powerful ally to have or a fearsome enemy to face. Such is the might of one of Konoha's founding clans, the backbone of the village and the overseer of the village's police force. In comparison, the Hyuga clan's population might not even match up to half of the Uchiha clans, and that is saying something because the Hyuga clan is already considered a huge clan within the village. Wonder how powerful the Senju clan had to be their equal back in the warring era, she whispered under her breath. They are already like a minor shinobi village all on their own. So count our blessings, it's a miracle that they haven't started a mutiny, he muttered under his breath and she pinched his arm in alarm just in case he suddenly blurted out similar remarks. Hell would break loose if anyone had heard him. But, he does have a point. The Uchiha clan is indeed too powerful for any village to properly control them if they really had the intention to exert their influence for their own gains. Any clan growing to be too powerful and overshadowing the rest by a large margin is never good news for any shinobi village. There has to be checks and balances in place for everyone to prosper harmoniously so that political peace can be maintained. Previously, the village had the Senju clan, but that clan had dwindled down to a select few, and while they still enjoy their prestige as one of the founding clans of Konoha, their current numbers are barely enough to qualify them as a minor clan. The only notable shinobis the Senju clan had in recent history were Lady Tsunade, Kato Dan, and their son Yamato, but Kato Dan had recently fallen in the line of duty. It's another huge loss to the Senju clan and has only served to further widen the gap between the Senju and Uchiha clan. People had always viewed the Hyuga and Uchiha clan as rival clans. This is not just because of the never-ending debate of which clan possessed the better dojutsu, it's also because currently, the Hyuga clan is the only clan in Konoha who has the largest shinobi population that is only second to the Uchiha clan and also possessing the potential to keep them in check. The Ino-Shikacho Alliance is another powerful faction within the village that could assist to maintain the current political balance of Konoha, but they could only possibly rival the Uchiha clans through the union of three clans. Individually, none of them could keep the Uchiha in check as a standalone clan. The same applies for every other clan in Konoha, except for the Hyuga clan. The widely accepted notion that the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan being rival clans is not something that simply popped up without any basis. The Uchihas are masters of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and weaponry thanks to the nature of their famed dojutsu. The Hyugas are famed for their taijutsu and resistance and sometimes immunity to most jinjutsu because their eyes can see through everything. Barring the forbidden Uchiha jinjutsu techniques that are inaccessible to most lest a select few Uchihas, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan could easily render most of the Uchiha clan's jinjutsus useless. The Hyuga clan is one that strives for perfection in the sole art of taijutsu, and while it could put Hyuga shinobis at a disadvantage against ninjutsu specialists who are experts at fighting from a distance, Niji is also living proof that the Hyuga clan's gentle fist has the capability to easily render any and all ninjutsu useless once a Hyuga had truly mastered the true ways of the gentle fist. Thus, her clan is being placed at a precarious position, because the Hyuga clan is the only existence within the village that could possibly stop the Uchiha clan if they ever become too ambitious. In fact, some of the relationships the Hyuga clan has with other clans naturally came into being simply because these clans were wary of the Uchiha's swift rise in power and had chosen to ally with the Hyuga clan instead in order to preserve the delicate political peace within the village. The Uchiha clan had grown too fast, too strong, and too prosperous in too short a period of time ever since the end of the Third War, and people are going to be wary of them just by the virtue of that alone. Other clans are bound to react accordingly, and it's inevitable that they will form their own factions in answer to that. Shinobis are an extremely paranoid lot, and a super powerful clan simply declaring that they do not mean any harm is not going to assure anyone one single bit. Haku may have been out of line with his comment, but he is right. It's a miracle that the Uchiha clan had not yet started a mutiny. They have the fourth Hokage to thank for because inter-clan relations were relatively harmonious and stable under his reign until his recent demise. In truth, she suspected that the fact that Uchiha Bito, one of his clan's strongest shinobis and student of the Yellow Flash, being arranged to teach her, the Hyuga clan heiress, was a deliberate arrangement by Haruno Kazashi to foster trust and inter-clan relations when he was still the Hokage. The recent war might in fact be a blessing in disguise because it had united every single clan in the village against a common enemy, which had lessened everyone's paranoia of each other within the village regardless of their political standing. Can you please don't give me a heart attack? Save your snarky quips for after we return home, she hissed to him at a volume that only he could hear while perfectly maintaining the figurative mask she wore as the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Fine, he acquiesced. It wasn't long before they reached the wedding venue, and would you look at it, their team's social idiot was already there. Happy blessed marriage, Sensei, she congratulated the couple on behalf of Team 13 when they finally found the groom and bride, dressed in traditional wedding attire with the Uchiha clan insignia sewn on it per their clan's customs. Ah, my cute little minions got me a present. Obito Mock wept like the childish man they knew him as since day one when he accepted the storage scroll Haku handed over that contained the vase that they made for the couple. We didn't get it for you. It's for Rin, Sai helpfully completed Haku's unfinished sentence with that usual fake smile on his face. Obito squawked and stumbled exaggeratedly for comedic effect while Rin simply laughed. I'm hurt, my little minions. Do we look like we care? Seriously though, thanks for coming today. I know it's not easy for the both of you to take time off to attend our wedding. Obito beamed at them with a bright smile and made not so subtle insinuations that he's aware that Haku and Sai are now currently a part of ANBU. While the war has ended and tensions are no longer running as high as they were before, there are still many departments in the village that have to continuously work overtime due to manpower shortages in many key areas, from the reduction of shinobi workforce that were incurred as part of the casualty count. In fact, her father, uncle, sister, and cousin were all unable to make it today because they have to be deployed to other missions. There are simply not enough Hyuga shinobis to go around meeting the demands of the village's shinobi workforce for missions that really require a set of Byakugan to ensure its safe completion. This was why she's here as the representative of her clan instead of her father or uncle. Even shinobis of their stations were not spared from being roped into assisting with filling up the missing ranks. She escaped that fate solely because of her sensitive status as a Jinchuriki, and also partly because she's Obito's student. No doubt the 5th Hokage had pulled some strings to enable the entirety of Team 13 to attend his student's wedding today. The bride and groom were unable to talk to them for long because they have to entertain the other guests too, especially when most of their invited guests are people of high standing as well. Seeing Obito and Rin so busy and barely having any time to rest really made Hanabi wonder if it would actually be better to not hold a formal wedding instead when it's finally her turn, but that's probably not possible since she's the heiress of her clan. She secretly glanced at the man beside her when her thoughts wandered to what their future together might entail. There had never been any doubt that he's the only person she would ever consider marrying, but she still cannot help but wonder what their future wedding might be like. They are definitely going to be very busy on their big day, maybe even more so than Obito and Rin since she's the clan heiress. She felt exhausted just by the very thought of that. Something on my face? Nope, she replied, hoping that he had not seen through her thoughts. She had stared at him for too long without her realizing it, and he had caught her in the act. Be it major clans or minor clans, most, if not all of the leaders of the shinobi clans in Konoha had attended this wedding. Even if they are unable to personally make it to the wedding, there will be a representative sent in their place, just like how she had done so on behalf of her father. Such a lineup is usually only reserved for very influential shinobis, and it goes to show just the kind of connections Obito has and also his standing within the village. It's no secret that many people view him as a potential candidate to succeed Minato as the next Hokage in the future thanks to their mentor-student relationship, and it helps that Obito has the achievements and skills to back it up if he's truly intending to run for that position in the future. The political scene in Konoha is about to change once again. She is also not spared from the mandatory networking, like conversing with the newly minted Uchiha clan head Uchiha Itachi and offering him her best regards and congratulations on behalf of her clan. She had to get acquainted with Uchiha Izumi too, the woman who would most likely be the next lady of the Uchiha clan, and funnily enough, she seemed to know Haku on a personal level, most likely through ANBU if she had to make a guess since Haku's social circle is so pathetically small. Then there's the usual networking with the Inoshikacho, the fathers of their generation's Team 10, the Aburame, Inazuka, so on and so forth. What she found annoying was how the representatives from the minor clans who took the initiative to engage her in small talk in an effort to forge relationships with the Hyuga clan, but she had to put on a polite smile and respond in kind despite not wanting to. As clan heiress, she had to be very careful with her words because an unknowing remark or act could very well spoil the delicate relationship, or maybe even outright shift the direction of clan politics within Konoha if she's not careful. She had already expected this to happen, but it still was an extremely tiring process. Thanks, she thanked Haku when he offered her a glass of water when she was finally done with all the networking for the moment and her throat was getting a little dry. She actually was the youngest among the clan representatives who were attending the wedding. Couldn't believe it. She didn't even have time to mingle with their friends who were having a blast at the wedding doing silly things that she'd rather be doing than to network. At least she had Haku to accompany her throughout the entire ordeal, even if all he did was to simply stand beside her silently most of the time. Uchiha weddings are full of fire, figuratively and literally. Uchiha shinobis lined the sides of the aisle that the bride and groom were to walk down when the wedding ceremony officially started and blasted elaborate and magnificent fire-style ninjutsus into the air that are no less impressive than colorful fireworks. Obito and Rin exchanged wedding oaths at the Naka shrine under the witness of everyone present, a part of the ceremony that non-Uchihas would not get to witness under usual circumstances. Per the customs of the Uchiha clan, the bride and groom exchanged ceremonial fans that are similar to the clan crests sewn on the back of their attires, and their wedding oath was formally sworn, and Rin's name was officially added to the Uchiha clan's family tree by the hands of the clan leader at the very end of it. She had thought that she would finally be able to talk to her friends once this is over and they get down to the banquet. Oh, how wrong she was. She had to mentally applaud herself for not outwardly groaning when she found that she was being arranged to sit at the table where all the clan heads of Konoha's major clans and their spouses are sitting together with the Hokage. She could only cast a longing look at the direction of the table where her friends are at, having the time of their lives at the banquet. Ino and Naruto are currently playing a drinking game with everyone else egging them on, it seems. The things she would do to be there having fun with them. The things that played out at her table were unsurprisingly predictable. As the host, Uchiha Itachi thanked everyone for coming to the wedding today and toasted everyone with a drink, starting from the Hokage. The Hokage spoke a few words. Some discussions were spoken over the dinner regarding the current state of the village and the work that is to be done. She's not unfamiliar with those since her father had groomed her, Hinata, and Niji on such things ever since they are capable of learning them. She counted it as a win when she was able to offer her own valuable input regarding certain topics that came up during the discussion when she's barely half their average age. By the time she and Haku finally managed to extract themselves from that table, it was nearing the end of the banquet. Some of their friends were also obviously drunk. Hanabi! Where were you? We were having so much fun. Naruto greeted her in the usual loud voice, her face now red and with heavy sways in her steps. Just how much did you drink? Haku cannot help but ask with his face slightly scrunched. Ino was already slumped over at her seat on the table, lightly snoring away while Shikamaru muttered his trademark troublesome while removing his haori to drape it over Ino so that she does not catch a cold. Drink? This idiot guzzled 3 entire bottles. Sasuke casted the Jinchuriki in annoyed glare but still offered her a hand such that the drunk blonde was able to stand upright by leaning on him, occasionally hiccuping every now and then. Right. We saw you guys cheering them on. Hanabi slowly nodded her head in skepticism, and those willing accomplices weren't the least bit fazed by her accusation. So how's it like sitting at that table? Sakura asked with a knowing grin on her face and subtly gestured to their original table. You guys will know when you inevitably succeed your parents' positions, Haku blandly stated, and everyone present, at least for those who were sober, immediately grimaced at the thought. Ugh, troublesome, Shikamaru immediately groaned. Not applicable for me. Sasuke immediately dismissed any notion of that idea becoming a reality for him, which is true because his older brother is already the leader of his clan. Famous last words. Did you forget that the position of leader of the military police is still up for grabs? The sight of color rapidly draining from Sasuke's face was fun to watch, but Sasuke still adamantly tried to argue his way out by finding someone who would most likely be worse off than he is. It's still better than the lazy Nara. Going by your logic, he gets to be the Jonin commander. Don't bring me into this, duck butt. Stop calling me that. Naruto calls you that all the time and I don't see you doing anything about it. Shikamaru rolled his eyes before his lazy gaze went back to Hanabi and Haku. Seriously speaking though, it's no secret that Ino Choji and I are going to follow in our parents' footsteps. I guess Haku could succeed Lady Kushina's position of head of the Barrier Corps since he's the only one among our generation I know of with any decent grasp with seals. Either Hanabi or Hinata would be the one leading the Hyuga clan. Huh. We are all future clan leaders, I see. How troublesome. I'm not. You don't need to keep rubbing it in our faces, duck butt. Shut it, pineapple head. Hanabi watched on interestfully as Sasuke and Shikamaru engaged in childish name-calling, but she supposed there's not much time left for them to be able to act like children any longer. Their fun was ultimately cut short when their parents came one after the other to pick them up at the end of the wedding banquet. Minato looked a little exasperated when he came over and spotted his incorrigibly drunk daughter making a scene, yelling at the top of her lungs how she would be the greatest Hokage ever and was on the verge of summoning an army of orange clones if it wasn't for the collective effort of Haku, Sasuke, and Shikamaru restraining her. It would not be nice to make a scene even if Obito wouldn't mind. In fact, he would probably just goof off together with Naruto. Minato's method of dealing with a drunk Naruto was much simpler. He simply knocked his wayward daughter out like a light with a chop to the back of her neck and slung her across his shoulder. Minato offered to drop them off at the Hyuga compound, but Hanabi had politely refused. The night is still young and it would be a waste to head back home immediately. It would be nice to take a slow stroll before heading home. She took his hand in hers as they walked aimlessly across the streets dimly lit by the street lamps. Their walk was mostly silent, but it was comfortable. They hadn't had much opportunity to spend quality time alone like this recently, so she cherished every moment of it. "Will you be going back to ANBU work soon?" "We are off duty for a week," he replied as they strolled through the more deserted streets of the village where hardly anyone walks about at this hour. "Is it tough in there?" "It's all right, actually. The tough part is actually trying to invent a new set of skills to dissociate my ANBU identity from Yuki Haku." "You mean inventing an entirely different combat style?" "It won't be entirely different, but different enough to not let anyone immediately associate ANBU Rabbit with Yuki Haku. I was thinking of tailoring my fighting style as an ANBU by emulating Tobirama's because as much as we dislike each other, I have to admit that our combat style and our way of thinking is very similar in certain aspects, especially so after I watched him in action when we were at Kumo. At least this way, I will have a direction to work towards instead of heading in blind." She quirked an eyebrow upwards at his words. Only he would be brazen enough to directly refer to their esteemed second Hokage by his name, but hey, it's not like he would be popping up from his grave anytime soon to give Haku a piece of his mind unless her idiot decides to rouse him from his eternal slumber once more. "You told me you were planning to master Kenjutsu." "I still cannot imagine you swinging a sword," she remarked. She had never seen him practicing Kenjutsu because all of his Kenjutsu practices were done in the ANBU hideouts which she is not allowed access to. She honestly had no idea how good or bad he is with a blade, but if it's him, he would probably master it in no time at all due to his stupidly effective reality-bending mindscape seal. That's the entire point. How long would it take to make creating a brand new combat style possible? Years at the very least, but I have seals to shorten that amount of time to months or even weeks if progress is smooth. I've been trying to work on modifying the technique that Tobirama taught me during our trip to Kumo back then. It should be able to produce some results soon." "What technique?" "He called it the water palm blade. Apparently he invented it himself," Haku briefly explained as their feet brought them closer to the foot of the Hokage mountain without them realizing it. He held up his free palm as water began to coalesce around it before taking on the shape of a short blade. A technique to supplement taijutsu. Hanabi was able to instantly identify the purpose of this technique at a glance since she's a taijutsu expert herself, but Haku was never that great with taijutsu. "Will this work out?" "What I'm trying to do is to get it to change into." The water blade began to morph and change shape under Haku's control, visibly lengthening to many times its original size until it took on the shape of a katana. The water construct is still unstable and quickly collapses into a puddle of water seconds later as Haku was unable to maintain its form for long, but there's no mistake that this was a katana made out of water. This shape transformation, without hand seals, Hanabi let her surprise show. It was something that she had been practicing very hard as well lately, but what Haku showed her was on a much higher order than the one she is currently trying to achieve since nature transformation was added into the mix as well. The difficulty was further amplified since he was basically creating an object from almost virtually nothing without the use of hand seals. If she were to ignore the color of the water construct, the details of the katana were very lifelike. To create such a lifelike construct through the combined application of nature and shape transformation is an exceedingly difficult challenge that she believed nobody had achieved, much less without hand seals. It goes without saying that for Haku to forego incorporating hand seals into the technique, he had meant it to be a sealless technique from the very start. Theoretically, she knew that for a shinobi to shorten the hand seals for any jutsu would mean that said shinobi had attained a certain level of mastery of that jutsu to do just that. To entirely omit the hand seals from the equation is a level of difficulty that is of a much higher order, one that cannot be properly put into words unless you had experienced it yourself. It really is not as easy as it seems. She knows the theory like the back of her hand, but she only started to truly comprehend the level of difficulty when she finally got to see it in practice. Just the sheer challenge posed by the shape transformation part of this new jutsu would make this minimally an A-rank jutsu in terms of difficulty alone. Her eyes could easily quantify the sheer amount of raw chakra and power packed into the innocuous-looking water blade before its unstable shape caused it to collapse, and also the required mastery over the water release to even allow it to take form. For such a simple-looking jutsu, the prerequisites are not at all simple. How hard must this be if even Haku is still struggling to get this right even with his already unnatural affinity with the water element? Trust me, getting it to take this form is harder than it looks. I wasn't expecting myself to take this long to master it too, since I already had experience with shape transformation from learning the Rasengan, Haku admitted. My original idea was to be able to create countless blades through my mastery over the water release and, if it's possible, make it such that the blade of water is invisible to the naked eye. A blade of water that can change shape and color according to my will, lengthening and shortening as I deem fit. That endless possibilities and sheer unpredictability of such a technique will be useful in any ANBU ops that I will take part in the future. As Yuki Haku, my expertise is long-range anti-unit area of effect ninjutsu, and I'm not known for anti-personnel close combat. If I master this technique, this should be able to make ANBU Rabbit distinct enough to be considered as a separate identity from Yuki Haku. It's really cool, Hanabi praised, already looking forward to the day where she can witness him in action. But if you succeeded in modifying the Nidame's original technique, what are you going to name it as? I don't think the name of Water Palm Blade is going to be an accurate description of it. Haven't thought that far. Why don't you help me think of one? She hummed softly while trying to think up of a cool name as they continued their leisure stroll while lightly swinging the hand she was using to hold his. Unfortunately, she's not really gifted when it comes to naming things, so she had to seek external help. Matatabi, any bright ideas? Even on a date you just had to interrupt my nap, don't you, Naya? Why do you even sleep so much anyway? Had you ever tried living a day as an immortal? Life's so boring at times that all you can do to make time pass faster as a prisoner is to nap it away, Naya. But that technique your little boyfriend is trying to create does remind me of a technique Hamura Aji-san liked to use in his youth. You can try it using the gentle fist, Naya. Stand atop a body of water and concentrate your chakra until the water spirals and shoots countless needles outwards. With the Byakugan it is possible to use it with great precision to even shoot down something as small as pesky bugs, or turn it into a towering sword of water that could cleave mountains. Might try it with fire instead in my free time. What's the name of that technique anyway? Hamura Aji-san called it the rain cutter because he once cut through a storm of falling rain with that technique. Rain cutter, Hanabi unashamedly borrowed the name of the technique that her very first ancestor once used if the cat's words are to be believed to answer Haku's question. From the look on his face he seemed to like the name too. If Kakashi could name his self-invented technique as lightning cutter simply because he cut through lightning with it, Haku could do the same too when he cuts through rain. You despicable name stealer. Do you have no sense of shame? Hanabi decidedly ignored Matatabi's accusation. Haku does not need to know about the truth of the origin of his technique, which she named upon his request. Then rain cutter it is. Actually, I also had this idea of dash. Yuki Haku, she cut him off before he could ramble on and on about his endless ideas for creating or modifying new jutsus by the dozens because she knew for a fact that it would happen if she did not put him to a stop. He wisely shut his mouth after she called out his name in full. In case you haven't read the atmosphere, we are on a date, and if you continue to be the dense, unromantic piece of ice that you usually are and go on and on about jutsus and whatnot, I will burn you into a crisp. She even held up his hand, which she was holding with hers, fingers interlocked, to further emphasize her point. So what can I safely talk about? Oh, I don't know. we only just managed to find some time to spend with each other after a few weeks of you disappearing on me and all you could talk to me about are jutsus? Seriously? You just set the bar of my expectations for you to a whole new level of low. Instead of jutsus, couldn't you maybe compliment how good I look tonight, since it's not every day I get to dress up to the nines, or maybe where we should go on our next date, or maybe how much you miss me during the days where we are separated thanks to your stupid A&BU work? Heck, at this point I wouldn't even mind if you speak naughty things to me dash. What? Right, I shouldn't expect too much from you, she released a dramatic sigh. Like, come on, we are already sleeping together and you had already seen and touched my naked body dash. Because you walked out naked from the bathroom and forced me to help you with that piece of bandage. It's called the serrature, but hey, since we're on this topic, how was it to cop a feel of my boobs? Was it to your liking? Can we not dash? She leaned her face closer to him such that their faces are now only inches apart, her eyes boring into his expectantly. It's always so much fun to tease him and see him squirm uncomfortably with that awkward shyness whenever she brings up such topics with him for the sole sake of teasing him until his face turns red. So, like it? She wagged her eyebrows suggestively as she cornered him with his back against the trunk of a huge tree to press for an answer. She felt like she's one of those uncouth thugs cornering a helpless damsel on the street when she realized that she unknowingly did one of those cringe cabanon that is all the rage these days, thanks to the recent prevalence of those trashy romance novels which Sakura and Ino likes to read in secret so much. Their position is a little compromising and their positions are reversed, but it's entirely worth it to see him get flustered over something so small when she is the reason for eliciting such a reaction from him. He couldn't even maintain eye contact with her now. People might see us dash. Nice try, but I have to be a cookin' and you are a better censor than I am. I know for a fact that there's nobody around in at least a 200 meters radius. Why else I decided to have my way with you here of all places. Okay, that sounded a little wrong, but she's not going to sweat the details. Yuki Haku. Yes? Close your eyes, 'cause I'm going to kiss you. Her kiss was demanding, passionate, ferocious, possessive and outright territorial when she mashed her lips to his. She had sorely missed him in the days he wasn't around by her side, and she conveyed all of that longing to him in the kiss she initiated. Their breathing was a little heavier when their lips finally separated. She intimately touched noses with him with her hands placed on the sides of his head with a silly smile on her face and easily eased him into the mood. It would take forever to coax him to do romantic things with her otherwise. See? This is what a date is supposed to be like. Exciting, romantic, heart-stopping, full of surprises dash. If a girl does that to a guy it's romantic, but if a guy does that to a girl somebody would be calling the police. In your case, you might just gentle fist me and send me flying over the village walls if I suddenly do that to you. I am your girlfriend. Why would I ever do that? Better be safe than sore MMPH. I will give you one more chance to reorganize your words, she threatened him once their kiss ended once more. She saw how he narrowed his eyes in challenge and she raised her eyebrows at him in an obvious dare. Humph, he's too much of a wuss to do anything anyway. The world suddenly spun. She felt the familiar soft sensation of their lips coming together once more as she dazedly accepted it on instinct. It took a few more seconds before she finally came to the realization that Haku had switched their positions such that she is now the one with her back to the tree and him cornering her. He cabineted her? Is this really the same Yuki Haku she knows? She's sure her face was starting to flush red from both the excitement and the lack of air entering her lungs when their lips finally separated. Even the tip of her ears are starting to feel far too warm for her liking. She was only able to spare a second to look up at him before he came down on her again. Wait, MMPH. Give me a sec, MMPH. Every time their kiss ended he would only give her a second or two to catch her breath before capturing her lips with his again, giving her the bare minimum of time to recover and resist. The only thing she could do to valiantly resist was to struggle, even if she doesn't have any true intention to break their kiss, but he's definitely doing this in petty revenge, she's sure of it. It was when their kisses dragged on until her knees were weak and her legs softer than jelly did he finally end his assault. She glared at him, although judging from the infuriating smug grin on his face, it's of no use. He probably found her reaction too cute to think of it as being intimidating, especially when she's sure that the flush on her face had spread downwards to her neck and down even to her collarbone. Drats, he won this round. Exciting enough? Heart-stopping, romantic enough? Was it a pleasant surprise? No? I guess I'll have to work harder. Enough, enough, enough. She quickly pushed him away with her hands on his chest, and she could feel another onset of warmth blossoming through her face. Who is this person, and what had he done to her pure and naive Haku? Or was his previous reactions all an act? But she could never stay mad at him for long. She's not even mad at him to begin with. It was when she wrapped her arms around him in a hug with her ear pressed against his chest, hearing the sound of his heartbeat, that she was reminded that he's here right now with her. I missed you, she whispered. Like, really, really missed you. Me too. What do you think our wedding will be like? Isn't it a little too early to even start thinking about that? Point is, don't you have any thoughts about it at all after attending Sensei's wedding? I think we already kind of skipped past the dating and marrying stage and dived straight into cohabitation. Skipped? No, I don't think so. We merely tweaked the order around a little. It's cohabitation, then dating and marriage. You still owe me many more romantic dates before I would say yes. Romantic? Then I propose that we carry on where we left off. No! Weren't you the one who said that it was exciting, heart-stopping, romantic? Yuki Haku. I'm warning you, MMPH. There was resistance and the determination to repel the sudden invasion. There shall be no surrender, no mercy given. Yuki Haku. That's it, I'm going to be the one taking control this time, MMPH. The invader was much more powerful and persistent than she imagined it to be. No fair. At least give me a chance to retaliate, MMPH. Hopes of victory seemed further and further away the longer the war dragged on, but she still stubbornly held onto the last line of defense. Peace wasn't an option. Okay, I'm sorry. Peace was ultimately an option when the war ended with her surrender. That little interlude aside, the rest of their date night was peacefully romantic as they continued their stroll around the village once they were done trying to mess with each other. At least Haku's a little more forthcoming with his displays of affection now behind closed doors whenever she demands it, something which she preferred he does rather than his usual tendency of bottling up his emotions, so she guessed that she had lost the battle but won the war. The only thing that spoiled the mood was the very first thing her twin told her when she returned back from her mission the next day. Hanabi, your lips look a little swollen. Are you feeling heaty? Remember to drink more water, the weather's been getting a little hot these days. Huh? Why yeah. It was a miracle that her twin didn't associate her slightly swollen lips with whatever Haku did to her the night before. She did try taking her revenge on him that very night, to retake her rightful dominant position in their relationship, but it always ended in her unconditional surrender once more. God damn it, Haku. That's the end of this tale. Thank you for watching, and spending your valuable time watching my videos. I love you and appreciate you, and with that being said, peace.